This young man loved a game so much that he played it over and over 1,000 times, training 1,000 S-rank heroes in the process. Just when he thought there was nothing left to play, the developer suddenly sent him an email. The content read, "Congratulations on becoming the first player to train 1,000 heroes." He was granted special access to an exclusive quest, preventing the world's destruction at X-rank difficulty. Seeing that he finally had something to do, the guy got excited immediately, especially since the quest was X-rank. He had assumed S-rank was the highest the game offered. With his blood pumping, he moved the mouse to accept instantly, failing to notice the red footnote below. Warning, this is an Isekai type mission. And then, what was bound to happen happened. He was tossed straight into a strange forest, but with the mindset of a master who had trained 1,000 heroes. He wasn't worried at all and began his usual routine. First, he observed his surroundings for any potential danger. Then he checked his own stats through the system. However, his stats were all at 0. All that remained was a mimicry skill similar to a certain slime and a junk tier enhancement skill. Well, it is X-rank difficulty after all, so the young man just had to grit his teeth and accept it. He continued looking through the quest board for his next tasks, the first of which was to survive for 10 minutes to receive basic equipment. He took a look around and declared it easy. There was no way any powerful monsters would be in a place like this. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, the wind blew and the grass swayed as two dragon kings engaged in battle suddenly burst into the area from the sky. Two S-rank bosses right in the tutorial zone. Is it because of the X-rank quest? It's probably best to get out of here first. The glowing red magic circles in the sky genuinely terrified him. If he got hit by one of those, it would be certain death. Wait, isn't this the perfect opportunity to use his mimicry skill? To copy a skill, he had to witness the moment the skill or trait was activated, as well as identify the target's name and rank. This was way too easy for him. As the entire forest burned, the dragon's silhouette was reflected in his eyes. The system popped up immediately. Target trait, S-rank elemental resistance has been saved. Kim Ho looked at the dragon, feeling quite pleased. Great, it's done. I didn't expect to get an S-rank trait this early. What a stroke of luck. The system reported, S-rank elemental resistance significantly reduces all elemental damage. He reached out to touch the air with a smile on his face. Although he wanted a skill too, he couldn't use one without a mana core yet. For now, he'd settle for the S-rank trait. Is the wind blowing against the attack? The fire dragon took a deep breath, leaving even its opponent stunned. Kim Ho sensed the danger and started running as fast as he could. Dragon Howl. That was the strongest move of the dragon race. Despite having elemental resistance, the fire dragon unleashed its ultimate move so quickly that getting caught in it at this range would mean death. Afterward, the system appeared with a new notification. Tutorial quest complete. Rewards, Dragon Slayer Academy Uniform, Student ID, Train Ticket. Tutorial Quest 2, board the train to the Dragon Slayer Academy. There were a lot of people standing at the station, waiting for the train to the academy. Hyunwoo very politely asked, "Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but there are no seats left around here. Could I sit with you?" But the girl only responded with silence. Hyunwoo was quite flustered. "Are you asleep?" "Sorry for bothering you then, I'll be going." Kim Ho walked in looking exhausted. "Is there a seat here?" He pointed to the girl next to him with an awkward look. Well, there was, but the girl didn't answer. At that moment, Seo Yane woke up and lifted her head. Kim Ho asked, "Can I sit here?" Yane seemed quite dazed. "Oh yeah." He acted friendly. "Thanks, I'm Kim Ho." She introduced herself briefly, Seo Yane. Then he turned to speak to Hyunwoo. "You should sit too, it's fine." Hyunwoo replied politely, "Thanks, I'm Go Hyunwoo, I really appreciate it you guys. If you two had said no, I probably would have had to stand for an entire hour. I'll definitely pay you back for this." Kim Ho thought to himself, "This guy looks just like a protagonist from a martial arts novel. His vibe and the way he talks are identical." He asked, "So why were you so late?" Kim Ho recounted excitedly, "Oh, I saw two dragons on the way and got so distracted watching them that I didn't realize I was late." He also laughed sheepishly. "Same here, I almost died." The wheels began to turn and the train pulled out. As Kim Ho's mind filled with thoughts, Dragon Slayer Academy, the place I always returned to whenever I raised a new hero. I know this place like the back of my hand to the point where everything has become boring. But this time, something is different. Go Hyunwoo, the other students, and even the train staff, everyone is a strange face. This world has the same setting as the Dragon Slayer Academy, but the cast of characters has completely changed. That means future events and quests might be different too. I need to keep an eye out for these differences. Kim Ho started sweating when Yane looked at him. But why has she been staring at me this whole time? Did Seo Yane have special eyes? Eyes that helped her analyze everything. For example, the boy sitting in front of her had a very normal status window. Hyunwoo was still smiling brightly. Skill, Heavenly Wind Sword Style D, Trait, Swordsmanship D, Mana Core E. Then, she slowly analyzed Kim Ho, but Kim Ho was a bit unusual. Status Window, Monarch of Mimicry, he was quite special. The number of times she had seen a status window like that could be counted on one hand. Kim Ho couldn't hide his curiosity and turned to ask, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Seo Yane remembered the advice she received before leaving. If you find someone interesting, try being kind to them. She decided to pull out her suitcase, which had a bag of cookies inside. Seo Yane handed a cookie to Kim Ho with a cold face. "Do you want one?" He was surprised. "Yeah, thanks. Did you make these yourself?" She answered bluntly, "Yeah." Kim Ho ate the cookie while getting to know his new friend. "You said your name is Go Hyunwoo, right? I've been wondering since earlier. Is that thing next to you a greatsword?" Hyunwoo couldn't help but compliment him. "You've got sharp eyes." "This is a sacred relic of my sect. Unfortunately, I haven't met the requirements to break its seal yet, so I have to keep it wrapped up like this until then. This sword is my companion, but don't worry, I haven't met anyone I can't handle yet." Kim Ho laughed at that. "Is that so? But wouldn't it be better to use a more durable weapon?" Right then, Shin Byung-chul leaned against the door and laughed out loud. "Whoa, everyone, sorry for interrupting. Can I sit here for a bit?" Hyunwoo didn't mind. "Make yourself at home." Byung-chul smiled broadly. "Thanks for the warm welcome. I'll only stay for a bit." Kim Ho observed silently, thinking, "He's so loud, but I didn't hear a single footstep from him. I think I know who this is." He spoke up and asked directly, "You don't look like you actually want to sit down, just say what you want." The guy just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, having been caught. "Actually, no matter where you are, just call for Shin Byung-chul. We are the delivery service of the Dragon Slayer Academy. We can find anything as long as you pay a fair price, anything at all." "Exactly." Kim Ho stared at the paper with wide eyes. "Even if it means breaking academy rules," Byung-chul answered excitedly and quickly. "That's right, just say the word and you'll have it." Kim Ho's expression remained unchanged. "So that means you're currently being chased because of one of those jobs, right?" The guy was in high spirits but suddenly froze. "Of course. Wait, what? What? Was it that obvious?" Kim Ho analyzed based on his observations. "It's because you look tense and you keep glancing out the window." A foot appeared outside the door. "I'll explain the details later." Byung-chul's eyes widened in terror. Chunhai arrived with a few friends, her face tense. "Come on out, we know where you are." He scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. The disciplinary committee showed up early. The Student Disciplinary Committee is a student-run organization responsible for maintaining order in and around the academy. First-year members of the disciplinary committee are admitted early, guided through procedures, and immediately deployed. Just like this. She seemed to have lost her patience and shouted, "Hand it over, you're not allowed to keep that." Byung-chul was zapped by a few bolts of lightning from Chunhai. "Why are you chasing me like I owe you money? Lightning magic, that's rare." Kim Ho looked at the piece of cookie and thought, "What luck, my mimicry skill slot still has room. Maybe I should pick up a useful skill while I can." "Sorry, cookie." But Byung-chul stubbornly replied, "This isn't good. I've always been bad at direct confrontations." Chunhai put on her gloves, preparing to take action. "It seems you have no intention of handing it over voluntarily. I'll have to subdue you then." She just snapped her fingers and lightning appeared. A bird flew straight toward him. "Lightning bird." Byung-chul could only close his eyes and wait for the end. Right then a hand reached out, and that hand caught the bird. The lightning bolts didn't harm the person at all. Chunhai was very annoyed by this. "Do you have an accomplice?" Kim Ho quickly stepped out. "You're wrong, that was my cookie. And you guys made me drop it." She was stunned by what he said. A cookie. At that moment, the system notified him that he had acquired the lightning magic skill. Lightning bird. Kim Ho pretended to blame them. "And you guys made me drop it. I was enjoying that cookie. You guys are starting to annoy me." Yohan charged forward angrily, wanting to punch his opponent. "The two of you dare to make baseless accusations? While we're still talking nicely, get out of the way." Hyunwoo wasn't backing down either, ready to fight back. "I think you should act more carefully. If you're going to draw your sword, I don't plan on just standing by and watching." The atmosphere between the two groups was very tense, making Byung-chul worried. This is bad. Chunhai reached out to stop her friend. "Wait a second, we'll send you a dessert voucher for the student cafeteria. Will that work?" Kim Ho immediately looked satisfied. Yeah, that'll do. Byung-chul saw she was about to use a move and trembled all over. What about me? He seemed quite indifferent. That's not my problem. Because right now Kim Ho had achieved what he wanted. Thanks for the skill, I'll make good use of it. Chun-hai had retrieved the item she wanted. He stole a wig from a station staff member. A joke like that is just too much. Yeah, he definitely deserves a beating for that. Hey, I'm giving you some honest advice. You'd better not get involved with Byung-chul. Kim Ho waved goodbye politely. I'll decide that for myself, see ya. Johan was still very annoyed with him. I'll remember your face. Hyunwoo looked at Byung-chul with a concerned gaze. Are they members of the student disciplinary committee? He was glad everything was settled. That's right, only the best of the best are chosen for that. The one who just used the lightning bird is Song Chun-hai. Hyunwoo was shocked by that information. Wait, you mean the one from the Song family of the Amber Magic Tower? Byung-chul confirmed firmly. That's right, she's the granddaughter of the Lightning King, Song Kyungwoo. The other three are no slouches either. Jo Byok is a disciple of the Fist King. Han Somi was trained by the Sword Queen. And Jeom Yohan is the sole heir of the Golden Lotus Pavilion. He might not be as strong as the other three, but he's not to be underestimated either. After speaking, he also left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Anyway, it was nice meeting you guys. Next time we see each other, remember to say hi. Alright then, see you later. Hyunwoo was quite impressed by the guy. He's really enthusiastic, isn't he? But Kim Ho, did you really intervene just because of a cookie? Kim Ho replied nonchalantly. Actually, I just wanted to see what rare lightning magic was like. His head was full of question marks. But didn't you block her move? He quickly inquired. So Hyunwoo, do you know anything about that lightning bird move? Hyunwoo replied with a thoughtful expression. It was my first time seeing it too. It was so fast my eyes couldn't keep up, but it seems that instead of dealing damage, it's meant to paralyze or lock the opponent's movements. The two continued on this topic. You're half right. What's the other half? Kim Ho excitedly demonstrated the lightning bird move. The skill name is Lightning Bird because it mimics the flight of a bird, specifically a hummingbird. Its effectiveness changes depending on the caster's proficiency. The lightning bird was soaring away. Could one judge the skill level just by watching the way the move traveled? He recalled the situation at the time and continued explaining. If Song Chun-hai really had experience, then when I intervened, the flight path of the lightning bird should have changed. But it flew straight into my hand, didn't it? That means she still lacks control or combat experience. It was clear Kim Ho was very excited. Just one move revealed that much information. He just looked at his hand and smirked. That's not all. She used an E-rank move, but its power was equivalent to D-rank, likely because she has a strong trait or a massive amount of innate mana. As expected of the Lightning King's granddaughter, she doesn't disappoint. I need to find a way to get close to her. He then put on a thoughtful look. I've learned so much just from meeting her. Maybe this is destiny. That attitude made him laugh. Destiny sounds like a bit much. Anyway, I'll share these things with you. Hyunwoo clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. You're really generous. If you ever need help with anything, just let me know. I'll do my absolute best. Kim Ho quickly found something he needed help with. Really? Then why don't you come with me for a bit? Oh, and can I borrow a silver coin? He was quite confused by the request. What for? Kim Ho decisively pulled off the covering cloth, revealing a game machine displaying the words, out of order. Kim Ho sat down on a wooden crate across from the game machine. This train was originally for tourism, and this area used to be a casino. As you can see, it's a bit dusty now. Hyunwoo still didn't understand what he wanted. But isn't that machine broken? Kim Ho put a coin into the machine. It's possible, but actually you never know until you try. Immediately after the game machine functioned normally, hidden event. The machine appeared broken to the untrained eye. He began to pull the lever on the machine. There was no way he could pass this up. A bottle of water rolled down into the tray below, and both of them stared at the bottle in shock. There was nothing special about it, so never mind. I wasn't expecting much anyway. Hyunwoo couldn't hide his curiosity and spoke up. By the way, why did you need me to come along? Kim Ho explained his reason clearly. Actually, this also breaks school rules. The problem isn't the machine itself, but the items that drop from it. He quickly caught on to Kim Ho's plan. So I just need to keep watch for you, right? He looked at the tray, feeling discouraged. Another dud. Yeah, it should be fine. Members of the disciplinary committee rarely come here. They're probably heading the other way by now, so don't worry. Hansomi, a first-year member of the disciplinary committee, suddenly spoke up. Hey there, what are you two doing here? Her appearance made him break into a sweat. Now I'm scared, speak of the devil. Hansomi gently reminded them, students aren't allowed to use that machine, you'll lose points for breaking the rules. Kim Ho whispered to a worried Hyunwoo, can you buy me a little time? He replied just as softly, I'll try, I want to check something while I'm at it anyway. Somi noticed something and warned him. Helping others break the rules is a violation too, you know. But Hyunwoo answered calmly, I'll take responsibility, this is my choice. Hearing that, Somi puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. HMPH, he had already drawn his sword. I heard Lady Han was trained by the Blade Queen, right? Could I have the honor of seeing your swordsmanship? Somi gripped her sword ready. What's your name? He replied very politely. I am Go Hyunwoo, I look forward to your guidance. Somi lunged in front of her opponent instantly. Fine then. Hyunwoo struggled greatly to defend himself against her blade, but immediately after, he managed to swing down a strike of his own. Somi seemed quite surprised by that level of power. Right after that, she darted away with incredible speed. This time he still blocked the strike, but in terms of internal energy, he stood no chance. His core pathways were just average, but it wasn't entirely hopeless. There was still something I wanted to see. Just try to hold on for one more minute. Sure enough, Hyunwoo became significantly more agile. Kim Ho turned back to the gaming machine, continuing his task. The slot machine is one of the most iconic games in the casino. Most players wouldn't want to waste money on this kind of luck-based game, but they don't know that this machine has a guaranteed win mechanic. A hidden pity system. At the start, players only put in 5 silver coins, and this was now the 5th spin. On the final turn, he looked at the coin in his hand and thought, if I put in the silver coin I borrowed, the 6th spin will definitely hit the jackpot. A 100% probability of receiving the highest reward. An item dropped into the tray below. Somi was charging straight toward Kim Ho with her sword. Alright, even though his sword broke, Hyunwoo was still trying to protect him. It wasn't over yet. I've seen enough. Both of them were horrified to see Kim Ho chugging the entire contents of the vial. Hey. If you eat that, the freezing effect will trigger. Seeing him look as if he were being poisoned, they panicked. The system announced, freezing effect has been applied. But Kim Ho suddenly stood up looking perfectly cheerful. It's fine, I'm okay. Both were surprised again. What exactly was in that vial? Kim Ho replied completely nonchalantly. To put it simply, it's like an elixir that recovers mana extremely fast. One of the guaranteed rewards on the 6th spin, black ice crystal. To a beginner, it's like a deadly poison. Just a tiny shard is enough to freeze the whole body, but for me, it's different, all thanks to my S-rank elemental resistance. The system continuously issued notifications that the freezing effect was active. Kim Ho told himself, even though the cold is gone, the ice energy remains in my body. Kim Ho still felt a bit uncertain. Would Lady Han believe that explanation? No way, if she actually believed it, she'd be a total idiot. Kim Ho tried to convince her, you probably just saw it wrong. Even so, Somi remained firm in her conviction, no, I definitely saw it. Hyunwoo still felt a bit uncertain. Would Lady Han believe that explanation? No way, if she actually believed it, she'd be a total idiot. Kim Ho tried to convince her, you probably just saw it wrong. Even so, Somi remained firm in her conviction, no, I definitely saw it. Hyunwoo took the opportunity to ask, if you don't mind, could I see that skill again? He declined very politely. Next time, okay? I can't use it frequently yet. Kim Ho had his own plans, besides the skill still had a 1-hour cooldown, so he couldn't reveal all his cards right now. Although disappointed, he acted understanding. I guess that's fair, a skill that powerful must have its limits. As he was answering him, Yane woke up. Today isn't the last time, we're definitely going to need it again. The ship was traveling across the deep blue water, almost reaching its destination. Dungeon Island, the final stop of the voyage. True to its name, this place was filled with dungeons. In the past, it was a lawless land crawling with criminals. Until one day, the first Dragon Slayer hero set foot on the island, he swept away the criminals, conquered every dungeon, built the city, and established the academy. And so, the Dragon Slayer Academy was born. Voices echoed throughout the campus. Hey freshmen, over here, over here. Don't go that way, don't follow the upperclassmen. Hyunwoo couldn't help but grin. Man, it's lively. A girl screamed at her friend as she saw a little tiger pouncing. Hey, hold him back. Seeing the scene, Kim Ho agreed with his friend it really was crowded. While they were looking around, a voice called out. Chun-hai looked at him with sharp eyes. Please follow me for a moment. The two of them arrived at the Student Discipline Committee office. Please have a seat. This was a room that changed anyone who stepped inside the room of truth. Sehun began questioning Kim Ho. I heard you ate something that dropped from the slot machine, right? But you look perfectly fine and even the scanners didn't pick up anything. He didn't answer and just thought to himself. Of course, the freezing effect was already cleared. The person gradually dropped his suspicions toward Kim Ho. It seemed it really wasn't a prohibited item. But Mr. Kim Ho, let me be clear about one thing. Whether you have an explanation or not, failing to comply with the Student Discipline Committee's requests can be grounds for punishment. Since no one was hurt and this is your first time, I'll let you go without a point deduction, but I hope this is the last time I see you here. All right, have a good semester. Kim Ho bowed to him before leaving. Yes, senior, thank you. Sehun took a sip of water and said to the girl observing the situation, Chun-hai seems very certain about this, huh? He couldn't help but be suspicious. No matter how you looked at it, the guy was very fishy. If the goal wasn't a prohibited item, there was no reason for him to use that machine. Nor was there any reason for him to swallow the item right on the spot like that. Chun-hai said with a very grim expression, Actually, I think so too. It's very likely he obtained some kind of forbidden skill. If we used analysis glasses to check his current skills, we might find something. Sehun seemed to question her back. Chun-hai, that's possible. But what if we don't find anything? If we go as far as using analysis glasses and still find nothing, then what? The question flustered her and she bowed her head in apology. About that, I'm sorry I was a bit hasty. Sehun slowly stood up and offered some advice. Chun-hai, I understand you're passionate, but with things like this, we have to be patient and look at the big picture. Now go quickly or you'll be late for the entrance ceremony. At this time, Kim Ho had reached his two friends. Thanks for saving me a seat. The system also issued a notification, beginner quest complete. You reached the entrance ceremony on time. Reward, E-rank weapon selection coupon and 5 silver coins. Kim Ho was quite satisfied with this reward. Even if it was just an E-rank weapon, it was better than nothing. Plus, he had recovered the money he put into the slot machine. The entire hall suddenly buzzed with excitement. They're here. Is that the principal? Why does he look so unremarkable? I heard he once led a dragon hunting team. According to the traditions of the Dragon Slayer Academy, the principal is always a hero who has retired from the front lines. And the title of hero is only granted to one person among countless other S-ranks. Although he looked ordinary on the outside, he held a massive source of power. People kept gossiping about the principal. But didn't the Saintess reject him 4 times? No, I heard it's 5 now, he just got rejected again. Hearing that, Kim Ho laughed until he cried, for real. The principal cleared his throat and said lethargically, welcome new students. Congratulations on being admitted to the Dragon Slayer Academy. A long time ago, the Dragon Slayer Academy was founded to prepare for the war against the Dragon Tribe and to train Dragon Slayers. The first hero insisted on keeping the word slay in the name, wanting you to reflect deeply on the true meaning of a Dragon Slayer. So what is a Dragon Slayer? You can't be called a Goblin Slayer if you've never killed a goblin, and you can't become a Dragon Slayer if you've never killed a dragon. Right, the crowd felt like a deflated balloon. Oh man, this is so long-winded. The principal continued his long speech. Taking a life is the fate and the core of a Dragon Slayer. Do not turn a blind eye to that truth, but also ask yourself, why do I want to be a Dragon Slayer? Why do I want to take a life? I hope that after graduation, each of you will find your own answer. Just one last thing, the students below were all nodding off. Please just stop. Mom, my head hurts. The secretary at his side also gestured to remind him of the time. I hope you will become true heroes during your time here at the Dragon Slayer Academy. That is all. Hyunwoo looked refreshed, unlike everyone else. What a meaningful speech. Kim Ho looked at his friend in surprise. You weren't bored, he beamed. Bored? Every word was pure truth. My master used to teach me the exact same things every day. He felt completely drained. You really listen to that stuff every day. The girl with glasses gave an additional announcement. Allow me to reiterate one thing to you all. The list of prohibited items for this year has been updated. If you are caught in possession of these items, they will be confiscated immediately and the violator will face disciplinary action. Furthermore, until further notice, all new students are only permitted to participate in practical assessments on the ground floor of the dungeon. Some students were a bit intimidated by that. The pressure was intense and scary. On her end, she continued her warning. If you go to the lower floors on your own and cause trouble, your family, magic tower, or guild could also be held responsible. So be careful, don't let a moment of curiosity cause a disaster for everyone. Understand and follow the rules to avoid unnecessary punishment. The entrance ceremony concludes here. Please remember to return to the dormitory on time. Kim Ho nudged Yane to wake her up once everyone had left. Is it over? That was short. Just then, a voice startled them. Hey guys, let's go eat. Hyunwoo was surprised to see Byung-chul. Whoa, what happened to your face? He pointed at the scratches on his face and laughed. Oh, this? Just a minor incident, don't worry about it. Anyway, you guys should eat your fill today. Hyunwoo was confused by that. Why is that? He acted mysterious again. Tomorrow is the first day of class and there's going to be a major event. That night at the male dormitory, Hyunwoo waved enthusiastically at Kim Ho. Right next door, what a coincidence. While he wasn't exactly thrilled, I'm not exactly jumping for joy. Anyway, good night, Kim Ho. Kim Ho took off his jacket as he walked. There was no way I was going to sleep. When I have free time like this, it's time to create my core pathways. To use any skill that consumes mana or internal energy, you must have an energy source. That is the role of the core pathways. This is my first time making one, but I have a fair bit of knowledge on how to do it. I've absorbed the black ice crystal, so I have no shortage of mana now. I can pull this off. At the same time, in Go Hyunwoo's room, he was also meditating. Han Somi was the strongest opponent he had faced since leaving the mountains. It's true they both held back their power during the fight, but even if they went all out, the result would be hard to predict. If Kim Ho hadn't stepped in to bridge the power gap for Go Hyunwoo, he might have collapsed before the blade broke. A master, that was the word Hyunwoo always associated with Kim Ho since their first meeting. A calmness only found in the strong and eyes that seemed to see through everything. He looked at his sword, wondering, should I ask him for help? No, he's my first friend. I'll do my absolute best within my own capabilities. The next day in the temporary classroom, everyone was chatting. Seo Yane walked into class with a yawn. Hyunwoo felt much more relieved to see her. There she is, I was worried you'd oversleep. Kim Ho could only offer a wry smile. It was a possibility. The podium was still empty. Hey, where's the teacher? I don't know either. The bell rang but no teacher has shown up. I wonder who our homeroom teacher is that they'd be this late. Oh there. Before they could feel happy, they were stunned. The director appeared with a very fierce look. Judging by your reactions, I guess I'm quite famous. Nice to meet you. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. I am Lee Sudok. He pointed at a female student and asked coldly, You there, tell me what everyone calls me. The girl jumped in fear. Yes, sir, it's the Wicked Hunter. Not that one, the human butcher. Kim Ho just stayed silent after realizing. In this world, there are countless awakened individuals who have surpassed human limits, and among them are those who use their power for twisted desires. Lee Sudok was the one tasked with hunting down and capturing such people. The nickname Human Butcher implied that he executed more villains than he brought in alive. Lee Sudok didn't change his expression and said loudly, I didn't want to be here either, but since the principal asked, I had to agree. In the countless missions I've been given, I can proudly state that I have never failed once. I hope none of you tarnish my perfect record. I'd rather kill you than let you fail. The whole group trembled uncontrollably upon hearing that. He began writing on the board. Now to the main part, I'll briefly explain the grading system. The written exam accounts for 30%, followed by conduct points at 10%. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, you'll get the points. For some, these are practically free points. Conduct points can drop below 0% and they can even drag down your scores in other sections. I'll be keeping a very close eye on the problem students. Who knows, right? We might even meet again after graduation. Lee Sudok's voice continued steadily from the podium. Next is the most important part, the practical assessment. The practical exam is divided into two formats, dungeon raids where you clear out dungeons, and duels where you face off directly against other students. Scores will be based on comparative ranking, meaning you must be superior to the students around you. Both of these parts will account for 30% of the total grade. Any questions? No one? Then let's move to the arena. Two students were fighting each other enthusiastically. Byung-chul and Hyunwoo were discussing it animatedly. It was time for placement. This is the major event I was talking about. So that's what you meant yesterday. To help students get used to various situations, the duel rules will change frequently, and today's placement rule is death match. The match only ends when one side is exhausted, unconscious, or surrenders. A guy with a mushroom haircut couldn't take it and raised his hand. I surrender. The time limit is 5 minutes. If time runs out without a winner, the proctor will decide the score or call a draw. Byung-chul was still diligently explaining the rules. Each person will fight 3 randomly assigned freshmen. Winning will earn you extra points, 300 points per win. Hyunwoo also felt very curious about this. What if it's a draw or a loss? Kim Ho answered quickly, 0 points but no deduction either. Just then the system screen lit up, catching his attention. It issued another notification, Subquest Placement Exam. Goal, achieve an average rank or higher in the exam, win at least 1 duel 0-1 and rank in the top 50% for the dungeon raid. Current rank, NA reward plus 1 skill copy slot. Kim Ho already had his own plans, so I just need to win 1 duel and rank average in the raid. After reading the message, he told himself, but the more important thing right now is that the placement exam is the perfect time to observe the other students. An opportunity to discover those with the potential to reach X rank or to memorize students with skills or traits worth copying. A moment later, a voice came over the speaker, Kim Ho, Yeonhwa, please step forward. Hyunwoo cheered enthusiastically from below. Good luck, Kim Ho. Kim Ho and his red-haired friend were standing opposite each other. He carefully observed the girl holding the staff. My opponent is from the Ruby Tower. The Ruby Tower specializes in fire magic, known for high firepower and battlefield control. I used to pick them a lot in the game. Kim Ho flashed a confident smile. Sorry, but please just bear with me for 5 minutes. Yeonhwa felt very annoyed by her opponent. If I want to build a reputation, I have to take down someone with a name. But Kim Ho, why is this name so unfamiliar? And that weapon too, no mage would even bother touching that E-rank earth staff. The E-rank staff slightly increased earth magic effects and defensive magic. And Kim Ho's entire body emitted a mystical light. He definitely didn't come from the Emerald Tower, so he wasn't an earth mage. He probably only used that staff for some support magic. The way he held the staff showed he favored power over speed. The speaker announced the countdown, 3, 2, 1. That meant he was the type of mage who specialized in standing still and casting support spells. A flame erupted from inside Yeonhwa's staff as it began. Skill, explosive fire. Then I'll end this match quickly. Everyone was talking excitedly. Did you see that move? Something just flashed, didn't it? As expected of someone from the Ruby Tower. But something made her jump in surprise. The scores for the two of them appeared instantly. Hong Yeonhwa 100%, Kim Ho 100%. She looked at the scoreboard in utter shock. 100%? No way, I didn't think I'd take him down in a single blow. But why didn't my attack deal even a single bit of damage? Yeonhwa kept the tip of her staff pointed toward him, sweat breaking out as her gaze hardened, wondering if her attack truly did nothing or if he had somehow used a dispel. In that case, try blocking this one. There's no way you can stop this move with just a simple dispel. A magic circle formed and flames engulfed him as she warned him to go ahead and move, promising to intercept him the moment she saw an opening. What the hell is this? Why is he just standing there like that? Seeing his indifferent attitude only made her even angrier. If you're that confident, then try blocking this, pillar of fire. The flames soared high into the sky, creating a massive vortex, affecting even those standing nearby. Truly a testament to the power of the Ruby Tower, as Hoa seemed to notice something. She looked at Kim Ho, who stood as firm as a mountain, and was secretly amazed. He actually blocked the magic of the Ruby Tower's future master without a single scratch. Kim Ho coldly prepared to unleash his own move, deciding it was time to play his trump card. Yeonhwa was hit by one surprise after another as she realized, that's the lightning bird. She quickly dodged the first strike, but the second one hit Yeonhwa squarely on the shoulder. The system notification appeared, paralysis effect applied. The system notification appeared, paralysis effect applied. Only then did Kim Ho finally speak, saying, let's end this here. You should save your energy for the next matches. Make sure you think about the rest of the tournament. The scoreboard updated. Hong Yeonhwa, loss, Kim Ho, win. The crowd immediately erupted in a frenzy, wondering how Hong Yeonhwa could lose and how that guy could take a direct hit without a scratch, asking who he was since he didn't look like a top prospect. Why isn't there any information on him? He glanced at the crowd gossiping about him and thought to himself that he had attracted more attention than planned and needed to be more careful from now on. Right then, the loudspeaker blared again, calling for the next contestant, Kim Ho, making him break into a sweat as he wondered if he was really up again. Can't I get a little break? the speaker announced his next opponent, Song Chunhai. The audience started buzzing again, recognizing her from the Amber Tower and nodding she had joined the disciplinary committee right after enrollment. Chunhai stepped onto the stage full of determination, remarking that today was her lucky day as she had a few things she needed to verify. Kim Ho just looked at her without saying a word. Before calmly announcing, "I forfeit," she was stunned by his sudden action. After a moment of silence, the director asked, "Why?" Kim Ho faked an ache in his neck and acted exhausted, claiming he didn't feel well and that continuing would be too difficult, even as the director tried to convince him to take the opportunity to earn points. "Do you still want to forfeit?" But Kim Ho remained firm, saying he had no choice. Chunhai's hand trembled with rage as she listened to them, asking if the third match was also a forfeit, and nodding it would count as an outright loss. She couldn't hold it in anymore and scolded him directly, calling him pathetic and telling him he should always be prepared for battle. "My grandfather always says that only those who don't waver in adversity and fight for victory until the very end can reach the top." He didn't pay much attention to her words, remembering that her grandfather was indeed the Lightning King, and thinking that the apple clearly didn't fall far from the tree. "That's useful advice for someone who actually wants to be a hero, but I don't really care." Kim Ho turned to walk away, indifferently saying, "You're right, I'm probably not cut out for this, so consider yourself the winner." Chunhai turned away in a huff, saying how disappointed she was and that she was a fool for expecting anything from him, even for a second. Kim Ho called out, "Oh hey." She flinched slightly and turned back, asking what. Kim Ho gave her a bright smile and reminded her, "You said you'd send me that dessert voucher, right? I'm still waiting for it." The familiar voice over the speaker rang out again. "Next contestants, Chunhai and Yang Jihung." Yang Jihung appeared laughing loudly, asking if she was from the Amber Tower and saying she looked like a worthy opponent. Chunhai, venting her anger from earlier, unleashed her power and told him to get ready as he gasped in shock at what he saw. As soon as the signal was given, she landed a powerful blow on her opponent. "Start." Byingchul watched and felt a chill. "Looks like he got burned pretty badly." Kim Ho maintained an indifferent face and simply agreed. He was still terrified, saying it was a good thing Kim Ho forfeited. Otherwise he would have been turned to ash, and Kim Ho played along, agreeing he was lucky. Chunhai glared toward him with eyes full of rage. Byingchul glanced at Kim Ho nervously, asking if he had seen the look on her face just now. As expected of the Lightning King's granddaughter, that was one hell of a debut. Kim Ho smiled as he looked down at the arena, glad that someone else was drawing all the attention for him. Two students behind them were gossiping about Kim Ho, wondering who would forfeit a placement test and assuming he was scared of Song Chunhai, questioning if his win over Hong Yeonhwa was just a fluke or if he was just a coward. He wasn't angry, in fact he was quite pleased, thinking that being known as a lucky coward who beat the Ruby Tower was exactly the kind of reputation he wanted. The speaker quickly announced, "Next, Song Chunhai." Byingchul looked down nervously, nodding she was starting again and wondering who the next unlucky soul would be. Yane appeared with a gun in her hand, looking very serious. Seo Yane. He had to stop his note-taking and frowned, surprised that she was a sharpshooter, while Kim Ho watched with wide eyes, admitting he had only just found out himself. Whispers broke out among the crowd about how things were getting interesting since sharpshooters were a natural counter to mages, and people wondered if Song Chunhai might actually lose this one. Kim Ho was looking forward to the match, saying they'd have to wait and see, while the other guy placed all his trust in Seo Yane, arguing a skilled sharpshooter couldn't possibly lose. Kim Ho seized the moment and held up 5 fingers, asking, "Want to bet?" 5 silver coins. He took the bait immediately, shouting, "You're on." Both girls were extremely serious about the battle ahead. Seo Yane quickly aimed at her opponent and fired as the call of "Start" rang out. Chunhai reached out her hand to cast a spell, and the bullets were blocked by that very hand. Byingchul couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how she could block them, while Kim Ho sighed, realizing he was right. Song Chunhai's mana pool is on a whole different level. Even an E-rank lightning bird looks like a D-rank in her hands. The lightning bird flew through the hail of bullets, aiming directly at Seo Yane. She quickly dodged the attack. On the opposite side, Chunhai snapped her fingers, and a swarm of lightning birds charged toward Seo Yane. This time she was hit, and Seo Yane struggled hard to evade the follow-up. Byingchul felt anxious and took notes faster, saying that if she took a direct hit, the match would be over, while Kim Ho noted that even though she dodged, her movements had slowed down. Chunhai remained cold and continued her assault, knowing that with that electric shock, The next hit was guaranteed to land and that Song Chunhai would win easily. However, she reached into her bag for something, then threw it toward Chunhai. A thick cloud of smoke quickly billowed up. Up in the stands, he was surprised to see a smoke bomb, while Byung-chul was ecstatic, calling it a great move since a regular bomb would have been blocked. Now the tide of the battle had completely turned, as this was the moment for a sharpshooter to show their true strength. While Chunhai was still fumbling in the smoke, she was immediately struck by a blow from behind. She looked back in annoyance, having blocked it with a mana shield, but noting the impact almost made her lose her balance. At this rate, I'll be in trouble sooner or later. Byung-chul broke into a sweat watching, commenting that she must be rich to be using an invisibility cloak as a freshman, and nodding that switching to a rifle was also a very smart decision. Chunhai grimaced, even though she managed to dodge the bullet. Chunhai was looking around frantically to scan her surroundings, knowing she couldn't stay on the defensive forever. Yane's gun was already aimed at her from a distance. The bullet flew right past Chunhai as she realized she had to predict the trajectory of the mana bullets. The bullet seemed to be piercing right through the protective layer. Chunhai quickly launched a counterattack. In an instant, she was standing face to face with her opponent. Yane had to jump up to avoid the strike. Chunhai gave a triumphant smirk, saying she had her now and telling her not even to try dodging this one. Yane was caught off guard, taking a direct hit from Chunhai. The match time expired and the scoreboard showed Song Chunhai 85%, Yane 68%. With 0 minutes remaining, Yane still couldn't get back up. While Kim Ho breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself it went exactly as expected, Byung-chul held his head in despair, unable to believe Yane had lost. Chunhai took off her gloves with a cool expression as it became clear that no freshman could match her, with the final score declaring Song Chunhai the winner and Yane the loser. Yane calmly brushed the dust off her clothes, though the fact that she could hold her own against Chunhai until the time ran out was very impressive. Byung-chul dropped the silver coins into Kim Ho's hand. Here, 5 silver coins as promised. But hey, let's bet one more time, a man's gotta go at least 3 rounds. Kim Ho was annoyed by his behavior and asked if he was addicted to gambling, saying once was enough. At that moment, Hyunwoo appeared on the stage, and Byung-chul told him he'd change his mind when he saw this. Because Go Hyunwoo's next opponent was the Fist King's disciple, Jo Byok. Byung-chul looked at Kim Ho with a challenging gaze, asking who he'd bet on this time, and he replied absent-mindedly that the Fist King's disciple would probably win. He pointed his pen at Kim Ho and laughed, saying he'd take the opposite side and calling him heartless for betting against his friend. He calmly replied that he was just telling the truth. He pointed his pen at Kim Ho and laughed, saying he'd take the opposite side and calling him heartless for betting against his friend. He calmly replied that he was just telling the truth. Hyunwoo glanced toward his friend and told himself that Kim Ho was watching him. I have to show him my victory. But it wouldn't be easy, as Jo Byok curiously asked why he didn't draw the sword on his back. Hyunwoo replied that it wasn't time yet, so Jo Byok clenched his fists and said it was a pity, but he wouldn't be holding back. Both got into their starting stances as the scoreboard appeared. Hyunwoo 100%, Jo Byok 100%. Start. Jo Byok charged forward very quickly, attacking his opponent. His fists were like roaring flames, truly a disciple of the Fist King with not a single wasted movement. Even though Hyunwoo used his sword to block, he was still affected, as the sheer force of the blow sent him flying back. Hyunwoo was startled by that power, realizing that even though he mitigated the impact, he was pushed back this far and that basic swordsmanship wouldn't be enough. In that case, I'll end this in one move, clear stream. Both charged at each other, but the opponent's fist shattered Hyunwoo's sword. He didn't want to fight any longer, admitting he couldn't continue and conceding the match. Jo Byok respected his decision, saying he hoped for a rematch soon as the scoreboard showed. Go Hyunwoo loss, Jo Byok win. Kim Ho watched the two leave, thinking that the iron sword really couldn't handle it. He had been suspicious ever since he saw it on the train. It was just as he thought. The guy was treating iron swords like disposable items. Byung-chul was bewildered after witnessing the second match, wondering how he could guess so accurately. Byung-chul was bewildered after witnessing the second match, wondering how he could guess so accurately. Kim Ho patted his shoulder and reminded him, now for the main event. 5 silver coins, please. He broke into an embarrassed sweat, admitting he didn't have the money, so he gave him a way out, saying it didn't have to be paid in cash. Byung-chul brightened up at that, asking what he needed, and Kim Ho simply pointed at his notebook. telling him to pay with the information he had. The tournament session ended with an announcement that the dungeon raid test would take place after lunch and that everyone should gather at the dungeon building on time. All right, dismissed. Groups of students gathered, talking about how good the food was and wondering which dungeon they'd be raiding this time. I'm so curious. Byung-chul stuffed his mouth with food, making his speech unintelligible until Kim Ho got annoyed and told him to finish eating first because it was gross. He struggled to swallow and asked what information he wanted, which was simple. Just tell him about the brightest prospects from the 4 major factions. Byung-chul gave a playful wink and said he knew all about that. The 4 major factions? Besides official groups like the Student Disciplinary Committee, the Dragon Slayer Academy had 4 major powers: the Martial Arts Alliance, the Guild Union, the Magic Tower Association, and the Knight Order. Among them, if he had to list the most promising talents of each faction, they were the Sword Saint's grandson, Moyoung Hyunsung of the Martial Arts Alliance, Moyoung Jun. Hong Yeonhwa, who was highly likely to become the future Tower Master of the Ruby Tower. The Guild Union's Park Nari, a druid who always carried a cat on her shoulder. And another promising figure who wasn't very well known because they were hiding their true strength. And finally, the son of a sword master, Lee Seong-hyun of the Knight Order. He flipped through the pages while speaking. Wow, these are definitely the ones I'd consider truly powerful. They really are all exceptional individuals. Oh, by the way, where did Hyunwoo go? Alright, the club president, I completely forgot. I'm heading out first, sorry about that. Kim Ho was speechless at the guy's flightiness. Yeah, see you later. He glanced over at Yane while she was eating. She seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps because she was his first connection in this world, he couldn't just leave her there with such a sad expression. He spoke up quickly to start a conversation. Regarding those cookies I dropped on the ship yesterday, Song Chunhai sent me this dessert coupon. Since those were your cookies, you should have a share of this too. Let's go eat. Yane only replied politely, thank you. He turned back to look at her in surprise. Huh. Yane voiced the doubts in her heart. Why did you think I would lose to Song Chunhai? Kim Ho began a detailed analysis. It's very difficult to break through a magic shield with just mana bullets at that level. With such a superior amount of mana, it's understandable that she's stronger than you. However, if you train your mana to reinforce the bullets, the outcome would be different. She asked back quite nonchalantly, mana training, what do I need that for? The question left him stunned for a few seconds. What? Don't tell me you've never trained your mana before. Yane replied innocently, never. He continued, then how do you even create mana bullets? You mean you've never practiced them? She still answered very naturally, yeah, I've never learned how. A genius? Kim Ho looked at the girl in front of him, startled. Mana bullets were supposed to be a basic skill for any shooter. Had she really been fighting solely on instinct this whole time? He couldn't believe she managed to give Song Chunhai such a hard time without ever having studied the basics. He offered enthusiastically, if you don't mind, I could help you out. Yane didn't bother to object and simply nodded, sure. Kim Ho stood up quickly. Once you start training your mana and learning skills, everything will be much easier. There's the bell, let's go. It's time for the next part of the placement exam. Sudok stood at the front, exuding authority. Dungeon Hall. Now that everyone is present, I will explain the dungeon raid exam. The exam will take place inside the dungeon through the portal behind me, the Mist Forest. Rules: 10-minute time limit, high score based, and a rank lock zone. This dungeon has 2 special rules. First, the high score system. You will earn points based on the number of monsters you kill within 10 minutes. The goal is to take down as many high-quality monsters as possible. Second, the rank lock zone. Simply put, this is a level-restricted area where your level, equipment, skills, and traits will all be capped at F rank. He added for emphasis. And don't forget, your core pathways will also be lowered to F rank, so be careful with your mana control. Carelessness is just asking for trouble. Alright, when I call your name, step forward and enter the portal. The people who went in first were lying on the ground, trembling. Whining already after just that? Truly pathetic. Sudok glanced at the remaining students. The only ones with even a bit of potential are Han Somi with 928 points, ranked first, and Choi Jeong-pil with 530 points in the top 20%. Only those two? Just thinking about how to train the rest of these kids is giving me a headache. He sighed in frustration and called out, next, Seo Yane. Before she entered, Kim Ho advised her. Wait, Seo Yane, you should probably use a rifle this time. Yane replied with an expressionless face. Okay. Chunhai watched the two of them intently. If mana control is too hard, just aim straight for the head when the enemy gets close. Got it. She was very curious about Kim Ho. He wasn't even a shooter, so why was he giving advice? He waved goodbye before stepping into the portal. Alright, see you later. Upon entering the rank lock zone, he recognized the familiar mist forest. It's been a while since I was last here. He began adjusting the levels for his skills, traits, and equipment. He was so absorbed in the notifications that he didn't notice what was behind him. I'll take this chance to test my current strength. Alright, let's warm up. With 10 minutes remaining, a blue blur charged straight toward him. The goblin was feeling very excited. Start! With 9 minutes and 59 seconds left, Kim Ho immediately leveled his staff. In the mist forest, monsters appear randomly the moment you enter, but there are still certain patterns to their appearance. Judging by where that goblin just appeared, this is pattern C, meaning the next one will appear on the opposite side. He threw a knife with all his might toward that spot, and the blade sank right into the goblin's eye. He sighed as he watched it tumble backward. Looks like I don't even need this staff after all. Weapons were scattered everywhere, just borrowing them from the orcs or goblins would be enough. The goblins appeared in increasing numbers. Now, let's start earning some points. Screams and red blood erupted throughout the forest. In the distance, 2 elder trolls were charging. With 7 minutes and 2 seconds left, 2 elder trolls were lunging from afar. Kim Ho had his weapons ready. Wait, I shouldn't save this replay, right? Almost forgot. If the system records how I move and hunt, it'll definitely lead to a misunderstanding. It's best to delete it right now. 683 points in 3 minutes. Current score 683. I've taken down quite a lot already. The objective for the subquest was also completed. If my score is too high, it'll draw too much attention again. I'd better just stop here. When he stepped out of the portal, he saw that familiar head of hair. Seo Yane walked out looking quite exhausted. How was it? 0 minutes, 781 points, top 21%. He looked at her and asked with a smile, how'd it go, you okay? Seo Yane replied with a tired sigh, that was hard. Kim Ho praised her, is that so? Your score isn't bad at all. Sudok looked at him with a look of disdain. I believe that student forfeited the duel part. I bet he gave up again. With that cowardly mindset, does he really think he can kill a dragon? But wait, an above-average rank. This kid got that many points in such a short time? Something like this hasn't happened before, has it? Sudok thought to himself, Kim Ho, I need to keep an eye on him. Next, Go Hyunwoo stepped up. Kim Ho cheered for him, be careful. Go Hyunwoo was full of determination and confidence. I'll be back soon. He looked at the scoreboard, analyzing the situation. That's Lee Seong Hyun, the son of a master swordsman, and Moyoung Jun is the grandson of the sword saint, right? If the top students are only around Han Somi's level, then Go Hyunwoo has a real chance. Just as expected, he actually ranked first. As soon as he walked out, the crowd began buzzing. Isn't that the guy who fought the Fist King's disciple? No wonder he did so well then. I can't believe he actually hit 1,000 points. Kim Ho congratulated Go Hyunwoo. Nice job. He replied humbly, it's all thanks to you. Letting me rest after the duel really helped me get this score. Kim Ho couldn't even manage a smile. You're overthinking it. 2 young men in the back were disgruntled. What the hell, that coward is now clinging to the high rankers. Exactly, he even gave up during the duels. Hyunwoo was fuming, but Kim Ho quickly stopped him. Alright, forget it, just let it go. Hyunwoo was still bitter, but Kim Ho gave him a wink. I said it's fine. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Fine if that's your decision. Afterward, they both looked up at the scoreboard. So it's over, right? Why haven't we seen Chunhai's score yet? Kim Ho glanced toward the portal, not finished yet. Chunhai was still inside, fighting passionately. This was nothing to her. What the hell? I knew my power would be reduced, but I only managed to slow them down a tiny bit. She suddenly remembered what Kim Ho had said. If mana control is too hard, just aim straight for the head when the enemy gets close. Now that I think about it, I hate to admit it, but his advice keeps popping up in my head. With limited mana, area of effect skills aren't effective at all. In that case, I'll pour everything into one massive blow. The system immediately issued a notification. Song Chunhai achieved 571 points, top 47%. At that moment, Chunhai stepped out of the portal. Kim Ho's group watched her for a moment. Oh, she's back. Chunhai bit her lip, her face turning red with embarrassment. Why did the score have to appear in front of everyone? My score was so low, this is so humiliating. Sudok still maintained his cold gaze on the students. Today's placement exam ends here. The results will be announced tomorrow. You may all go back and rest. Alright, dismissed. Meanwhile, at the library office, yes, come in. Instructor Lee Sudok appeared. What brings you here, sir? He spoke bluntly. I want to review the dungeon raid replay for student Kim Ho from class 13. The young man was slightly surprised. You're interested in that, student? He looked impatient. That's not important, just open the replay for me. The student scrambled. Oh yes sir, let me check. After checking for a while, he reported, student Kim Ho's replay wasn't saved, so it's unavailable. He became even more impatient. What about the dungeon entry time? Is it recorded in the system? The student checked the log and was astonished. If it's that, let me check the dungeon entry logs. At this point, Lee Sudok broke into a sweat. Just as I thought, this kid deleted it on purpose. At this rate, he clearly could have easily earned over 2,000 points in just 10 minutes. But why is he hiding his true strength? Not to mention that the Dragon Slayer Academy has just as many enemies as allies, from the tracks of the dragon tribe to the apostles of the evil god. If one of them has infiltrated the academy, the smartest thing to do right now is to come up with a countermeasure immediately. The student asked worriedly, should we report this to the principal? Lee Sudok analyzed the situation, then shook his head. No, for now, just keep observing. If the information gets out without solid evidence, they'll just hide even deeper. Lee Sudok turned to leave, telling himself, if he really is a threat, he'll show his fangs sooner or later. For now, I'll continue to watch him. Kim Ho. Kim Ho's group was at the Dragon Slayer Academy canteen. A cup of coffee, please. I've been dying to try this drink they call coffee. Yane returned in her usual sleepy state. I'm going to find a seat. Kim Ho watched her walk away, thinking, looks like it's just the two of us drinking then. The two of them sat and talked. Take out that catalog they handed out after class earlier. Oh, that thin little book. Hyunwoo rubbed his head helplessly, looking at the book. I read it and didn't understand a thing. Kim Ho slowly sipped his coffee. That's why I suggested getting coffee. Today we'll only look at the important parts. First, take out your student ID. He looked at the thing in front of him, dazed. This points thing wasn't here before. Kim Ho explained gently, the number displayed there is your current points. That is the currency within the academy. You'll earn it mainly through dungeon raids like the one we just did. You can use it to buy items or use the facilities. But right now, there's one especially important use. You received a notification about the replay before leaving the dungeon, right? Hyunwoo was startled. Oh yeah, I remember accepting something like that. Kim Ho held something in his hand. You can buy back your own footage and you can also buy the replays of other students. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is the dungeon raid replay for Han Somi. Kim Ho added, since you ranked first in the exam, your footage is probably selling like crazy right now. He couldn't help but marvel, the points are going up so fast. But if the replay sells well, that's not necessarily a good thing, is it? Kim Ho sighed in agreement. True, others will definitely scrutinize every weakness to find a way to counter you. You've met your match, because this dungeon had a rank lock rule you were able to take first place. But if it's a duel, especially a mana-based one, they'll discover how weak your core pathways are. Even so, in terms of points, it's worth it. You can use points to enter the mana training room at the training center. The most important place there is the special training room, where the mana density is much higher than normal, so it helps internal energy develop faster. Hyunwoo got excited and stood up, slamming the table. There's really a place like that? Kim Ho replied calmly. Of course, but getting in isn't easy. He calmed down and sat back down. It probably costs a lot of points, right? He confirmed quickly, exactly 500 points for 6 hours. He was at his wit's end, so if I go once a day... He closed his eyes and said flatly, then you won't have any points left for anything else. Hyunwoo slumped slightly in disappointment. Is there no other way? Kim Ho replied with a bright smile. There is, and that's the season pass. But it's only for members of the top-tier clubs. And to get one, you have to take Moyoung Jun's spot in the swordsmanship club. He understood his own limitations. I'm not capable of doing that right now. I'll just use my points wisely for the time being. Kim Ho remained calm. I'll get one for you as long as you promise to pay me back. He was getting anxious. What do you want me to help with? He said with a serious face. Once you get stronger, come with me into the ultimate dungeon. Compared to the Mist Forest today, that place could be life-threatening. You still want to help me. Hyunwoo showed a strong will. As a martial artist, I always crave to become stronger. Now that you've shown me a path, there's no way I'll refuse just because I'm afraid to die. Of course I'll accept. The two continued their conversation. Good, for now just spend your points freely and basically live in the special training room. I'll get the season pass for you within 2 weeks. 2 weeks sounds good, I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, Kim Ho had his own business. Then while Go Hyunwoo is training, I'll go do my own thing. He pushed open the door to workshop number 4. Hello. The man who was researching something asked, "Who are you?" Kim Ho politely stated his intention. "Hello, senior, I'm here to find out about the Magic Engineering Club." The man remained focused and replied coldly, "Why didn't you stop by workshop number 1? Kim Ho replied, "I did, they told me to come to workshop number 4 first. He seemed dissatisfied. "Honestly, then take a quick look and leave. I'm busy, don't bother me." Kim Ho smiled because he had achieved his goal. "Thanks, I'll just look around for a bit." Skills, Magic Engineering is probably B rank, right? Use copy. First goal complete. Now for the next target. It should be around here, right? Found it. He picked up the cube and asked with feigned innocence, "Hey senior, this looks pretty valuable, doesn't it?" The man turned his head with an indifferent look. "That 10 by 10 by 10 cube blueprint. That thing had unreasonably high expectations, but no one has ever used it successfully. It's just junk." Although he wanted to speak up, Kim Ho held back and remained polite. "I find it quite interesting. If no one wants it, I'll take it. But I'd feel bad taking it for free, so I'll trade you for this." The young man noticed the item. Thermal catalyst solution wasn't anything special, but in magic engineering, there's never enough of it. He took the item naturally, "Just this once, okay? Don't tell anyone." Kim Ho was delighted. "Thank you, senior." He held the item with great joy. "Great, this saved me thousands of points." Kim Ho glanced back, chuckling to himself. Well, he did just sell junk for 1,000 points, so he should be happy. But was it really junk? The system issued a sub-quest notification for the mysterious cube. "You have discovered a very special blueprint in the Magic Engineering Workshop. Goal: inspect the blueprint. Reward: unlock a quest chain." Kim Ho lightly touched the system screen, silently criticizing, "These quests are the real trash. Completing all of them would take at least a year. Who has the time for this?" The final reward of that quest chain was an S-rank item, the Cube of Light. He entered the training room. As someone who had raised countless S-rank heroes in the past, he already knew how to craft it without needing the quests. "Let's get started." He began rotating the cube, then pulled out a slot. "At this rate, it'll probably take about 3 days to finish. 1 minute sure goes by fast. When the level of this skill drops, I won't be able to edit the cube. Until then, I'll meditate to refine my mana core. So, every hour of meditation equals 1 minute of editing the cube. That event is going to start on the first Friday. Therefore, I must complete the life cube before then." The first rays of the new day shine down on the school. It's light out, time to head to school. When he entered the classroom, Yane was already sitting there. "Hello, you're here early," she answered as simply as always. "Yeah, I wake up early." While he was busy wondering if Go Hyunwoo hadn't arrived yet, Yane tugged on Kim Ho's shirt. "Huh." She handed him a bag and said nonchalantly, "Here, cookies." He was happy about the gift. "For me, thanks." Dinosaur-shaped cookies, so cool. Go Hyunwoo also arrived in class. Kim Ho called out, "Yane, morning." Yane puffed out her cheeks in a pout. "They're shaped like bears." Kim Ho greeted his friend immediately. "You're here, so how was the special training room?" You could see the sparkle in his eyes. "It's the first time I've seen my internal power increase so fast. With just a little more effort, I'll have a breakthrough." The two continued their happy conversation. "Good, I'll try to get the season pass for you as soon as possible. Thanks." At that moment, Byok also walked into the classroom. "Everyone quiet, students, get to your seats. Before we start class, I have an announcement. Starting today, we will be holding matches at the arena. The time limit will be increased to 10 minutes, so prepare your strategies carefully. All first-year students must participate in at least 3 matches this week. If you dodge them, your points will be deducted." That is all. Kim Ho felt very satisfied. "So it's starting, I definitely have to win this time." He patted Hyunwoo on the shoulder, full of excitement. "Let's go to the arena. The replays of the first day's matches will be the best sellers." Just then Yane grabbed his sleeve. "Okay, then let's go." Kim Ho was startled by the action. "I'm free today." The students around them felt like they'd been hit by a bolt from the blue. "Huh, what?" Even he was confused. "You mean the mana bullet practice we discussed before, right? You want to learn today?" Yane nodded without hesitation. Yeah. Kim Ho smiled back. Alright then, see you later. Yane nodded again. Okay. They were present at the arena that afternoon. As soon as Kim Ho stepped out, everyone noticed that name. Two people on the field were gossiping about him. Do you know him? Is that the guy who forfeited against Song Chun-hai? Turns out it's the coward everyone's been whispering about. Hyunwoo couldn't stand it and spoke up. Don't you guys find it rude to say that right in front of someone? That's too much. Kim Ho, however, acted very friendly. How did your placement test go? I got 300 points. How about you? Yang Jihang answered, only to feel bitter afterward. 300 points as well. What? So you have the same score as a coward? A weakling like you thinks you're on the same level as me? If I hadn't met Song Chun-hai in the second match. Kim Ho didn't shout, but his words were full of sting. Song Chun-hai? Right, the one who got hit by lightning and had to be carried out was you, wasn't it? He gritted his teeth in anger. What? What a coincidence. We have the same points. Come down here, coward, I'll show you the gap in our strength. The two stood facing each other. Yang Jihang got into a stance with an angry face. I'll finish you in one blow. Kim Ho remained calm. Fine, let's end this quickly. Holding his spear, he quickly rushed into attack. Kim Ho didn't move. Seems you're not very smart, are you? As soon as he got close, he was paralyzed by the lightning bird. What the hell is this? Kim Ho remained expressionless, raising his staff. Sorry, I guess I can't finish this in one blow like Song Chun-hai did. Jihang was now terrified. Wait. Along with a scream came the system notification. Yang Jihang lost and Kim Ho won. Kim Ho couldn't help but laugh. Looks like this coward won. He was still very spiteful. I just had a slight slip-up. Let's go again, I'll definitely win this time. Kim Ho, of course, was very ready. Is that so? Then let's fight. He shouted as if to bolster himself. It won't be that easy this time, start. The scoreboard remained the same. Yang Jihang lost and Kim Ho won. He looked at his flattened opponent and felt bored for him. Why haven't you improved at all? Yang Jihang, lying face down, could only feel helpless. Damn it, I'll definitely win next time. Give it a rest, please. Kim Ho coldly turned away. I'm tired, let's end it here. He looked at the system board with his own thoughts. I need to complete 3 matches anyway, but first, I'll just pretend I don't want to. By the way, if you want, I can teach you. But you'll have to pay the tuition first. Jihang looked at him with daggers in his eyes. You money grubber, this is an elixir made by my clan. I'll give it to you, all right? Kim Ho looked intently at the item in front of him. That works. But there's one more condition, no saving the replay and no one can know about it. He agreed. Fine, it wouldn't look good if this got out anyway. He happily took the item. All right, since I've received the tuition, I'll fight you until you're satisfied. No matter how many matches they went through, the result didn't change. That's enough, right? Well done. Yang Jihang, beaten until he had several lumps, had learned to behave better. Wait, I want to apologize for acting so rudely. I was too quick to judge you from one side. You are not a coward. Kim Ho didn't think too much of it. No, just let me be a coward for now. He was quite surprised by this. Just leave it like that. Kim Ho didn't think too much of it. No, now I understand. I won't ask any more questions. Anyway, I can't let myself be the only one suffering. Right? Kim Ho had a chance to reunite with his friend. Hyunwoo, I'm done. How about you? He also looked very excited. I've won 2 matches. I'll finish the 3rd one before heading back. You go on ahead. Kim Ho also said goodbye to his friend there. All right, good luck. Kim Ho walked into the second practice session at the Mana training room. Have you been waiting long? Sit down here. Yane still had no emotion. Okay. The two sat cross-legged facing each other. Now we will begin special lesson number 1 on mana bullets. First, try to create 1 bullet. He looked at what she created, quite surprised. It's unbelievable. With just a simple block of mana like that, she could fight on par with Song Chun-hai. Kim Ho also began the lesson. Today we will learn allocation. Step 1 is to control the amount of mana for each bullet. Step 2 is, Yane aimed her gun straight at the opponent. Kim Ho had created a protective shield around himself, a sharpshooter hiding with an invisibility cloak. So I'll use the terrain to hide. Find me among all these sand dunes if you're so good. But in Yane's eyes, the abnormal mana flow between the sand dunes was crystal clear. Guak Jichial was feeling extremely confident. Even if she destroys everything, she won't be able to pierce my shield. Right then, a bullet shot right through him. I have nothing to fear from a sharpshooter who couldn't even pierce through Song Chun-hai's shield. What the hell? Yane on this side also had a smile on her face. He had now lost all his confidence. Come on. Sudak was analyzing Kim Ho's ability. The movement of the lightning bird is very strange. His control is truly excellent. The second match was the same. He completely toyed with his opponent. But that's not the only thing to notice. Afterward, he began analyzing Yane. Regarding Seo Yane's placement test, the mana bullet then was just a crude block of mana. Yet in today's video, it has become a complete mana bullet. Can a person change that much in just 2 days? He also saw the conversation between him and her. You mean the mana bullet practice we discussed before, right? You want to learn today? Alright then, see you later. Sudok seemed very angry. It's that kid again. Kim Ho, who on earth is he? At the same time, he was examining the cube. The cube began to undergo changes. Done, finally finished. Life Cube B increases the effectiveness of stored life system items by 1.3 times. Lots of work. The skill level also increased after the quest. I managed to finish it on time. Not only that, I've also managed to raise my mana core to D rank through meditation. Every time I want to use a skill, it costs a large amount of mana. But now I can breathe a little easier. Naturally, it was also partly thanks to that elixir. So all preparations are complete. Time to do a little promotion, right? Kim Ho then saw Nari walking past him. What luck, meeting the person I need to meet at exactly the right time. The promising talent of the Guild Alliance. Park Nari, sorry, but I need a little help from you. Her cat was immediately noticed by the cube. Animals are very sensitive to life energy. Not a single one would pass by here without reacting. Nari was terrified by the cat's behavior. What's going on? This was exactly what Kim Ho wanted, just as I predicted. Nari reached out to call the cat back. I'm sorry, I'll take it away right now. Booma, no, don't do that, get out of there quickly. Kim Ho also looked at the girl. As expected of a druid, it seems she sensed the life energy. Time to act a little? Kim Ho acted as if he were breathing heavily. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so could you please take it away? Nari carried the cat, which was trying to cling to the cube. Yes, I'm very sorry. I don't know why it's acting so strange today either. By the way, you're in class 3, right? He answered with a slight start. Yeah, that's right. Nari still felt a bit guilty. Anyway, sorry about what happened just now. Kim Ho felt very satisfied. So the news will spread to the Nature Club. I'll receive the season pass soon. Now for the main part I've been waiting for. The teacher was lecturing the students on the various situations they would encounter. The clash between goblins and swordsmen, page 76. Kim Ho was sitting there counting every second and minute. Only 1 minute left until lunch break, 59 seconds. The teacher closed her book and announced, end of lesson, 32 seconds, 0 seconds. Byung-chul stretched to ease his fatigue. Finally over, huh? What's that? A burst of glowing red power attacked them. The group still didn't understand what was happening. What the heck? Nothing happened. He was still in a state of shock. What was that sphere just now? A barrier? That's terrifying. Everyone started pointing at each other. Hey, what's that number on your forehead? You have one too. The surprise inspection had begun at the Dragon Slayer Academy, Forbidden Wave. The academy would use a special magnetic field to detect forbidden items and list items unsuitable for students on the ban list. This wave would target students possessing forbidden items. Kim Ho also broke into a sweat, telling himself, so it's begun. That sound is intense. That sound, it must be Jobyo. Hyunwoo was quite calm about it. Interesting. He breathed a sigh of relief looking at his two friends. These two hadn't been affected from the start. The problem was that Guy Byung-chul was extremely uncomfortable with this. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Kim Ho walked up to him and spoke. Hey, didn't your club president say there would be an inspection? Byung-chul was still aggrieved. Well, yes, but not like this. I'm doomed. What should I do now? If I'm caught with all this, I'm finished. Kim Ho knew how to seize the opportunity. Need help. He was still on the verge of tears. From you. He pretended to be offended and walked away. If you don't need it, never mind. He hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. I do. Please save me. I'll do whatever you want. Kim Ho looked at him meaningfully. Then you owe me a favor. Byung-chul bowed deeply and shouted, of course. Kim Ho pulled out his cube. Stuff all the forbidden goods in here. Prioritize the small, high-value items first. He was still skeptical. Will anything happen to them if I put them in? Kim Ho urged him. No time to explain. Believe me or not, just put them in. Listen to the footsteps. They're almost here. Byung-chul's spirit nearly left his body. I'm putting them in right now. The disciplinary group appeared with serious faces. Everyone stay still. You two over there, what are you hiding? Kim Ho immediately stood up to make an excuse. Well, we were just resting. Chunhai looked very suspicious. Is that so? Byung-chul jumped out to go along with his words. Really, we were just resting. She glared at him in annoyance. All right, hand over all forbidden items. I don't know how you two dodged the forbidden wave, but just hand them over quietly. This crystal ball won't miss any cheating. She was surprised to see he was still fine. Impossible, it should have reacted. He asked very calmly, can I go now? Chunhai, though very annoyed, had no other choice. Fine, go back to your place. He gently sat down, telling himself, that's why I wanted to finish before Friday. An item that can bypass the forbidden wave. Wait, if anyone knew its true value, they'd be drooling for it. All right, time to go trade. Byung-chul looked at him with a gaze full of gratitude. I sincerely thank you. If it wasn't for you, all those items would be gone and I'd be dead for sure, or maybe worse. He gave him a wink. I'll collect the debt later. For now, let's just say you owe me. Byung-chul punched his chest in a gesture. Of course, I'd never back out. The two chatted happily. Let's go to your club to open those forbidden goods. Sure, the club president is waiting to meet you. From trading forbidden items to causing chaos everywhere, they are the troublemakers of the academy, the Thief Club. As soon as he showed his face at the door, he acted polite. Sis, we're here. The girl in the room was very annoyed with him. I told you to be careful this week. Did you even listen? Didn't I say this was very important? Huh. He could only hold his head and take it. I'm sorry, stop hitting me. Kim Ho nodded slightly, bowing to the girl. Hello senior, I am Kim Ho. The girl stopped and turned to look at him politely. I am Dang Gyeong, you probably already know, right? I am the president of this club. I've heard about what happened today from this guy. You have an item that can bypass the forbidden wave, right? Let me see it. Kim Ho very happily brought it out, quite willing. She saw it and couldn't help but marvel. It's real. Honestly, I was still a bit skeptical earlier. But an item that can trick the forbidden wave, it makes me almost want to steal it right on the spot. Kim Ho spoke calmly but with deep implication. If you rob it, you'll be caught instantly. There's no way the president of the Thievery Club wouldn't know about the anti-theft system on magic tech items, right? Gyeong turned away sulkily. Wait, this is magic tech. Anyway, you came here because you need something, right? Kim Ho answered quickly. I knew you'd figure it out. She pointed around her and said wearily, as you can see, our club is out of funds. We have nothing of value to trade. But what I want to ask isn't like that. Don't worry, this is something you all are more than capable of handling. She grew curious. Tell me, what is it? Kim Ho stated his wish without hesitation. It's about the temporary storage vault. I want to go with you. Gyeong didn't look very pleased. What are you plotting? The temporary storage vault is where confiscated prohibited items are kept before being destroyed. Usually, inspections are finished before the weekend, after which the forbidden items are moved to a secret vault that no one knows about. However, I'm guessing you're going tonight or tomorrow night, right? She grew suspicious of his motives again. Answer me, were you sent by the discipline committee? He immediately denied it. What? No way, I'm not close with them at all. Just consider it as me needing something inside. Gyeong also had her own principles. Thanks for the help, but don't expect a free ride. We've prepared everything, so we can't just let you jump in and reap the benefits. Kim Ho placed his hand on the cube and said clearly, the temporary storage will be guarded by the discipline committee, right? Sneaking in is hard, but getting out after the job is done is even harder. But what if I take care of the escape part? That should be worth a spot on the trip, shouldn't it? That swayed her a little, thinking back if they moved the important items into that cube. He finished her sentence immediately. It's as good as guaranteed to get them out. There's no way she'll turn this down. So, are you letting me in? The whole group stood watching from a distance, and Gyeong was the first to speak. Is everyone here? Gyeong was the first to speak. Is everyone here, but who is that other person? She pointed at Kim Ho and introduced him. We have a new member to support this mission. Everyone, introduce yourselves. People immediately looked doubtful. Letting a newcomer join such an important mission, is this going to be okay? Can we really trust this guy? Byung-chul stepped forward and gave a wink. Ah, nice to meet you, don't mind them, looking forward to working together. A girl was examining a map, then spoke up, Senior, 1 minute left. Gyeong gave everyone their assignments. All right, Davin will handle outside support, everyone else get ready. She turned to remind him, try to act as discreetly as possible. Once we're inside, prioritize taking the small and rare items first. Everyone started running. All right, let's head out. Kim Ho looked at the girl and began evaluating. Silent steps B rank. Since the cube of life is complete, I probably won't need to use magic engineering for a while. Kim Ho touched Gyeong and used skill copy. Silent Steps B has been stored. Skill Copy 22-1. Lightning Bird E2 Magic Engineering B. Silent Steps B. Your footsteps will become faster and quieter. Just then, something strange was discovered. A few butterflies were flying around, and one of them landed on his shoulder. Why are there butterflies here all of a sudden? Immediately after he was attacked, Phantom Butterfly Flight. What the hell is this? He had been restrained by Gyeong's people. One of them had broken into the third floor of the old building. This is a real pain. How many anti-theft charms did they install anyway? A student from the discipline group spotted someone. The other guy frowned. Damn it, just my luck. The student immediately shouted a warning, intruder. But the guy was restrained. Byung-chul spoke up to remind the student. The more you struggle, the more uncomfortable it gets. Gyeong shouted to remind everyone. The temporary storage is right around that corner. Check the situation first before breaking in. She held up a mirror to check. In the reflection, Xuan was seriously guarding the door. Oh my god, of all people, why does it have to be that guy guarding the door? It'll be hard for me to handle him alone. Kim Ho also caught sight of that character and thought, a third-year student with an A-rank axe? Yama's hatchet, huh? Looks like Gyeong won't get past easily. I plan to just finish this quietly, but I might have to step in and help. He whispered to Gyeong, Senior, you know how to use Butterfly Dream, right? She was very surprised by the question. How do you know about that? Kim Ho brushed it off. No time to explain, you know how to use it, right? Gyeong's brow furrowed slightly, but I'm not very proficient yet, it's only C rank. Kim Ho decided to give her some power. That's enough. Your skill has increased from C rank to A rank. Gyeong couldn't believe her eyes. What? How did you do that? Kim Ho pointed and urged her. There's no time, hurry up. Gyeong frowned at him, confused. Who the hell is this guy? But she quickly pushed aside her doubts to execute the move. Phantom Butterfly Dream. Xuan also detected something unusual. Damn it, is there an intruder? He quickly used his weapon to slash at the butterflies, but there were still so many of them. The two of them were hiding in a corner. Seeing Xuan being swarmed, she broke into a sweat. To take down that axe wielder with just one move, that really is the power of A-rank. Gyeong turned to remind him, hey, talk to me privately later. For now, let's just focus on finishing the mission. Everyone take what's necessary and then pull out. The two young men immediately replied clearly. Kim Ho held the cube in his hand and thought, now it's time to pick some items. At the Dragon Slayer Academy, the criteria for an item to be prohibited is its side effects. If it causes physical or mental harm, it's blacklisted. Among those, I need to find items banned due to elemental penalties, lightning stone penalty, paralysis. Because with S-rank elemental resistance, I can nullify that penalty. That should be enough items, right? Now just to find some skill books. Anyway, skills with elemental penalties are usually quite powerful. Let's see, there's bound to be something useful here. He was quite surprised at himself. He didn't expect to find it here. I don't have a combat skill, so just in case things go south, I'll learn this one too. Seung Yi walked in, his voice very calm. Working in the middle of the night like this, you people seem quite diligent. Dragon Slayer Academy, the third-year student council president Song Chun Kai was also present. It's only the beginning of the semester and you're already stealing? Guak Seung Yi was caught in a dilemma. The student council president is showing up to support the discipline committee. It was already tight enough, and now with President Song Chun Kai added to the mix. He spoke to them seriously. That's enough talking, put everything down and follow us to the discipline office immediately. But she was still trying to find a way. The longer this dragged on, the harder it would be for them to escape. In that case, everyone run. They were all enveloped by Shadow Domain, creating a dome of darkness to hide the allies. 5-minute duration, the black shadows immediately darted away. Guak Seung Yi looked into the communication orb at the others. The intruders have left the temporary storage, do not let anyone escape. Got it. Kim Ho was running very fast on this side, when something flashed past, slamming straight into the wall next to him. Guak Seung Yi appeared right behind. You dodged that, you're pretty good. He was also surprised by that appearance. Whoa, when did this guy get here? His face looked somewhat dangerous. I'm quite familiar with the faces in the Thievery Club, but I've never met you before. Are you a freshman? Not answering so you don't reveal your voice. Smart move. It seems you have no intention of surrendering, do you? The opponent launched a move and he launched one back in response. He was very surprised but also full of anger. Lightning Bird. Useless. The moves from both sides clashed with a loud boom. Guak Seung Yi also struggled in the fight, thinking, I've never seen this level of control before. If I hadn't set up defensive magic beforehand, I probably would have been knocked out. Kim Ho quickly darted past and Seung Yi was a bit startled. For a freshman, you're not bad. However, there won't be a second time. A series of gun barrels pointed straight at him. Seung Yi shouted, "It's over." A hail of bullets aimed straight at him for the attack, his eyes full of confidence. Arrogant kid, no one has ever survived that hit. Suddenly, the temperature here rose. Huh, what is this? Why is it so hot? Kim Ho decided to use a counter skill. Seung Yi recognized the skill immediately. Could it be? Could it be? Seung Yi struggled to cast Triple Stone Wall in response, thinking to himself that it must be a forbidden skill, only a madman would dare use it. Damn it. Meanwhile, Kim Ho had already shifted into his stance, and a fire fist was unleashed instantly, punching straight through Seung Yi's stone wall. Kim Ho looked shocked, staring at his own fist as he muttered, "That's harder to control than I thought." Power at this level was definitely not easy to manage. He told himself that luckily no one was seriously hurt, so the academy probably wouldn't intervene. But Seung Yi was from the Emerald Tower and the disciplinary committee would surely get involved. They'd likely turn everything upside down to find him. What a pain. But then again, they wouldn't be able to find anything anyway. Just then, a loud voice echoed from the hallway behind him. "This way, I just heard a loud noise over there." Kim Ho flinched and looked over immediately. "Crap, I gotta get out of here before I get caught." As soon as he left, Chun-Hai arrived leading a group, calling out in a panic, "Senior, quick, get him to the infirmary." A while later, in the disciplinary committee's interrogation room, the room of truth, Dang Guyung sat in her chair, shouting irritably, "How much longer are you going to keep me here? If you're going to dock points, just do it so I can go home." Song Chun-Kai didn't want to say anything more and simply turned to leave. "My job is done, I'm heading out, I'm sick of this kind of stuff anyway." Oh Si-hoon forced a smile. Fine, just take a look at this first, cooperate and you'll be out of here sooner." He handed her a stack of papers as he spoke. This man was the disciplinary chief, Oh Si-hoon. She took the papers and asked blankly, "What's this?" She thought to herself that the guy certainly had an eye for loot, nothing but small, expensive items. Opposite her, he continued, "Guyung, you know about this, don't you? I don't know how you guys did it, but the academy lost a lot of items this time." Dang Guyung shrugged. "Who knows, this is the first time I've ever seen these things." Oh Si-hoon warned her helplessly, "If you keep denying it, everyone will have to take collective responsibility." Hearing that, she finally gave in. "Fine, whatever, I'll take the fall." Oh Si-hoon breathed a sigh of relief knowing she would. "Official punishment starts tomorrow." Dang Guyung happily walked out, turning back to give a wink. "All right, I'm off." As soon as she stepped outside, a crowd rushed up, asking anxiously, "Are you okay, sis? What about the punishment?" She replied cheerfully, "Good job, everyone. Let's head back to the clubroom and we'll talk more there." "Wait a sec, why are there only 4 of you? Where's the other one?" Chun-Hai let out an annoyed sigh, "Playing innocent until the very end, you've got guts." Dang Guyung was still dazed. "What? Why the sudden tension?" Chun-Hai couldn't take it anymore and barked, "Your club member used a fire fist. Senior Guak Seung Yi is lying in the infirmary right now. It almost caused a major disaster." Hearing that, her smile froze. "What? Even Seung Yi got taken down," she thought to herself. "And a fire fist." Back in the room, Dang Guyung's panicked voice rang out. "Hey Kim Ho, is your hand okay? Huh. Not a single scratch, didn't you use a fire fist?" He smiled and rotated his wrists a few times. "I wouldn't use it without a safety plan." Dang Guyung frowned helplessly. "I see, so you calculated everything. All right, are those other items still okay?" He answered and immediately summoned them. "Yeah, right here." The moment she saw them, Dang Guyung's eyes lit up. She started drooling with a grin. "Oh my god, they're gorgeous. How is the color so beautiful?" It turned out the box was filled with countless glittering artifacts. Kim Ho set them out and asked, "So that settles our deal, right?" She replied, "This deal was a total steal." At that, Kim Ho immediately turned to leave. "Then I'm out." But she quickly called him back. "Hey wait, Kim Ho, you want to join our club? I won't treat you badly." He smiled and asked, "Is that an invitation?" Dang Guyung pointed straight at him without hesitation. "I've been watching you, that arrogance and greed, you can tell a real thief a mile away." He could only give a forced laugh. "Is this a recruitment pitch or are you just roasting me? Either way, I decline." Dang Guyung jumped up and gasped, "Huh, why?" He held the box toward her and asked, "Did you invite me because of this life cube?" "That's right, I'm planning to sell it." Her movements froze. What? He explained, I need season passes for the special training room, about 4 of them. Dang Guyung's lip twitched. 4 passes just for bypassing the forbidden wave, that's a bit steep. Minho replied nonchalantly, bypassing the wave is just a side perk, the main function is what's valuable. She was curious. The main function, what is it? He said, I'll show you the item description, but in exchange I need you to do me a favor. Dang Guyung frowned again. Oh boy, another condition, spit it out. Kim Ho kept a confident smile on his face. Just send a message to the head of the Magic Engineering Club that a freshman has perfected the level 10 cube. Dang Guyung nodded. That's easy. All right, show me the description. A moment later, she cried out in shock, what? Increases the effectiveness of stored life system items by 1.3 times. Does an item like this really exist? It turned out to be the life cube. Dang Guyung rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I admit, it's worth the price you're asking. Kim Ho smiled and asked, is that enough? I'm leaving, he said, but just then she added, Kim Ho, even without this item, my invitation still stands. So think it over carefully. Kim Ho let out a heavy sigh but replied politely, yes, senior. A few days later on the Dragon Slayer Academy campus, as they were heading to class, Kim Ho turned to Seo Yain and asked, how was your weekend? She replied tiredly, it was okay. He asked again, what kind of okay leaves you looking this exhausted on a Monday morning? Right then he felt something was off and glanced back thinking, is someone following us? Probably someone from the Emerald Tower or the Nature Club. I could ignore it, but this is going to get annoying. Should I just deal with them now? He then told her, Seo Yain, you go on ahead, I've got some business to take care of. I'll be right behind you once I'm done. Looking back, Deng Suji and Guak Jicheol were still tailing them. Yain agreed. Immediately after, Kim Ho turned back and asked them bluntly, hey, you two have been following me for a while now. If you want something, just say it. Jicheol sighed and gave a wry smile. Good, that saves us both some trouble. Is telling you we're from the Emerald Tower enough to answer your question? Deng Suji was a bit surprised. You just revealed it like that? Then she smiled awkwardly and said, our captain wants to see you, please come with us. Kim Ho replied firmly, I have nothing to do with the Emerald Tower. If there's a problem, tell that person to come find me themselves. Jicheol cut in, talking is useless, these types only understand a fist. Kim Ho replied coldly, I happen to agree. Suddenly, a lightning bird streaked toward them. With a zip, he was knocked out by Kim Ho. Deng Suji stood nearby and gasped in shock. Lightning bird. Kim Ho reached out toward them and frowned. If you want to fight, hurry up. I don't have time to play with you people. Deng Suji immediately backed down and smiled to pacify him. Oh no, sorry for the trouble. She thought to herself that his control of the lightning bird was clearly professional. It was best not to get involved in this. She sat down next to Jicheol and said, I'll take this guy back, you go on ahead. Kim Ho turned away and left a dry comment. Luckily, at least one of you has some sense. As she helped her friend up, Deng Suji asked, hey, the rumor about him being a coward must be wrong, right? Jicheol clutched his chest as he stood up, barking angrily, wrong, the guy just got lucky with one hit. Next time I'll definitely. But before he could finish his sentence, a bullet flew in from behind. Deng Suji turned back in horror. A sniper, where the hell did that come from? But another bullet was already aimed straight at her head. She was shot and knocked backward, feeling utterly humiliated. Why me too? And finally, both of them were left sprawled on the ground. Inside the classroom, the professor's voice droned on. The reason dungeons are designed with such complexity is to drain your resources before you reach the center. If you consume everything before getting there, the raid is guaranteed to fail. Kim Ho turned to Seo Yain, who had just walked in. Why did you leave first but arrive after me? Did you go somewhere? Seeing she didn't answer, he turned back to the lecture. So, this raid is a time trial. You can practice in the dungeon as many times as you want. However, the official result only counts once. To pass, you must reach the totem and destroy it within 5 minutes. So it's best to find the optimal path during practice before the scored run. The teacher was lecturing on the Goblin Marsh map, 5-minute time trial rules, and single or double player dungeon modes. Alright, that's all for today. Hearing that, Shin Byingchul jumped up and suggested happily, hey, Go Hyunwoo, let's do the 2-player dungeon together. He was caught off guard and stammered, with you? Okay. Kim Ho waved it off. It's fine, you guys go ahead. Seeing that, Go Hyunwoo said shyly, if Kim Ho says so then yeah, I'll go with Shin. Kim Ho turned back and thought, good, then I'll go with. Before he could finish the thought, Seo Yain turned and spoke up, go with me. A short while later, in another room, Jicheol was pinned against a bookshelf as an angry voice shouted, This is pathetic. Your brother, a member of the disciplinary committee, beaten by a thief. You too are a disgrace to me. Didn't you say he was just a coward, and something about how he couldn't beat you even with a ton of support? You're absolutely pathetic. With that, he turned away, throwing Jichial to the floor. He went back to his chair and sighed as he sat down. I had a bad feeling from the start. The person next to him added, we should meet him once, shouldn't we? She was Ha Sayan, the Nature Club president of the Guild Union, and the person next to her was Bok Yoonghwa of the Emerald Tower. He replied seriously, I suppose so. Because of him, the Emerald Tower's reputation has hit rock bottom. That mysterious box he has isn't enough to settle this. He has to pay for looking down on us. Jichial tried to crawl up, his voice trembling. I'll make up for this mistake. But Bok Yoonghwa only asked indifferently, what right do you have to speak here? Jichial pleaded, I was just careless that time. Please give me one more chance. The atmosphere around Bok Yoonghwa suddenly turned dark. He lowered his voice. Lose one more time and you're out of the club. Do you still want that chance? Hearing that, Jichial scrambled for the opportunity. Of course, I believe I can do it. Hearing that, he replied, fine, I'll lend you my golem. This time you have to win by a landslide. Jichial immediately bowed respectfully. I will definitely win. A little later at the Goblin Marsh, Kim Ho picked up his pace and told Seo Yain, this is just practice, no need to rush. She replied, okay. He calculated to himself that to get the best rewards for both solo and duo dungeons, he had to finish both within 1 minute. Next to him was a notification board. Side Quest Week 2 Strategy Match. Objective, complete Strategy Dungeon Solo, Strategy Dungeon Duo. Deadline, midnight Sunday. Rewards depend on remaining time. Looking at the scene ahead, Kim Ho told himself that the solo dungeon would be fine, but the duo dungeon was the issue. If I tell Yain the attack patterns, it would be easy, but she won't grow that way. I need to let her learn on her own through practice mode. Just then, an elite monster appeared before them, the Goblin Executioner. He stopped abruptly, and then turned to ask Seo Yain, should we dodge it like the first practice or try to take it down? She looked at the goblin for a moment and asked, if I take it down, I get extra time, right? He explained, elite monsters give an extra 120 seconds. Hearing that, Seo Yain gained confidence and replied, then I'll try to take it down. She took action immediately and Kim Ho replied, okay, I'll support you. He then fired a lightning bird at the goblin. Unfortunately, it swiped its hand and deflected the attack. But in an instant, Seo Yain appeared right next to the monster and quickly fired a shot at it. But it was unharmed, its expression even turned more vicious. It spun around to gain momentum and rushed toward them. She was a bit stunned but quickly regained the initiative. Just then, someone used an enhancement. A hand reached out accompanied by a sharp voice, don't even think about leveling up. The lightning bird zapped several times, knocking the monster off balance, and the one who used the move was none other than Kim Ho. This time Seo Yain aimed accurately once more, and the info board immediately popped up. Time remaining 18 seconds. Goblins defeated, 2 elite monsters defeated, 120. Total remaining time 2 minutes 29 seconds, 149 points. Completion bonus 500 points. Total 649 points. Kim Ho looked at the board and told Seo Yain, we've shortened the time compared to the first try. Let's try harder next time. She replied with a short yeah. Hey, can you give me another lesson on mana bullets? Kim Ho smiled and sighed, thinking to himself that she really had a competitive spirit. It seemed that struggling with the elite monster had hurt her pride. He also made a suggestion. Then let's stop practicing and head to the training center. She replied, yeah, let's do that. A moment later, the scene shifted to the training center's shooting range. Kim Ho's voice rang out simultaneously. Today I'm going to teach a skill called Force Release. Right now, your mana bullets and your gun are perfect, but you're still just using them as tools. Let me demonstrate to make it easier to understand. Imagine your hand is a magic gun. Then focus your mana and release it right as you flick your fingers. That's the basics of Force Release. It's pretty much like creating a mana bullet. Try it with your hand first. Alright, first focus the mana at your fingertips. Seo Yain immediately followed suit. He spoke again, but before he could finish, a bullet flew backward and hit him right in the head. Kim Ho gave a wry laugh. Why did it fire backward? Now try again without using a mana bullet. As long as you can release the mana outward, it's a success. Keep practicing like that. I'm going to go buy some stuff for dinner. Hearing that, Seo Yain spoke up immediately. Wait, hold on a second. He He turned back and went, huh. Seo Yane held out a card and told him to use it. Kim Ho's movements froze. A black card, rich kids really were something else. Down at the cafeteria, he ordered a small donut, and at a nearby table, Chunhai was chatting happily with a friend. It really is a limited edition, huh? Hansomi laughed back. Yeah, it was worth the wait. And when she saw him, she called out cheerfully, hey there. Chunhai immediately turned and asked, is someone there? Kim Ho waved back politely. Hello. The moment Chunhai saw who it was, her expression soured. She growled, why is it that guy again? But then she thought, no, this is good. I have something I need to verify. She stood up and said, sorry, but can I see your hand for a second? Kim Ho was a bit dazed. Why my hand all of a sudden? Chunhai analyzed silently. A mysterious thief using fire fist at the temporary storage. Someone who can control Lightning Bird at a professional level and is acquainted with the Thief Club members. High probability it's him. She smiled and said, just like reading a palm, I want to check something. She suspected that if he had used Fire Fist, there would definitely be burn marks on his hand. Kim Ho acted surprised on the other side. I didn't expect you to be into palmistry. Chunhai smiled confidently just as she thought he was getting nervous. She asked again, why are you not going to show me? Is there a reason? But contrary to her expectations, Kim Ho reached his hand out and replied nonchalantly, here, take a look. Seeing this, she let out a confused huh and said, I want to see the other hand too. Kim Ho immediately extended it. The other one as well, you really are thorough. Chunhai's heart suddenly raced in confusion. No way, how could it be so normal? After a while, Kim Ho finally had to speak up. Can you let go of my hand now? How much longer do I have to do this? Realizing she was being awkward, Chunhai immediately looked away and said loudly, I'm sorry for bothering you. But Kim Ho spoke up, wait, you have to tell me the result of the palm reading. So, do I have a lucky love life ahead? Chunhai turned back and snapped irritably, you're going to face a lot of difficulties ahead. A lot. After that, she stomped away aggressively. Kim Ho watched her leave, unable to stop himself from chuckling. It seemed they were still looking for the culprit from the temporary storage vault incident, but for now, it looked like he was in the clear. The next day, Kim Ho was training with Seo Yane again. He shouted, just do it like we practiced. She replied, got it, and moved into position. Seo Yane pulled out her gun and fired several shots. Naturally, the goblin couldn't dodge and took the full hit. Another one fared even worse, getting shot straight through the jaw. And finally, they chased down the goblin leader with a loud bang. To their surprise, Seo Yane's bullet shattered the goblin's blade entirely. A notification panel immediately popped up, time remaining 1 minute 20 seconds. Goblins defeated 28. Elite monsters defeated 120. Total remaining time 3 minutes 48 seconds, 228 points. Completion bonus 500 points. Total 728 points. The two of them immediately shared a happy high five. Kim Ho turned to her with a smile and said, nice job, looks like our training session from yesterday really paid off, huh? But seeing the radiant face of Seo Yane, Kim Ho couldn't hide his shock. Is she actually smiling? But seeing the radiant face of Seo Yane, Kim Ho couldn't hide his shock. Is she actually smiling? Just to be safe, try the practice mode a few more times before we go in, he added. She replied, okay. Watching the girl slowly walk away, Kim Ho smiled slightly. Since he had cleared the hill dungeon, he figured he could manage on his own now. Finally, he could focus on his own mission. Immediately after, a notification appeared, entering the goblin swamp. He quickly passed through the portal to begin his practice match. As soon as he stepped inside, Kim Ho couldn't hide his excitement. Alright, let's clean this place up fast. He immediately took a combat stance, then launched a direct strike forward. The monsters that couldn't evade were completely swallowed by his flames. In no time, the path ahead was cleared by his power. Kim Ho gave a forced laugh, telling himself that even though he knew it was an artificial dungeon, he might have overdone it a bit. Controlling the power of this skill was truly difficult. He figured he should delete the replay before leaving. Beside him, a notification board read, time remaining 4 minutes 42 seconds. Goblins defeated 71. Elite monsters defeated 120. Total remaining time 7 minutes 28 seconds, 448 points. Completion bonus 500 points, total 948 points. Kim Ho thought to himself that since he had taken down elite monsters and earned extra points, the reward would be top tier. At that moment, the system issued another notice. Subquest Week 2 strategic match completed. Objective, complete the dungeon. Solo dungeon time remaining 7 minutes 28 seconds, target 5 mins. Duo dungeon time remaining 3 minutes 48 seconds, target 5 mins. Rewards will be upgraded. Please choose your reward. Seed of Prosperity increases effectiveness of recovery and buff skills, Illusionist increases effectiveness of debuff and illusion skills, or Blessing of the West Wind increases effectiveness of wind element skills. Kim Ho clicked the reward without hesitation. There was no need to overthink it. He had taken this quest from the start specifically for this trait. This was the perfect trait for the path he intended to take. A versatile supporter who is both powerful and helpful in a support role. The system immediately sent a notification, obtained trait Blessing of the West Wind. Kim Ho confirmed to himself that he would now be a wind-based supporter. Shortly after he stepped back through the portal, right then a voice called out, "You're Kim Ho, right? I am Mak Younghwa, representative of the Emerald Tower." The person beside him also spoke up. "I am Ha Sayin, president of the Nature Club. Can we go somewhere else to talk for a moment?" Once they reached a shop, she immediately bowed her head. "First, I want to apologize for what happened the other day." Kim Ho replied politely. "I was also a bit rude because I was in a hurry. Please accept my apology as well." She continued, "Anyway, I heard you have a very special item, is that right?" He replied, "I figured that's why you two were here." She made a proposal, "Can we see that item with our own eyes?" Kim Ho immediately took out the cube and replied cheerfully, "Of course." Just then, a spirit tiger suddenly appeared and quickly jumped right into the cube. Its owner saw this and hurriedly called out "Booma," but to no avail. Mak Younghwa watched the scene in awe. "So it's real." The tiger's owner called out urgently, "Booma, come out of there right now," but Kim Ho said, "It's fine, just let him stay." Ha Sayin looked astonished. Booma seemed to really like it. Just by sensing the energy, she knew it was a powerful life system holy relic. "Can I see the item description? We promise to protect this information with the honor of our club." Kim Ho didn't hesitate and replied, "If you put it that way, then all right." Looking at the description, Mak Younghwa couldn't help but exclaim, "It increases the effectiveness of stored life system items by 1.3 times. Ha Sayin was equally shocked. What an absurd item. "Would you be willing to sell this cube?" Kim Ho immediately crossed his arms, pretending to think for a moment before responding. "I don't know, it is an extremely good item after all." Mak Younghwa spoke up quickly. "The true value of an item only shines in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. Don't let it go to waste, hand it over to us." Kim Ho snorted, feeling secretly delighted. "You guys are being so proactive, honestly, I appreciate it." On the outside, he remained calm and replied, "I understand your point, but I'm still a bit hesitant." Ha Sayin immediately offered, "Tell us what you want, we'll do our best to provide it." Kim Ho couldn't contain his joy, thinking, exactly, that's how it should be. He held up 4 fingers and said confidently, "Then I want 4 season passes for the special training room. More precisely, 1 season pass and items equivalent to the other 3. And I want an empty skill book." Hearing this, the two of them were startled. Mak Younghwa slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "That is completely unreasonable. Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Ha Sayin was calmer but still said the season passes were doable, but the empty skill book was asking too much. Kim Ho stood up, acting as if he were deeply disappointed. "Then let's act as if this trade never happened. I'm leaving." But immediately, a voice called out. The girl from before stood up and walked over shyly. "I heard you from the back. I have an empty skill book." Ha Sayin asked worriedly, "Is that really okay, Nari?" She replied, "Honestly, I haven't been able to use it because I can't think of a good skill. If I keep it, it'll probably just sit in my inventory forever. Besides, look how much Booma likes that thing." Hearing this, Booma immediately let out a happy meow. Ha Sayin let out a sigh and looked at her helplessly. "All right, if Nari really wants to, then fine." She immediately beamed with a bright smile. "Thank you." They immediately took out the items and began the exchange. "Now that the conditions are met, let's not waste time and trade right now." Kim Ho replied happily, "I like working quickly and efficiently like this too. It really was a good trade. Now our business is concluded." But just then, Seo Yain suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Wait, I still have other business with you besides that cube. Kim Ho, I challenge you to a duel." But he just replied nonchalantly, "No, thanks." He heard this and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Kim Ho asked back, "Do you think I have to come when you call and fight whenever you want?" Jichiel grit his teeth in anger and growled, "A duel is a matter of great honor. Would a man of honor like you really have tried to use numbers to ambush me earlier?" Hearing this, they were stunned. Kim Ho began to walk away leisurely. He added, "I have no intention of wasting time on something worthless." Jichiel's movement immediately froze. Wait, Kim Ho said, I'll tell everyone you won, so feel free to go brag about it. At that moment, Mok Younghwa held up a VIP production ticket and said seriously, in that case, what if I set a reward for this match? Is this enough to make it worth your time? Kim Ho turned back with an "oh," thinking, now we're talking. He smiled and replied, fine, I accept. Jicheol pointed straight at Kim Ho and said, I'll let you decide the date. He thought for a moment and replied, 2 days from now sounds good. Jicheol raised an eyebrow, questioning, why 2 days? He replied, I need to master this thing first. Mok Younghwa looked on helplessly. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. Thinking up and mastering a skill in just 2 days? Fine, let's see how you try to learn it. But Kim Ho only replied with a smile, just you wait and see. 2 days later at the arena, Dang Gyeong arrived and immediately asked Kim Ho, that guy, why did he accept the challenge? Song Chun Kai saw her and asked with a smile, you came too. She added, that old fox Mok Younghwa is definitely hiding some tricks. But he comforted her, saying he accepted because he believes he can win, he must have his own plans. Dang Gyeong was still very worried. She sighed, yeah maybe, but something feels very strange. Deep down she thought, I have to watch closely to see what kind of crazy tricks he's pulling. Down below, Jicheol put on his gloves and said sarcastically, I'll give you credit for not running away. Kim Ho replied calmly, how could I refuse with a VIP ticket as a prize? From above, Mok Younghwa called down, this match will be recorded and anyone can watch it. Do you both agree? The two of them answered in unison, agreed. Agreed. Mok Younghwa immediately announced, then let's begin. Both of you enter the field. Map Stony Wasteland, Rule Deathmatch, time limit 10 minutes, Kim Ho vs Guak Jicheol 100%, start. As soon as it began, Jicheol took a stance and said confidently, you were just lucky last time, but this time will be different. I'll show you the difference in our levels. But Kim Ho didn't show a hint of emotion. Instead, he calmly began casting a spell. Seeing that movement, Jicheol's body suddenly froze. Earth, continuous blast, what? In no time, he was knocked down. Kim Ho asked leisurely, so what were you planning to show me? It's just the ground, it doesn't even hurt, you're overreacting. As soon as Guak Jicheol stood up, he immediately cast an earth-gathering spell. He roared in anger, let's see how long you can stay calm, and immediately hurled the sphere toward Kim Ho. But even as the earth ball flew toward him, Kim Ho didn't even bother to dodge. With just a flick of his finger, the stone was deflected off course. Seeing this, Jicheol's jaw dropped in shock. What? He pulled that trick again, how on earth is he doing it? And then he was hit by his own reflected attack, scrambling to crawl back up. He grit his teeth in rage, thinking, damn it, I can't let this continue. He struggled to his feet and said, all right, I admit you're no coward. In his heart he thought, I didn't plan to use this, but the winner of this match will be me. The winner of this match will be me. Saying that, he pressed both hands to the ground and shouted, now witness this. Immediately, a monster appeared. It was a wood golem. A golem refined by borrowing the forest's power to grant life to an ancient tree. Watching from the sidelines, Dang Gyeong grit her teeth in anger. These bastards are going way too far. What is a level 53 golem doing here? Mok Younghwa, you shameless bastard. Mok Younghwa was also quite surprised. He frowned slightly. I was hoping he wouldn't use it, but oh well. Dang Gyeong felt uneasy, thinking, with all these people watching, he won't dare use his flame fist. Is nobody going to stop this? But on the field, Jicheol was gloating, laughing loudly. Let's see if you escape this golem in one piece. Say goodbye to your show-off attitude. But facing this, Kim Ho remained completely expressionless. 2 days ago in the special training room, Kim Ho was studying a book and asking himself, what kind of support mage is the most useful? The answer depends on the situation, which is why there are healers, buffers, and debuffers. But for a versatile type, no skill is better than this one. Back in the present, Guak Jicheol continued to shout triumphantly, I'll crush you in one blow, come on, show me your little tricks. The golem across from him obeyed the command. It immediately raised its massive arm to build momentum. And with a crash, its giant arm swung down, but Kim Ho jumped up and evaded it. As he moved, he silently evaluated. For someone aiming to be a wind element supporter like me, this is the optimal skill to create from an empty skill book. In just one strike, Kim Ho sent the golem reeling backward. it let out a roar. While Kim Ho felt incredibly refreshed, immediately the system sent a notification: wind force infusing physical power into the wind reinforced by blessing of the west wind, reinforced by enhancement. Back in the stands, people immediately cheered, "Nice job, that was impressive. They made you fight a golem and you still won." On the other side, Mok Youngwa was trembling with rage, but finally he had to hold out a ticket. "Here is the VIP ticket as promised." Kim Ho accepted it happily. "Thank you, can I propose one more thing? It won't hurt your side at all. How about we keep the replay of this match private? I'm sure the Emerald Tower doesn't want this match made public, right?" Mok Youngwa grit his teeth in anger but still tried to act civil as he asked, "You're quite clever, so what do you want in exchange?" Kim Ho gave a wink. "I don't need anything right now, but I'll probably need to ask for a favor later." The man turned away immediately. "Fines." Watching him leave, Kim Ho thought, "It sounds generous, but I actually want to keep this a secret too. I want the news about my new wind force skill to spread as slowly as possible." At that moment, Go Hyunwoo walked over to offer praise. "Kim Ho, you did a great job." Kim Ho turned and handed him a card. "Ah, perfect timing, here is your season pass." Seeing the card held out before him, the boy's jaw dropped in amazement. "You actually got it?" Kim Ho immediately gave him a wink. "Didn't I tell you I'd have it within 2 weeks?" Dang Gyeong also came over, put her arm around his shoulder and asked, "Hey, what kind of deal did you make with Mok Youngwa? You really know how to turn a profit, don't you?" Kim Ho could only offer a forced laugh. "Truly nothing gets past you, we'll talk about that later." "Oh, and about that favor I asked for the other day." Dang Gyeong let go of him and asked blankly, "You mean the Magic Engineering Club? It seems they want to meet you soon." Hearing just that, Kim Ho's joy was evident on his face. "That's great, let's go meet them." Shortly after, the door to Magic Engineering Workshop number 1 opened, and Kim Ho was completely amazed. "This really is Workshop number 1, it looks so high-end." He called out, "Excuse me for the intrusion." Then he noted to himself how different it was from Workshop number 4 where he got the cube. Just then a person stepped out and asked, "Are you Kim Ho?" He immediately replied, "Yes, hello senior." The person introduced himself right away. "I'm Bong Yiseok, I've heard all about you from Dang Gyeong." He was none other than Bong Yiseok, a 3rd year and the president of the Magic Engineering Club. He turned and told Kim Ho, "Let's go talk in the club room, follow me." Kim Ho followed immediately, thinking to himself, he seems to be in a real hurry. As soon as they stepped inside, Bong Yiseok started. "So you really completed the 10x10x10 cube, didn't you? Then I'll be blunt. Technically, that cube belongs to our club, but I don't want to cause any trouble. Besides, nobody but you could have finished it anyway. I just want to take a look. So if you just show me the completed cube, we'll call it even." Kim Ho simply replied nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore." Hearing that, the man was so shocked he practically screamed, "What? Where is it?" Kim Ho answered honestly, "I left it with the Nature Club." Bong Yiseok turned away and sighed, "What a drag, truly a waste of time, I'm leaving." But immediately after, Kim Ho held out a stack of papers and said, "You think I came empty-handed?" The man looked blankly. "What's this?" Looking closely at the content, Bong Yiseok shouted, "No way, are these the blueprints for it? I didn't think anyone was crazy enough to record its entire structure. Wait, this is cut off in the middle, do you have the rest?" Kim Ho smiled, letting out a sigh of relief. "Of course, I kept it very carefully." Bong Yiseok immediately urged, "Just tell me what you want." Kim Ho's eyes lit up and he raised his hand. "I want to be allowed to use the equipment in Workshop number 1. Bong Yiseok made a counteroffer. "We need it during the day, so you can only use it from midnight until morning. How does that sound?" Kim Ho immediately agreed. Hearing that, Bong Yiseok grabbed the documents and shouted, "Then hand over the rest." "Oh, by the way, do you want to join the club?" Kim Ho smiled and replied, "Thank you, but I'll have to decline." Bong Yiseok stood up, appearing somewhat regretful. "That's a shame. Well, use the scrap materials in the workshop if you need to, just keep bringing me blueprints like these." "All right, I'm heading out first." Kim Ho could only offer a forced smile. "Thank you, that was certainly quick and efficient." Once left alone, Kim Ho thought seriously. So the basics are done, now it's time to start preparing to craft the weapon. Meanwhile, in another location, Seung Yi was following Mok Younghwa, pleading repeatedly, "Senior, please reconsider." He asked coldly in return, "Why?" He explained, "You can't entirely blame my brother. How many freshmen can fight a golem, especially a level 53 golem?" he replied coldly. Even so, it damaged the reputation of the Emerald Tower. Seung Yi admitted honestly, I agree my brother went too far. But the fault isn't his alone. Hearing this, Mak Younghwa froze mid-step. He turned back, grit his teeth, and asked, is the discipline committee interfering in the business of the Emerald Tower now? He stood his ground and said firmly, I just want a fair judgment. Finally, Mak Younghwa gave in. He sighed. So what do you want? He proposed, just giving him one chance. Mak Younghwa firmly made a suggestion. 2 months. The decision will be based on Guak Jichial's ranking after 2 months. Any objections? He immediately nodded. No, that's more than enough. With the matter settled, Mak Younghwa turned and left immediately. Before long, Seung Yi was left alone in the hallway. At that moment he spoke up. Song Chunhai, it turned out she was hiding in the back eavesdropping. Hearing him call her name, she jumped in surprise and stepped out shyly. You knew I was here, he said sternly. I've known since you snuck into the stands. It seems hiding isn't exactly your forte. You know how the match went, right? If you fought him, could you win? She lowered her head slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied that she wasn't sure either, which left him a bit stunned as he wondered how she could possibly be uncertain. Did you check his hands yet? Chunhai looked up and said firmly, yes, and there wasn't a single scratch on either of them. Hearing that, Seung Yi immediately rubbed his chin and thought seriously that if the guy had actually used Fire Fist, it couldn't have healed that quickly, wondering if he had simply misidentified him. But that arrogant look in his eyes, as if everything and everyone was beneath him. It's hard to believe it's not the same person. Afterwards, Seung Yi let out a sigh and said, sorry, but I have to ask you to keep following this lead. She replied resolutely, no need to apologize, I'm doing this because I want to. I'll definitely catch him the moment he lets his guard down. Monday of the 3rd week, a notification board appeared. Map, random, rules 2v2 deathmatch, time limit 10 minutes. Lee Sudok also appeared and seriously explained the rules, noting that teamwork was as vital as last week, but the objective was different, allowing them to notice previously overlooked flaws in their coordination. To address those flaws, the Academy has prepared a mentorship program, so think carefully and take full advantage of this opportunity. That is all. The crowd started asking each other, Kim Ho, have you signed up for the mentorship program yet? Right then, a notification popped up, mentorship registration complete. Kim Ho replied that he had, as there was no reason to hesitate. Kim Ho held up 3 fingers and explained seriously, they'll pair you with a top-ranked junior or an alumnus based on your aptitude. Who knows when we'll get another chance to learn from people like that, right? Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo gained confidence and replied, you're right, I'll sign up too, thanks for the suggestion. Then Kim Ho turned to ask his desk mate, how about you? Seo Yane only replied sluggishly, I'm exhausted, I just want to sleep. He let out a sigh, thinking that she only knew how to create aura grenades to a certain degree. Since Seo Yane still had so much to learn, this mentorship was crucial for her, and he wondered if there was any way to convince her. Just then, Go Hyunwoo spoke up again. By the way, Kim Ho, do you want to partner up with me this week? He replied happily, sure, let's form a team this time. Immediately, Seo Yane sat up and dizzily tugged on Kim Ho's sleeve, saying, I want to be on your team too. Go Hyunwoo made a suggestion. How about this? Since there are 2 matches this week, why don't we split them up and each partner with you for one? Kim Ho gave a forced laugh, asking if his decision didn't matter anymore, while Seo Yane nodded in agreement, saying it sounded reasonable. Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo immediately stood up and said he was going to practice, telling them to go on ahead. Kim Ho replied, yeah, see you tomorrow. The next day, Go Hyunwoo walked up from a distance and said shyly, sorry, Kim Ho, I kept you waiting. He replied politely, I only just got here myself. But suddenly he looked completely shocked and thought to himself, what is this? His aura is even sharper than yesterday. Go Hyunwoo was saying excitedly, I'm really looking forward to this. Kim Ho assessed internally that it seemed his mana core had already reached C rank, which was faster than he had expected. Then he asked, oh, was partnering with Yane yesterday okay? He scratched his head and let out a sigh. Well, we won. But he recalled yesterday when he had surrounded 2 opponents with a fireball move. He remembered that yesterday's opponent was Hong Yeonhwa, the rising star of the Ruby Tower. I knew Seo Yane was no match for a rising star yet, but the result was even more one-sided than I thought. On the notification board, countless alerts appeared. Seo Yane 81%, Seo Yane 78%, Seo Yane 74%. Kim Ho couldn't help but sigh. Exactly what he had worried about had happened. Xiao Yan was completely incapable of defending herself. Thinking quickly, he stomped his foot hard, then rushed toward the two of them. Upon reaching them, he immediately took a stance and landed a critical blow. The opponent was hit and was immediately sent flying back. This left Hong Yonhwa utterly astonished, and his face at that moment was incredibly fierce. A moment later, he opened the matchmaking interface and continued, I tried to finish that match quickly and even advised her to join the mentorship. But she didn't seem interested at all. Go Hyunwoo could only give a forced smile, commenting that it sounded like a lot had happened. Kim Ho sighed again. She probably needs to get her butt kicked a few more times first. The other guy looked a bit concerned, asking if it was really that intense. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, pulling them back to the present. Found a match that quickly. On the screen were the words, match found. Go Hyunwoo said happily, I'll show you the results of my training. Immediately after, the two of them were teleported to the training grounds. Looking around, Go Hyunwoo couldn't hide his surprise at the situation. What's going on here? The opponents this time were the team of Jang Sam with 572 points and Seo Yain with 741 points. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, Seo Yain's team. Kim Ho smiled slightly, thinking to himself that this was perfect. The perfect chance for Yain to realize just how weak her defense really was. Go Hyunwoo turned and asked anxiously, do you think we can win? Kim Ho just smiled and replied, of course. The match began immediately. Kim Ho and Hyunwoo rushed forward. Kim Ho told him he would handle Seo Yain and he replied, got it. Seeing Seo Yain's movement, Kim Ho thought, is she throwing a smoke bomb just as I expected? He quickly dodged it and shouted while charging, sorry but that's useless. But very quickly, she managed to pull out her two guns. However, he dodged every single one of those attacks. In no time, Kim Ho was right in front of Seo Yain, and with a single strike, he knocked the gun out of her hand. Immediately after, he took a stance to launch an attack, but his fist suddenly slowed down the moment it reached Seo Yain's face. Instead of punching her, Kim Ho replaced it with a flick to her forehead. Then he smiled and asked, well, want to keep going? Seo Yain clutched her head and immediately turned away. I forfeit. Kim Ho thought to himself that it seemed her pride had taken a serious hit. Now let's see what's happening on the other side. Earlier, Shin Byingchul had mentioned that the Guild Union faction had a hidden talent. The abnormal movement of that right hand felt strange to me from the very beginning. But immediately he shouted loudly, wait, you two stop. Kim Ho looked at them both and said seriously, hey, I know you're hiding your strength, but can you fight for real? The other person only replied coldly, I don't know what makes you say that, but I am fighting for real. Kim Ho gave him a wink. If you're worried about the replay, we can set it to private and I can give you a little motivation. Shadowless Ghost, if you win, I'll give you that information. Hearing that, he was stunned with shock. Kim Ho thought that if the guy valued it enough to hide his strength, he definitely wouldn't want to miss this lead. Jang Sam stammered, how do you know about that? Kim Ho smiled and replied, I just told you I'll give you the info if you win. Hearing that, Jang Sam immediately gripped his sword hilt and said, if you're willing to go that far, then I'll do as you wish. Go Hyunwoo was a bit surprised to see his opponent's gaze change in an instant, and then he said, I'll give it my all too. On the other side, Jang Sam let out a soft breath, and then rushed toward Go Hyunwoo with incredible speed. In an instant, he was grazed. A notification appeared simultaneously, Go Hyunwoo 87%. Jang Sam continued to slash down. It wasn't over yet as the system immediately alerted them. Go Hyunwoo 73%, Go Hyunwoo 68%. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Jang Sam told himself he would end it with this move. But amazingly, Go Hyunwoo hadn't moved an inch until now. Even with the sword tip nearly upon him, he didn't budge. And in just a fraction of a second, Go Hyunwoo ducked and dodged, while simultaneously taking an offensive stance. He whispered, rapid stream, then blurred forward, leaving a gash across Jang Sam's chest. At the same time, several cracks appeared on his own sword. It turned out that both of their swords had shattered completely. Right then, Kim Ho walked over and spoke up to mediate. Stop, that's enough, you both should rest here. Meanwhile, both of them collapsed. The notification board displayed the results. Kim Ho and Go Hyunwoo win versus Jang Sam and Seo Yain lose. Observing the two of them, Kim Ho assessed that since he was the only one left standing, the system counted it as their win, but in reality, they should consider it a loss. The moment Jang Sam showed his true strength and he couldn't even block the blow, the outcome was decided. As I thought, he's still a bit short of the prospect rank. I mean, only for now. Just then Jang Sam startled awake. He looked at the system notification board with a bit of regret. So I lost in the end? Kim Ho's voice quickly replied, "As you can see." He immediately sat up with a look of regret, saying the result was a pity but to pass on that it was a good match. Kim Ho nodded. Yeah, Go Hyunwoo would probably say the exact same thing. Jang Sam quickly stood up, massaged his shoulder and continued. Before I go, I want to ask one thing. In your eyes, was my strength that obvious? Kim Ho smiled and replied, yeah, a little. The way you held your sword looked a bit strange. And looking too normal also played a part. Jang Sam was utterly shocked that being too normal made him easy to evaluate. What do you mean by that? Kim Ho gave him a hint, telling him to think about what kind of place the Dragon Slayer Academy really was. Jang Sam rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then replied, it really is a place where masters from all over the world gather. In a place like this, being normal stands out even more. That's useful, I'll keep it in mind. And one more thing about the Shadowless Ghost. Kim Ho said, I intended to ask after winning. After a brief hesitation, Jang Sam replied, yeah, you're right, then I'll challenge you again next time. Kim Ho agreed and said, fine. They could return to the arena anytime. Go Hyunwoo looked a bit embarrassed. I made such a shameful display just now I can't even show my face. Mr. Kim, what did you think of that match? Kim Ho gave his honest opinion, nodding that he had created an opening with his probe and his final decisive move was very clean. Then Go Hyunwoo pulled out his broken sword, looked at it for a moment and said, one thing, I'm worried about my weapon. I can't just keep dodging forever. Kim Ho looked at him blankly. The solution is simple, just use a better one. But Go Hyunwoo was practically crying with shame. My finances aren't exactly abundant. Immediately, Kim Ho held out a stack of something and told him that weapons aren't only bought with money. How many points do you have? Open your phone and check. Go Hyunwoo answered honestly that he had saved up about 5,000 points. That's quite a surplus. 1 E-rank greatsword and 1 D-rank greatsword. Immediately after, a flurry of system notifications rang out. Purchased D-rank greatsword minus 100 points. Purchased E-rank greatsword points. Purchased thermal catalyst reagent QTY 3 minus 3,000 points. As he clicked purchase, Kim Ho added, and with the remaining points buying 3 bottles of thermal catalyst will do. Give those reagents to me for now. Go Hyunwoo was a bit curious about what the reagent was for. Kim Ho replied that it was a crafting material and that he would make a few useful items for him, telling him that was all for today and to focus on recovering. Go Hyunwoo was deeply grateful and bowed respectfully. Thank you for everything, Mr. Kim. That night, as Kim Ho walked down the hallway, he thought to himself that this week's matches were over, so he might as well prepare materials at the workshop and make the item he was going to give Go Hyunwoo. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Kim Ho called out, hello, sir. The other person was a bit surprised but still replied, oh hey. Looking at him, Kim Ho couldn't help but think that he heard the guy got scolded by Bong Yiseok last time over the blueprint incident. He probably doesn't like me poking around everywhere, so I feel even worse, but I'll take the liberty again. A notification appeared immediately. Registered target skill in the slot. Magic Engineering B Mimicry Skill 2-2. Magic Engineering B, Theft B. Kim Ho continued his analysis, thinking that now that he had World Force he'd have to let Hummingbird go. Luck like the Cube blueprint probably won't happen again, but for finding usable materials this is the best place. These are unfinished items, failures for one reason or another. In other words, the parts being crafted are still intact. Normally, it's easier to find new materials than to dismantle. I mean, usually. Seeing Kim Ho crafting nonstop, the other person looked extremely surprised. He turned and asked tentatively, what are you doing? Kim Ho answered honestly, I'm dismantling to gather some materials. He seemed interested and suggested, if you don't mind, can I take a look? Kim Ho happily replied, sure, go ahead. Looking at the test tube in his hand, he was astonished. Whoa, you dismantled it and the materials came out this clean, it's like they're brand new. Kim Ho looked at the solution, smiled slightly and wondered, should I try crafting a batch? Then he asked, Senior, would you like to trade some materials? He immediately brightened up. Really? I'd welcome it, what do you need? Kim Ho started listing a cooling unit with a reinforced steel wire center. He spoke tentatively. But what if Bong Yiseok says something about this? Kim Ho shrugged slightly. If it's just a material trade, it probably won't be an issue. If you're still worried, I'll ask him directly this time. He gave a sheepish laugh and asked back, really? Then I'll send a message. It showed as read, but there was no reply, so Kim Ho calmly noted, he's probably busy, nothing we can do. He continued, saying nothing special happened would be fine, but Before he could finish, the door burst open. The person who appeared was Bong Yisiok. He was shocked and exclaimed, "W what? Oh, Bong Yisiok." Bong Yisiok walked over and asked seriously, "You dismantled this." "Perfect timing, help me look at this. It's a failure, but the material cost was quite high." "Can you dismantle it?" Kim Ho thought for a moment and replied, This one's going to take quite a bit of time." Bong Yisiok immediately offered, "I know it takes time, so I'll compensate you fairly." Kim Ho turned and smiled as he made a proposal. "I need materials too, so let me take my payment in materials." Bong Yisiok nodded immediately. "Send me the list and I'll have it ready right away." "No rush, just take your time, message me for what you need." As he spoke, he turned to leave and Kim Ho smiled back. "Yes, senior." Then the other guy stepped forward again and asked shyly, "By the way, could you do me one more favor?" Kim Ho asked. "What is it?" He pointed toward his desk and asked, "I have an item I need to use over there, can you help me dismantle it?" He looked at it and replied, "No problem." He laughed and said, "Thanks, I'll also try my best to provide whatever you need." The next morning, that person's voice rang out again. "Is it morning already? I'll have to finish the rest after class." Heading down to the lecture hall, Kim Ho thought to himself that there was still plenty of time before class, so he'd take a nap first. Yeah, why did that girl Seo Yane arrive so early today? She disappeared yesterday without a word. Kim Ho immediately walked over and asked, "Why are you here so early? You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Want something to eat?" But the only response he got was an extremely tired grunt. Kim Ho assessed silently that she clearly hadn't fully recovered yet. Then he continued, "Yesterday's match was a bit one-sided, wasn't it? I only did that to show you your weaknesses." Kim Ho let out a soft sigh. "Maybe you're starting to realize that your fighting style is extremely weak once your position is compromised. That's why your mana foundation is solid now. This time try investing in auxiliary skills. Come here." Seo Yane immediately looked up and asked hesitantly, "Are you going to tutor me personally?" Kim Ho smiled. "I'd like to tutor you myself, but for this part, learning from another marksman would be more effective. Even if it's a bit of a hassle, just accept the mentorship." Finally, Seo Yane reached out and took the bread. She thought for a moment and then replied, "All right, I'll do it." Right at that moment, Go Hyunwoo appeared and let out a surprised laugh. "Oh, Lady Seo is signing up too. That's a good decision. Go Hyunwoo, are you feeling better now?" "Thanks to you, I'm back in top form. My body is fine, but I'm worried about the weapon I bought yesterday. I plan to test it in the remaining duels." Kim Ho looked straight at him and let out each word slowly. "Fine, then use this as well." Hyunwoo looked at the object in his hand, astonished. "Isn't this just a paperclip?" Kim Ho explained cheerfully, "It looks like a normal paperclip, but this is an item that protects equipment durability." The information for the paperclip appeared. Reinforced declip protects weapon durability and automatically restores it. He pinned it onto his pocket. In the remaining matches, try using it along with the new weapon you just got. On one side stood Hyunwoo and a cold, expressionless Han Suji, while on the other were a nervous Young Suji and Park Nari. He stared at his opponent, telling himself, "Lady Park Nari, the hope of the Nature Club. Brother Kim told me to be careful with that spirit beast." Nari stroked the cat on her shoulder. "Booma, get ready." And Booma immediately lunged forward, transforming into a massive tiger. Booma followed its master's command and leaped ahead. "Go." Hyunwoo blocked a pouncing strike with his sword and called out, "Lady Han now." Han Suji quickly executed her move, attacking the tiger right at its head. Snow Spirit Palm. Suji looked like she was truly struggling. Booma just glared at her. Park Nari 87%. And with just a flick, Suji was sent flying back. Seeing this, he shouted out in worry, "Lady Han." He muttered to himself as his sword was shattered. Is this the limit for an E-rank weapon? He suddenly backed away a long distance. Hyunwoo said with a worried look, "At this rate, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning." Suji was also very tense. "I agree, let's try a different approach." He looked at Booma approaching him and thought, it seems the strategy is to keep the spirit beast on the front line while constantly healing it. Conversely, the summoner is completely exposed. It's a combat style entirely dependent on the spirit beast. Hyunwoo glanced to the side and gave a small nod. She nodded back, signaling she understood. Target the summoner directly. The two of them immediately charged at Nari. Suji's pendant glowed. Not a chance. I've already anticipated a situation like this. Nari had created a barrier with her power, Gaia's Thicket. In no time, a wall of vines completely covered the both of them. Suji and Hyunwoo combined their combat power. Extreme Ice Snow Spirit Palm, Azure Flow. Hyunwoo had to admit to himself, it really isn't easy to penetrate. The next strike will have to deal damage exceeding the defensive magic in one shot. Babuma had already snapped its jaws at Suji. Then came a piercing scream and the scoreboard immediately flashed. Score: Go Hyunwoo and Han Suji lose vs Young Suji and Park Nari win. Time passed to the next day as he reviewed the footage. I let you witness a shameful sight. Kim Ho gently reassured Hyunwoo, not at all to fight a top prospect that well is good enough. He looked at him curiously. Brother Kim, what would you have done in that situation? Kim Ho answered very seriously. Actually, it wasn't a matter of strategy or technique, but the stat gap was just too large. Park Nari is a rising star with the full backing of the Nature Club. Her skill and trait pool is vast. Plus that life cube she traded with me recently, she's geared out with top-tier items from head to toe. Hyunwoo accepted the truth dejectedly. Hearing you say that, it makes sense why we lost. The opponent was both exceptionally strong and well-prepared. Kim Ho asked himself if he should bring it up. He calmly told him, fundamentally, you can't raise your stats to match Park Nari's yet, but that doesn't mean there isn't a countermeasure. Hyunwoo's eyes lit up, so there is a way. Kim Ho stopped beating around the bush. A demonic blade for top-tier swordsmen, it's a mandatory debuff-type item. He bowed his head, looking quite sad. A demonic blade? I didn't even know such an item existed. I've learned another thing from you, Brother Kim. Kim Ho pointed to the clip on his pocket as a reminder. Forget the demonic blade for now, the priority is making sure your weapon doesn't break. So focus on obtaining durability-related artifacts for B-rank weapons or higher. Hyunwoo still couldn't brighten up. B-rank, that won't be easy to find. He pointed at the photo behind him. You can farm them in the underground dungeon of Dungeon Dong. Hyunwoo reminded him quickly, but this is dual week, aren't the basements off limits? Besides, you can't even go down to the basement floor next week. Kim Ho was quite surprised by this info. Why is that? He answered sadly. Because we aren't qualified yet. Kim Ho closed his eyes and nodded. The basement of Dungeon Dong is different from the surface. It's live combat. They can't just throw freshmen into a live combat situation where their lives are on the line. So isn't there no way right now? He remained nonchalant. Doing it the official way would be difficult, wouldn't it? Kim Ho picked up his glass and replied, by official way. I mean, Hyunwoo suddenly became tense. We just have to sneak in. Kim Ho picked up his phone. There are errand services specifically for times like this. He asked curiously, are you calling Brother Shin? Kim Ho confirmed quickly. Yeah, he'll be here in a second. Shin Byingchul appeared very shortly with a wide grin. Are you two here? So how can I help? We're planning to enter Dungeon Dong for a bit. I'm thinking Monday night. Kim Ho seemed very satisfied. Monday night, huh? Perfect. He was momentarily stunned. What's the dungeon number? As soon as he spoke, Shin Byingchul pulled out a notebook. Number 388. He flipped through the pages. If it's 388, that's the D-rank Feathered Serpent Temple. It's a 4-man dungeon. Who's going in? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Kim Ho pointed toward Hyunwoo. Me and him, just two of us. Byingchul seemed quite worried. Is that okay? I'll be held responsible if anything happens. Kim Ho dejectedly reassured him. No one's going to die. If there's a problem, we'll pull out immediately. Hyunwoo nodded in confirmation. And I trust Brother Kim. He quickly jotted it down. All right, it's a deal. I'll have everything ready for Monday night. Kim Ho asked bluntly, how much is the fee for this favor? Byingchul replied with a bright smile. Why are we talking fees between us? There's still that debt from the Ben Wei incident, so let's just count it as that. That attitude surprised him. I didn't expect him to be the one to offer to pay off a debt first, he thought. Byingchul just scratched his head and laughed. And to be honest, I've only been down to the basement once. This made him feel a bit awkward. Oh, so you aren't used to it either, huh? Kim Ho spoke up to reassure him. It's fine, even if it's your first time, just don't do it half-heartedly. He was still quite bashful. Oh, needless to say, I'll provide top-tier service. He added, then while we're at it to gain experience, let's add one for number 104 as well. Byingchul checked his notebook again. If it's 104, that's B-rank Ravenous Black Snake. That's a deep zone dungeon, so my level won't be enough to help. Kim Ho replied calmly. I know, try talking to the department head about it. He quickly put the notebook away. I promise I'll get it done. I'll ask my sister about this. See you Monday night then. Good work. Kim Ho turned back to discuss with Hyunwoo. Should we start planning too? His hand gripped his cup tightly. All right, what do I need to do? He began the detailed plan. First, we'll go into the D-rank Feathered Serpent Temple we scheduled. We'll get your weapon there. At the same time, I'll take the opportunity to gather some benefits for myself. First, we'll go into the D-rank Feathered Serpent Temple we scheduled. We'll get your weapon there. At the same time, I'll take the opportunity to gather some benefits for myself. The deep zone of Dungeon Dong is a place where even a small mistake can cost you your life. Hyunwoo was worried but determined. I've already prepared myself. He opened the system window. Your role is very important. Strength is a given, but teamwork is essential, so you have to know the dungeon as well as I do. He looked quite confused at the stack of papers in front of him. This is, he quickly explained. This is the walkthrough guide for the 2 dungeons. Memorize it word for word. Yisiok at workshop number 1 laid out a bunch of items. These are the things you asked for last time. Floating stone extract, mana core, and a weather chip, right? Kim Ho expressed his gratitude. Yes, thanks to you, I easily found materials that are usually very hard to get, thank you. He couldn't contain his curiosity. It looks like you're in the final stages. Can I take a look? He didn't refuse. Yes, just one moment. Finally, Kim Ho successfully crafted it. It's done. Yisiok stared blankly at the item in his hand. I wondered what you were gathering materials for. Turns out you were crafting something strange again. It looks like the head of a magic staff or wand. Have you found the main body yet? Kim Ho answered honestly, not yet. I don't have a suitable one right now. I plan to find the body part eventually, he told himself. I mean, I'll find it in the basement of the dungeon area. He nodded. Well, there's no rush. I guess you won't be visiting the workshop for a while. Kim Ho nodded back. Yes, I've bothered you enough lately, but I'll still drop by often. A while later, in class 13, the young teacher was giving an announcement. The theme for this week's raid is sweep. If you sweep all the monsters, anyone can get a high score. There is no time limit, so pay attention to where the monsters are hiding. And the key point of this raid is that both the terrain and teammates are randomly assigned. This means you will have to fight with new people in a new location. He closed the book, so coordinate well with each other and conquer it. That's it for the period. See you next time. Hyunwoo looked at Kim Ho with regret. Teammates are random this week, so we can't go together. Kim Ho turned to him with a smile. That's right, everyone has to act separately this week. And for now, it's better to skip the Mana Bullet lecture. Next week is mentoring week anyway, you can learn new skills then. Focus on consolidating your internal strength this week. Hyunwoo found this reasonable. All right. Yane was as indifferent as ever. The two of them nodded as they listened to his advice. Make sure to try the practice mode before going into a live raid. Even though he said that, he thought differently. As for me, trying practice mode is just a waste of time. The system issued a notification that he was entering a random dungeon. Random teammates were being matched. Kim Ho looked determined. He was going straight into live combat. He looked at the system in front of him and thought, I hope I get a decent teammate. But no matter who it is, a 100% completion is a certainty. So in this situation, a useful teammate would be someone whose skills I can copy. I won't need magic engineering for a while, so I'll switch to combat skill. So my teammate will be. Something surprised him. Huh, what is this? The person walking with him was Hong Yeonhwa. It's you again. She also jumped in surprise, asking flustered, Kim Ho, why again? He was also taken aback by that reaction, thinking, why such a weird reaction? From the placement exam to the duels, I've faced her as an opponent quite a few times. Well, I did overwhelm her every single time. It's only natural for her to be hesitant. Kim Ho let out a sigh and laughed. But right now, my goal is to finish the mission efficiently. Sorry, but creating an overwhelming atmosphere is just more convenient. He urged her, what are you standing there for? Let's go right now. Kim Ho's scary gaze almost made her cry. Yeah, okay. The two of them began racing forward. Hong Yeonhwa thought as she ran, if I had known this today, I should have just done it tomorrow. Why did I let my pride get the better of me and insist on clearing it quickly? I just wanted to avoid being teammates with this guy. How did I end up hitting the jackpot with the exact person I avoided? Wait, where is he going? There's nothing over there. Just then, a swarm of goblins flew out. This surprised her. Wait, what? No matter which way we go, monsters appear. This shouldn't be this easy. Seeing Kim Ho racing past, she shouted in shock, Hey, wait, there are still monsters that haven't been killed. His lack of concern annoyed her. What? You aren't even listening to me and just leaving? You mean I have to clean up behind you? Yeonhwa swung her staff while running fast. Combustion is working well. Let's go together. Are you planning to conquer this by yourself? But he only said coldly, don't fall behind, just follow. Yonhwa had no other choice. Fine, whatever. She couldn't stop observing him and thinking, but something is a bit strange during the raid. He doesn't hesitate for even a split second. He just keeps moving straight ahead. A goblin was just consumed by flames. Yonhwa silently evaluated his calmness. This guy is acting as if he's gone through this raid hundreds of times. Just then Kim Ho reached out his hand to stop her. Wait, Yonhwa looked ahead too. Is that a burrow? He suggested. Let's get closer and check. She looked at the small burrow entrance and exclaimed, judging by the size, it's probably a goblin-made burrow. It's hard for a person to crawl inside. Kim Ho gave a calm order. You go check it out. Yonhwa shouted in surprise. Me? He used that scary gaze again. You can definitely do it, don't want to. That gaze scared her again. If I can get in, then fine, I'll go in. That action left him stunned. Why is she crawling inside? I just meant for her to use fire magic in there. Suddenly a light flashed. Oh, this light. A massive flame erupted. Whoa, truly a student of the Ruby Tower, so fiery. Yonhwa was also amazed at herself. What on earth am I even doing? I won't do something like this. Actually, I might have to do it again. Things like this are common when exploring dungeons. She stood up and brushed the dust off her clothes. Anyway, finding the burrow was lucky. We can wipe them out before the goblins swarm out. He looked at the system notification. It seemed this was the last burrow. Monsters remaining, 1. Now we just need to take down the boss. Just then an axe flew toward them. Kim Ho suddenly grabbed Yonhwa's wrist, then quickly pulled her to the side. Don't let your guard down in a dungeon. Yonhwa didn't dare to look Kim Ho in the eye, simply muttering sorry. As the axe spun in the opposite direction, perhaps that explosion just now revealed our location. That guy is the boss of this dungeon, we have to take him down regardless. Perfect timing, those two are stomping the ground. As long as we don't get careless, they'll be easy opponents. Let's combine our attacks and take them out immediately. He turned to look at the girl who was breathing heavily and thought to himself that she hadn't fully let her guard down yet. This part is also my fault. Maybe I should give her a little boost of confidence. After thinking it over, he smiled at her. That guy over there, why don't you try taking him down yourself? Yonhwa flinched and asked back, me, alone. Kim Ho encouraged her, asking, can you try? You can absolutely do it. Yonhwa gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, damn it. But eventually she agreed. All right, I'll give it a shot. A thought flashed through Kim Ho's mind. Yeah, show me what you've got. Yonhwa held her staff and performed a dance of fire, and he told himself as he watched her that she was incredibly focused. Just how strong is her true power? Even the goblin was startled by the sight. It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, and she flinched as she saw it charging toward her, wondering, what is this? Since when did it swing that axe up, intending to strike down? But Yonhwa quickly jumped up and dodged, thinking, what, you think I'm going to lose? She quickly used her staff to cast Flame Orb. She confidently declared, I hit it, I definitely hit it. But the goblin opened its eyes and glared at her, making her boil with frustration. What? This guy isn't taking any damage. Does this dungeon have a trait that halves all damage? What were they thinking when they designed a dungeon like this? The goblin swung its axe again, and she quickly dodged the flying axe, determined to finish this before the overload effect ended. It swung another axe, catching her off guard. Two at once? I've already lowered my stance, it's too late to dodge. Kim Ho lunged forward while she was screaming in panic in her head. Hurry up and set a barrier, otherwise. He struck away both axes. I told you not to let your guard down. She stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. Ah, thank you. Inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. I lived. He gently reminded her, don't do that, use that thing instead. For a moment, she was stunned. HMPH, if it's that, he coldly interrupted, use Pillar of Fire. She felt a bit of a chill, not wanting to remember that past. Yonhwa smiled weakly and waved her hands, saying it was a strong skill but the range was too limited, yet Kim Ho remained cold. I'll hold him tight, you just focus on the power. She called after him as she saw him rush forward. Hey, wait a minute. Kim Ho just flicked his hand, and the goblin was sent flying. Seeing him like that, Yonhwa felt a surge of determination. No, don't think about it anymore, just focus on fulfilling my role. The goblin had spotted the magic circle. While he looked at her and said, Kim Ho, why again? Yonhwa quickly spoke up to warn him that the creature had noticed the magic circle, but he ignored its hopping and seriously advised her. Don't worry about it, just keep going. Kim Ho quickly struck, saying sorry, but you'll have to play with me a little longer. The goblin lay right in the center of the magic circle. Yeonhwa shouted an announcement, the magic circle is ready, get out of range quickly. Kim Ho saw the goblin lunging at him and told himself, thanks to my elemental resistance, I don't need to dodge. He jumped just as the axe came down, but for now he just did as he was told. Kim Ho jumped behind Yeonhwa. Alright, is here good enough? She focused on the strike. Good, that's enough. Her staff glowed along with her inner determination to end it with a single blow this time. The flames seemed to incinerate the goblin with a pillar of fire, and instantly a blast of fire shot out and swallowed it whole. Kim Ho, looking satisfied, told himself. As expected, the flames created a massive vortex. The system immediately issued a notification. Remaining monsters, 0 completion rate, 100% equals 800 points. Clearance bonus 200 points, total 1000 points, multiplier 0.8 equals 800 PT. Yeonhwa breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Internally, he assessed that it had ended quite quickly. She had fought reasonably well against the boss. Even if it felt a bit forced, Yeonhwa cleared her throat slightly. I have a favor to ask. Kim Ho looked at her, quite surprised. What is it? Why are you being so hesitant? Yeonhwa felt embarrassed thinking about the scenes from before. Oh, about that, could you set the replay to private? He asked back quite nonchalantly. You want me to set the replay to private? Yeonhwa got annoyed with that attitude. I'll make up for your lost points. So take this thing is definitely worth more than a replay. He frowned with dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, what? A ruby just to trade for a private replay? If it were a reasonable reward, I could accept it, but this is a bit too much. Yeonhwa was furious at his indifference, thinking, hey, does that expression mean this still isn't enough? Yeonhwa angrily tapped the system. Fine, I'll give you a bigger ruby. Seeing this, he hurriedly stopped her. No need, this is plenty. Kim Ho gave a thumbs up in praise. You've worked hard, Hong Yeonhwa. She flinched, her eyebrows nearly meeting as she wondered, why are you calling me all of a sudden? You did everything yourself from the start anyway. Yeonhwa quickly stepped into the portal. You worked hard too. He looked at her and was at a loss for words. You don't need to be that embarrassed. In any case, Hong Yeonhwa's movements were better than I expected. The rumors that she can rival the top prospects are clearly true. What surprised me most was her close combat. Thanks to that, I was able to choose a skill to copy. Kim Ho recalled the image of Yeonhwa fighting. I don't know what skill Hong Yeonhwa absorbed through overload. I also have an extremely powerful fire attribute skill. Inferno Fist. This destructive power will surely bring about a significant boost to my physical stats as well. He looked back at the ruby in his hand and wondered, anyway, what should I do with this? Tonight I have to go down to the basement of the dungeon building. I'll have to take this to the Ruby Tower later to check it out. He stepped through the spatial portal into the ground floor of the dungeon building. It looks like Go Hyunwoo and Shin Byingchul haven't arrived yet. While I'm waiting, I might as well check the previous mission rewards. The system board appeared. Week 4 side quest, clearance complete. Objective, clear dungeon. Completion rate, 101%. Reward, trait mimicry slot +1. Kim Ho couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at it. Oh, finally I can copy a new trait. It would be great if I could find a useful trait in the dungeon basement. Right then, a voice rang out in his ear. Hey, what are you doing? Byingchul approached with a reproachful tone. If you were coming ahead, you should have said something. I was waiting up there. Hyunwoo also appeared and spoke up. Mr. Kim, so you were already here? He urged them on with a smile, saying it was late anyway so they should get moving. Hyunwoo was full of confidence. I won't let Mr. Kim down. Byingchul began fumbling through his pockets. Oh right, before that I have something I want to give you guys. You too should wear these, the sophomore tie clip and the anonymity badge. It'll make the wearer's face look completely average, not standing out. With these, even if you run into upperclassmen, it'll be fine. Kim Ho looked at him in surprise. Whoa, the face really does blur out. Hyunwoo also grinned, nodding that if they just walked past, their identities definitely wouldn't be revealed. He broke into a sweat and gave a pained inner laugh, sensing something was odd. Kim Ho was very much ready. All right, let's go, they said as they began walking down the stairs. Hyunwoo seemed to be losing his patience. Is everyone heading down? Is it still far? Byingchul spoke up to reassure him. We're almost there, he said, looking down at the spiral they had just traversed. I heard the dungeon building was big, but I didn't expect it to be this much. We've only reached D rank and it's already taken this much time. So, about the place called the Deep Floor, Kim Ho said very calmly. Actually, there was originally a teleportation device, but since we're sneaking in, we can't use it. Actually, if you're good enough, you can even hack that. The other guy just gave a forced laugh at his words, but they were almost there and finally they arrived. Dear guests, sorry to keep you waiting. Please come this way, this is the place. Dungeon number 388. Before them was a spatial portal, the altar of the feathered serpent. Hyunwoo felt a bit relieved. Luckily we weren't caught, we've arrived safely. Kim Ho was ready. Everyone probably has the strategy guide memorized, so let's get started. An irritable voice rang out behind them. What on earth are you doing? The blue-haired girl looked like she was going crazy. What kind of devilish skill is that? The boy next to her expressed regret, saying if it weren't for that, they would have been done cleaning up by now. He noticed the three of them, but the young man didn't think much of it. What's this? Are they here to clear the dungeon too? Kim Ho breathed a sigh of relief internally. The effectiveness of the team composition was clear. Hyunwoo didn't feel very safe and urged them, before we run into anyone else, we better get inside quickly. Byung-chul patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Wait, hold on a second, I still have to handle the last defense system. He set down a transparent cube. Done, all the defense devices around here have stopped working. For now, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. But I'll be monitoring from the outside anyway. In case something unexpected happens, Kim Ho added with a look of mock annoyance. Yeah, we'll finish up quickly, just wait a bit. Feet were stepping toward the portal very quickly, there was no time to hesitate. Act now. Kim Ho pointed ahead. See that? That's the focus of this dungeon, the altar of the feathered serpent which you'll be responsible for. It's guarded by many barbarians, be careful. Hyunwoo also remembered. Ah, I remember reading that in the strategy guide Mr. Kim gave me. A mysterious man rushed forward, thrusting a spear straight at Kim Ho. He dodged it with just a tilt of his head. He quickly became alert. As soon as I mentioned them, they showed up, the barbarian tribe. The barbarians had chosen them as sacrifices. Their sacrifices catch them alive. They surrounded them. Sacrifices catch them alive. Kim Ho couldn't help but wonder, if you want us alive, why are you throwing spears? But they didn't care, charging with spears as sacrifices. Hyunwoo seemed very tense. Should we stick to the plan? He also nodded quickly. Yeah, let's begin. Kim Ho unleashed his power once more. He swung his hand, knocking down several men in front of him, while the other guy also quickly drew his sword and swiftly cut down 3 men. He looked back at Kim Ho and spoke up. Well then, good luck. Kim Ho replied with a single sentence, you too. The barbarians charged in even more excitedly. Who are these guys? Their strong sacrifices catch them at any cost. Hyunwoo gripped his sword and said coldly, your opponent is me, this sword will end your faces. Kim Ho moved even faster and thought, from now on, everyone acts according to plan. Go Hyunwoo will head straight down the path to the altar, while I go through the tropical forest. Not following the main route, the standard completion condition for the altar of the feathered serpent is a raid. After getting past the barbarians and entering the altar, finally the boss, the feathered serpent high priest, will appear. Only by stopping the ritual and simultaneously defeating the high priest and the barbarians can the dungeon be cleared. Kim Ho kept a smile on his face. Following the main route to clear it wouldn't be a problem. But we wouldn't be able to get the hidden fragment in this dungeon. So you have to search in places others don't notice to dig something up, just like right now. Looking at the camp, there weren't many barbarians left. They must have all converged toward the altar. Even if there are a few, they're no match for Go Hyunwoo. He ran while acting polite. Greetings to you all. The barbarians' eyes lit up when they saw him. The sacrifice had found them itself. It's a strong sacrifice. They immediately hurled spears at him. Catch him alive! Kim Ho was absolutely speechless. Don't you people know how to say anything else? He quickly unleashed his moves, saying confidently, I don't even bother with small fry. Go call your chief out here. He watched them cough up blood and thought with satisfaction, everything is going according to plan so far. Among the ordinary tents, there's one unusually large one. That's the chief's private tent. A light flashed inside the tent, and he quickly dodged it. The chief pulled back the tent flap and stepped out. It's rare to see someone with such a strong aura. You will be an excellent sacrifice. If you let yourself be caught quietly, your moments of pain will be shortened. He prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Inferno Fist, Overhead Overload, everyone I meet only talks about sacrifices, don't you have anything else to talk about? He prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Inferno Fist, Overhead Overload, everyone I meet only talks about sacrifices, don't you have anything else to talk about? That's why I had to search the whole forest just to find this camp. He jumped back to dodge his opponent's attack. Everything is going exactly as planned so far. I have to stall him for a while until Go Hyunwoo finds the hidden fragment. This golden light attack isn't an elemental strike, so even one hit would be fatal. But if I use overhead to absorb the flames of Inferno Fist while my body is being pushed to its absolute limit. He moved closer to the chief. Dodging an attack like this wasn't difficult, and he immediately created a protective layer. But his fist pierced right through that protection. Kim Ho punched the chief, sending him flying, and he looked at his hand in shock, telling himself, overhead combined with Inferno Fist. As expected, the power is overwhelming, even a D-rank barrier was easily destroyed. But as expected, a boss is still a boss. An attack like this doesn't seem to have dealt much damage. But as expected, a boss is still a boss. An attack like this doesn't seem to have dealt much damage. If I'm not careful, it'll leave too many openings. A beam of light streaked past right next to Kim Ho, and the chief went berserk. You won't be allowed to die easily. But Kim Ho wasn't afraid and taunted him. Oh my, how scary, you look absolutely furious. Kim Ho dodged again, telling himself, the most vital thing for a priest is to carry out the ritual. As long as I dodge just enough, he'll usually leave in the middle of a fight. Want to prevent that mishap? I just need to stir up his rage. The chief keeps attacking and I keep dodging. Of course, the angrier I make him, the more effective it is. Although there is a downside, the difficulty of dodging also increases. He glanced back and silently encouraged him. So do a good job, Go Hyunwoo, the rest is up to you. A pair of bloodstained pant legs was walking, as Hyunwoo stepped forward with a serious expression. Behind him, the bodies of the barbarians lay scattered everywhere. A bloodstained pant leg was walking, as Hyunwoo stepped forward with a serious expression. Behind him, the bodies of the barbarians lay scattered everywhere, his face showing fierce resolve. Mr. Kim must be fighting for his life, so I have to act quickly too. I will complete the mission Mr. Kim entrusted to me without a single mistake, and then regroup. Something made him gasp in shock. HMPH. A massive man was carrying a large log, intending to hurl it down. Hyunwoo dodged it gracefully, and then lunged right past him. He assessed the situation internally. That guy is the deacon mentioned in the strategy guide, the mid-boss of this dungeon. I think his nickname was Fatty. As expected, he showed up immediately. While dealing with him, I must obtain the feathered serpent magic swordsmanship hidden fragment at all costs. He spotted another mysterious figure. Following the strategy guide, he quickly used his sword to deflect the projectiles. There's another mid-boss besides him. Hyunwoo glanced at the weapon and thought, are these poisoned hidden arrows? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Another deacon arrived, nicknamed Skinny. He gripped his sword hilt again, thinking, it'll be quite a nuisance if those two coordinate. I wanted to take my time in a test match, but right now I need to end this fast. The other deacon blew out a hidden projectile, but he managed to evade it. At that moment, the other one attacked with the log, and Hyunwoo dodged that just as quickly. Now he had to fight them both at once, telling himself, dealing with them is truly a pain. This will take way too much time if it keeps up. If that's the case, my only option is to be a bit reckless. The two deacons began to combine their strength. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and called out his technique's name. A moment later, his eyes snapped open, and Skinny was caught off guard, while Fatty couldn't hide his shock. With just a single swing of his sword, he took them both down, leaving them defeated on either side. Hyunwoo sheathed his sword, reminding himself, good, they're handled, but their vitality is resilient. I can't let my guard down until the very end. Just then, Fatty stood back up, fueling his anger. Of course it won't end that easily. But the hidden fragment is the priority now, I'll finish him off later. The fat one refused to give up. Just as he hurled the log, Hyunwoo nearly reached the item, only to see the log crash into the ground. The deacon breathed heavily in exhaustion, when suddenly a streak of light appeared in the middle of the log. Seeing that, he was utterly surprised. Hyunwoo finally obtained the hidden fragment, a spectacular throw. If he had been even a second slower, it would have hit him. Now let's finish this match, I'll show you one more move. He couldn't take it anymore, letting out a scream and charging. He coldly landed one final slash, and glanced at his opponent lying on the ground. Meanwhile, at the altar of the feathered serpent camp, Kim Ho was staring straight ahead, still trying to evade the enemy's light. They only know how to run away normally, how annoying. He told himself that Go Hyunwoo must have found the magic sword by now. He suddenly came to a halt. The chief looked up in astonishment. This aura is coming from the altar. Could it be the magic sword placed upon it? Kim Ho looked at the system notification and thought with satisfaction, good, he passed. I can leave the rest of the dungeon to him with peace of mind. He reached out his hand again. Then I should copy the trait before I finish this. He used mimicry on the feathered serpent high priest's primary trait. This priest possessed a trait that blended multiple abilities, among which increased mana sensitivity was extremely useful. The chief became frantic. Move, I must get to the altar. Kim Ho was clearly annoyed by this. Hey old man, we were having fun, where do you think you're going? He summoned his fire power and smiled. There won't be anything left by the time you get there, everything's done, so let's end this quickly. He was blasted away by his power. Right then, the system notified him that the altar of the Feathered Serpent dungeon had been cleared. Hyunwoo came running toward Mr. Kim. As soon as he saw him, Kim Ho said, "Oh, you're just in time." Hyunwoo looked at the hidden fragment emitting a dark aura in shock. This is. Kim Ho explained calmly. It absorbed the high priest's soul, so its power has been enhanced. And there's that other thing, the clearance reward for this dungeon. Hyunwoo looked at the fragment in his hand with satisfaction, thinking, I see. For me, this sword alone is more than enough. It should be quite useful for a while. So you take the rest of the rewards, Mr. Kim. Kim Ho agreed immediately. All right, if you say so, I won't refuse. Let's get out of the dungeon first. Conquered dungeons collapse after a certain amount of time. A while later, the two stepped outside. Byung-chul was there to greet them. Whoa, that didn't take long at all, did it? Kim Ho walked with a confident air. I told you we'd finish it fast. Hyunwoo looked back and remarked, the entrance is disappearing. Kim Ho replied casually, just like I explained earlier, once a dungeon's core is destroyed, the entrance closes and remains inaccessible for a while. It will open again once time passes and the core regenerates. He shrugged as if it were obvious. And then someone else will conquer the regenerated dungeon all over again. Byung-chul looked quite worried. The problem is that because of this trait, there's always evidence left behind that a dungeon has been cleared. This is the kind of proof even a top-tier guide can't erase. Kim Ho's face remained expressionless. It won't be long before someone comes down to check the situation. So before that happens, let's get out of here. He groaned as he climbed the stairs. We finally made it. Why are there so many stairs? Good grief. Hyunwoo laughed at that. Well, going up is obviously harder than going down. He looked as if all the life had been drained out of him. I know, but this is more than I can handle. Luckily, they didn't run into anyone on the way back. Now, give me back the badges and clips. Hyunwoo returned them with a bright smile. Thanks to you, I made it back safely. Much appreciated, Mr. Kim. Kim Ho also breathed a sigh of relief. I'll be counting on your help next time too. He grinned happily at the praise. Oh stop, it was nothing. This is all part of the service after all. Somi was standing in the distance waving. Hello, hello, seems like we're running into each other quite often. Byung-chul looked like he was about to cry, thinking, why does it have to be right now? Because Chunhai was exploding with rage, barking. What business do you have in the dungeon this late at night? Byung-chul was shaking but still tried to smile. Business in the dungeon? That sounds strange. We were obviously there to clear it. She looked very suspicious. Your group intended to clear it on the very first day? I find that hard to believe. Byung-chul nudged Kim Ho to signal him. Oh please, have you spent your whole life being lied to? Why are you so distrustful? Hey, don't just stand there, say something. He looked at him with a gaze of pure annoyance, thinking, is this guy pushing the trouble onto me again? But there was no other way to get out of this situation quickly. Kim Ho stepped forward and began to inquire, did you just return from a clearance too? What was the percentage? Chunhai answered quickly, that's right, and it's none of your business. Byung-chul's sarcastic remark made her furious. Now, why ask such things? If the score isn't good, obviously they can't say it out loud. Chunhai's pride was wounded and she began to emit sparks of electricity. I don't know what your completion rate was, but I'm certain mine is higher than yours. Kim Ho remained very calm. Then shall we bet on who has the higher completion rate? She wouldn't back down. If it's a bet, what are you putting up? He quickly set the terms. The loser has to grant one request or answer a question the other is curious about. How about it? Chunhai glared at her opponent with a terrifying gaze. Fine. S letter 1E9C, M letter 1EA1NH, B letter 1ED9C, Fot Quan, and G letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, I An. Then, on the count of 3, we show our completion rates at the same time. She was equally determined. Fine. Both looked at the system board and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. She stood there dazed, staring at his 100% progress. Kim Ho saw this and sighed helplessly to himself. If she got 97%, it's no wonder she was confident. Though I accidentally shocked her, I should take this chance to get out of here. Immediately after Kim Ho and his friend left first, I'll count that request as a debt. Well then, good luck. The next day, they met in the cafeteria again. Hyunwoo pulled out a chair and felt relaxed. It's been a long time since we had a lunch break with no classes. Kim Ho just closed his eyes to relax. Resting is also a part of training. They had pushed too hard yesterday, so taking a day off today was good. He looked at him and smiled. By the way, why did you call me out? Kim Ho replied happily. I wanted to show everyone something else fun after clearing a dungeon. I mean the joy of opening random boxes. The system board displayed a notification, Feathered Serpent Alter Random Box. Both of them stared at it as he spoke. So from now on, let's start the unboxing session. A stream of light emitted from inside. At the very first one, all 3 of them were stunned. Kim Ho looked quite satisfied. E-rank title, oh that's not a bad start is it? Kim Ho nervously opened the next box. Next Hyunwoo couldn't help but marvel, as an D-rank High Priest's black bracelet appeared inside. There it is, he was quite content. Getting both a title and priest attribute jewelry meant they already came out way ahead. Kim Ho suggested, you guys should try opening one too. Hyunwoo was startled. Is that really okay? He nervously opened the box. Then, if you don't mind. Hyunwoo didn't seem to like seeing the Gem Tribe's wooden cup, leaving even Kim Ho speechless. You're truly unpredictable, not a lick of luck. He felt very down. I'm sorry, Mr. Kim. Kim Ho immediately reassured his friend. Come on, there's no need to apologize for that. Don't worry about it, I'm the one who asked you to open it. The light from the next box dazzled him. I'm so ashamed, I've never had any luck with these things. Hyunwoo stared blankly. Wait, isn't this a body pillow? The comforting pillow. Kim Ho was also astonished. A pillow that's B-rank. He broke into a sweat and rubbed his chin in thought. A B-rank item dropping from a D-rank random box is nothing short of a miracle. I didn't expect Seo Yane to hit such unbelievable odds. Hyunwoo also felt it was a pity. Looking at the stats, it was clearly a combat support item, but unfortunately it was a sleeping accessory. Kim Ho remained deep in thought. It was only a pity for them, but lifestyle items were always in high demand and many people would want to buy it. It would be better to sell it and trade for another item. Should I send it to the supply center or put it up for auction? While he was pondering, he saw Yane staring intently at the pillow with sparkling eyes. Kim Ho inquired, do you want it? Yane just nodded silently. He recalled the time she looked exhausted and thought, wait, on second thought, maybe it's better if Seo Yane keeps it. If she uses this pillow, the fatigue recovery effect will reduce her sleeping time. With more awake time, her training efficiency will increase. Considering the impact on Seo Yane's training, it's actually worth giving it to her. After a moment, Kim Ho spoke up. All right, I'll give it to you here. Yane seemed very moved. Really? He gave a friendly smile. Yeah, it's a gift. Seo Yane took it but remained silent. A moment later, she hugged it to her chest and said, thank you. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Hyunwoo looked concerned. Mr. Kim, what is it? He looked at the phone curiously. Byung-chul's calling, what's up? As soon as Kim Ho answered, the guy started talking a mile a minute. Oh, you picked up. Hey, are you free? If you're not busy, can you come to the clubroom right now? Kim Ho asked back, quite surprised. Right now, what's going on? He replied immediately. It's about the deep floor dungeon thing I asked you about. Things got a bit complicated, so she wants to meet you. A while later, Kim Ho pushed open the door to the thief club. Gayoung smiled when she saw him. Oh, you're here, we've been waiting for you. One guy immediately took notice of him. Is this kid the one? I heard you've been busy lately, sis. The twin next to him added, rumor has it you even caused a stir with the Magic Engineering Club. The first guy smirked, probably making us let their juniors off the hook. The young man was talking so much he didn't notice something beside him. Senior Bong Yi-seok was getting schooled. Yet he seemed to enjoy it, saying he'd never seen sis act like that in his life. While he was still talking, that thing clamped shut over his mouth. Gayoung immediately barked, so noisy, don't butt in, get out of here. Then she turned and cleared her throat, don't mind their nonsense. Kim Ho didn't take it to heart. Yes, senior. But Gayoung frowned. You answered so quickly, it sounds like you actually do mind. He could only give a wry smile. I'll think about it. Setting aside the useless pleasantries, Gayoung gave a long stretch. let's get straight to the point. Regarding the Black Snake Gang commission you asked about before, the receiver side had some trouble. It got caught in a bidding war. Kim Ho was a bit curious. A standard bid or a priority bid? She didn't look very happy. It's a priority bid. He was startled to hear that. Priority bidding, this is going to be a problem. Deep-level dungeons cannot be re-entered once the core is destroyed until it regenerates. Within a certain cycle, the number of people who can challenge the same dungeon is limited. For dungeons with good rewards, competition is inevitable. To resolve this kind of competition in a fair manner, the Dragon Slayer Academy implemented a bidding system. The most basic form of the bidding system is called regular bidding, where the order of participation is based on the team's successful clear rates. But there is a mode that can reverse those conditions called priority bidding. Each club possesses a certain number of priority bidding rights. If this right is used, all regular bidding conditions are ignored and they immediately gain the right to enter that dungeon first. And currently, this means the Black Snake Gang has become entangled in this priority bidding right. She also voiced the worries in her heart. Of course, we are going in unofficially, so entering the dungeon isn't the problem. But once that dungeon is cleared, it will close, and the club that placed the priority bid definitely won't let it slide. By the way, the club that placed the priority bid this time is the Swordsmanship Club. You already know, the Swordsmanship Club is one of the top clubs competing for the 12th rank at Dragon Slayer Academy. Even so, do you still want to continue? But he replied very seriously, yes, I want to proceed. This made her lose her temper. Are you really planning to do it? For real? He was very firm in his choice. I'll handle the consequences, please let us proceed. Finally, she had to accept. Fine, anyway, an outstanding junior like you probably has his own ways, right? Let's just give it a shot and see. Byung-chul couldn't hide his surprise. Are you going yourself, sis? Gyeong replied very nonchalantly. Of course I'll go with Davin too. In exchange for an increased fee, what do you think? Kim Ho happily went along with it. If we're doing it, we should do it right. Gyeong suddenly looked at him inquiringly. By the way, who is coming along, that pretty gray-haired girl from last time? He only narrowed his eyes and looked back. Oh, you probably saw him during the match between Go Hyunwoo and Ibero. She glanced to the side indifferently. Oh, that handsome guy from back then. Well, if you guys can handle a B-rank dungeon on your own, that's saying something. The girl in the group looked puzzled. Vicehead, this girl is a freshman, can she enter a B-rank dungeon? Gyeong was startled, thinking to herself. Alright, Davin probably doesn't know about this yet. You saw him when we broke into the temporary storage. But at that time, he was wearing a mask with perception-hiding magic. Gyeong worriedly whispered to Kim Ho, Hey, is it okay to talk about that? He replied dejectedly. As long as you don't go around announcing it everywhere, it should be fine. Gyeong cleared her throat to speak more clearly. Hey Davin, don't be shocked and listen carefully, he is Inferno Fist. She immediately whipped around to look at him. After a moment, Kim Ho pulled out a thick stack of papers and said, So the introductions are probably done. Everyone, look at this. She narrowed her eyes, flipping through each page and asking, What is this? The strategy for the Green Master sect? Where did you find this? And hey, check this out, go back and only pick the essence before heading out. After reading for a while, all three exclaimed in admiration. You're really no different from a thief. Gyeong laughed out loud with delight. I told you he fits our club best. Davin also changed her view of him. Now that I look closely, he's actually quite cute too. Kim Ho bluntly objected. I'm keeping my options open, but that doesn't mean I'm just accepting anything. She only let out a sigh. You really are quick-witted. Kim Ho returned to the main topic. So do you think we can follow the strategy guide? Gyeong nodded in agreement. Yeah, if we follow your plan, we probably won't have to engage in combat. As long as Byung-chul disarms the activation mechanisms, it'll be fine. He started when he heard his name. I have to go in too. She immediately reminded him, You said you were confident, always bragging about being a prospect for disarming magic mechanisms. The young man could only sigh wearily. Well, I did say that, but it's a full B rank. My life is on the line there. I absolutely won't do it. No means I can't do it. Kim Ho provoked him from the side. Really, you'll regret it. But Byung-chul was not swayed. Sorry, but no matter how high the pay is, I'm not risking my life for it. Kim Ho cut him off before he could finish. Ghost without shadow? He thought to himself. If you're in a profession that values secrecy, this is a hidden piece you can't ignore. Even the assassin encountered before revealed their identity when facing it. For a thievery club, this condition is even harder to refuse. Ga-young asked skeptically, "Does that really exist? I thought it was just a campus legend." He affirmed again, "It's real." She understood and gave a wink to add more pressure. "Yeah, he's not the type to tell random lies, then we can't miss out on this. If Byung-chul isn't going, then it's just us." He couldn't take it anymore and did a complete 180. "Sis, as a man, you've got to have goals and dare to challenge yourself. When it comes to magic mechanisms, isn't Shin Byung-chul here the expert?" Kim Ho was speechless at them. If Ga-young trusts him that much, Byung-chul's skills must be reliable. "If you're coming along, I welcome it even more." Afterward, he parted ways with them. "Then I'll see you Friday night." Time passed until next Friday night at the Mana training room, where he was sitting in a corner cultivating. Before entering the deep levels of Dion, a few things needed careful preparation. As skill levels increased, D-rank gear was used and M started to become insufficient. With the priest trait received this time, thanks to the resonance with the priest's black bracelet, mana accumulated rapidly, increasing the level of the core. Next was the D-rank promotion scroll obtained from the random box. Although heavy cannon is the primary skill, it's very difficult to level up the conventional way. So using a promotion scroll to rank up is safer. Kim Ho looked at the info on the screen. The heavy cannon skill rank had increased from E to D. His level had increased from D to C. He smiled with determination. "Good, all preparations are complete. I've prepared everything necessary. With this level, I probably won't be lacking anything when entering the deep levels of the dungeon, right?" Just then, Hyunwoo appeared and greeted him. "Brother Kim, you're in the training room too." Kim Ho replied with a friendly smile. "Oh, are you about to head out too? Training right up until entering the dungeon, that's impressive." He recalled the moments of training and said, "I'm getting used to the new weapon. I think I can use it proficiently in real combat now." Kim Ho smiled with satisfaction. "Good, it looks like everything is ready. Shall we go then?" That evening, they arrived at the dungeon area. Ga-young's group of 3 was waiting. It seemed everyone had arrived. "If everyone's ready, let's head out immediately." Go Hyunwoo felt worried again, but is it okay for Brother Kim to go like this? "What about the item you asked for earlier?" Kim Ho quickly reassured him. "Oh, it's not necessary. Just watch and you'll understand." Ga-young executed her familiar move. Phantom butterfly flight, and butterflies flew all around. Hyunwoo finally understood. "I see, using butterflies for scouting." Kim Ho confirmed quickly. "Right, we just need to follow." Ga-young ran ahead and shouted, "Let's go." Davin took the opportunity to check her tablet. Very quickly, flying cameras appeared, with more coming close to her. Ga-young quickly jumped down below, and after landing, she ordered, "Everyone stop. Davin and I will guard the entrance to the Dan domain. From here on, everything depends on you. What's ahead is completely different from anything we've seen before. So good luck to you all. See you again if you stay alive." Everyone then stepped through the portal. Kim Ho glanced at Byung-chul, scouting the surroundings, and thought to himself, "As soon as we entered the dungeon, everyone became tense and their movements turned awkward. As expected of a B-rank dungeon. Is everyone nervous? If they stay like this, no matter how perfect the plan is, it will fail. I have to give them a morale boost." He suddenly called out to him, "Is that Shin Byung-chul?" He had a plan in mind. In times like this, invoking a man's spirit is the best way. He waved his hands in denial. "Hey now, what are you talking about? Who said I was shaking?" Kim Ho pointed at his trembling legs. "Your legs are shaking right there." Byung-chul quickly made an excuse. "It's just a habit. Just a normal habit, nothing to worry about." HMPH, so this is the B-rank temple Wind Black Snake. Hyunwoo felt suspicious. "But don't you find it a bit strange? Usually with this many people it should be bustling. For some reason the atmosphere is eerily quiet." Kim Ho analyzed coldly. "Abnormal incidents keep occurring in this area. Unfortunately, we have to take advantage of those very incidents. If we follow the plan and approach the alliance, the goal will be achieved. First, let's head to the first assembly point." They arrived in front of a shop. "Welcome." The waiter immediately ran over and asked, "What would you like to have?" Kim Ho didn't think too much and ordered, 3 bowls of duck soup and a plate of dumplings, please." He appeared extremely welcoming. "Certainly, I'll have that ready right away." Byung-chul watched him and immediately became alert. "You mean right, it's definitely coming soon." Kim Ho closed his eyes and provided the information. "In this place, they periodically kidnap hunters. Their next target is that eatery." After a moment, the waiter brought the food up and reported, "The food is ready, sir." Hyunwoo looked at the food served on the table and exclaimed, "That was fast, it's here right after we ordered." the young man quickly replied. My father got up at the crack of dawn to prepare it. Please enjoy your meal. Just then, a masked man walked in. Strange, there are customers today, business doing well. The young man immediately explained, the Green Ox Gate definitely paid the full tribute this month. But the man corrected him, no, I'm here for something else today. Hyunwoo immediately noticed the man, is it them? Kim Ho also confirmed quickly, yes. A low-level warrior of the Black Snake Chamber. On the other side, the masked man threatened, you're coming with us? The young man immediately trembled. About that, an old man immediately ran out. No, please don't take my son, please I beg you spare him. The man's hand reached toward the old man's face, and immediately after, he elbowed the old man in the stomach. The old man fell to the ground in pain, and the other man immediately threatened the young man, come along quietly. If you hesitate any longer, you probably know what will happen. He grabbed him by the collar, and the old man could only kneel and beg. No, please, my son. At this moment, Kim Ho spoke up. Hey, old man, we'll go and bring your son back. The old man was deeply moved and grabbed his hand. If you really can do that, I'll give you everything I have. Kim Ho gave a subtle smile. Don't change your mind later. Afterward, he stepped out of the eatery. He looked at the three figures in the distance and evaluated. It seems they haven't gone far yet, follow them immediately. Hyunwoo whispered to the two of them, they're turning into a deserted area. It seemed they had noticed, but Kim Ho wasn't worried at all. That's fine if they're waiting for us over there. As they were following, the man pointed his sword at the three of them. Who do you think you are? Oh, the ones from the eatery earlier, planning to play hero here. Hyunwoo felt very indignant. How can I stand still when I see a young man being kidnapped right in front of me? Kim Ho agreed. True, if you don't step in when you see an injustice, you're hardly human. The two men immediately lunged forward. I admire your courage, but it's foolish. That sense of justice will get you killed soon. He calmly reminded Hyunwoo, don't tear their clothes. He agreed, got it. Kim Ho summoned wind power, but the man seemed unaffected and shouted back, tricks won't save you. He quickly dodged a slash, and immediately grabbed the man's face with his hand. And Kim Ho pressed down with all his might. He watched Hyunwoo fighting and thought, this side is done, looks like the other side hasn't decided a winner yet. Bainchul attacked from behind while shouting, only to be immediately kicked in the groin by the other man. Kim Ho watched and let out a weary sigh. True, Go Hyunwoo can't use a sword, so he has to make do. But seeing two people fighting one person feels unpleasant. This fight is really messy. After a while, he brushed off his hands and let out a sigh. Bainchul looked at the two tied-up men in surprise. What? These guys are low-level warriors, not squad leaders? He confirmed quickly. Yeah, they're the weakest in this area. Actually, he had a concern in a low-rank temple they would probably be mid-bosses. He confirmed quickly, yeah, they're the weakest in this area. But he didn't say it out loud. Kim Ho turned to the young man with a smile. The situation is settled, let's head back. Back at the eatery, the young man immediately ran to the old man. Father. The old man was also overjoyed. Son. He hugged the young man tightly and thanked them. Thank you, I truly thank you all so much. Kim Ho awkwardly scratched his cheek, sorry for interrupting the emotional moment, but he had to settle the deal fairly. The old man finally remembered his promise. Ah yes, what can I do to thank you? Kim Ho pointed at a statue in the distance. I'll just take that. The old man asked in surprise, isn't that just a Bodhidharma statue? Please take as many as you like. Kim Ho replied politely, thank you sir, then let me finish what's left of the meal from earlier and I'll be on my way. The old man happily offered, I'll warm it up for you right away. After a while, Hyunwoo examined the statue and wondered, this statue doesn't look like an ordinary item. Bainchul pointed at it and guessed, that's used in formations, isn't it? Hyunwoo was quite surprised. A formation, you mean this statue? Kim Ho confirmed quickly, right, it's used in formations. More accurately, it's a verification key used to unravel a specific type of formation. Hearing this, he broke into a sweat. Brother Kim, if this statue is just a formation key then. Before he could finish, he stood up and cut him off. It contains the martial logic of the one who carved it. Keep it, you'll probably need it sooner or later. Now that my stomach is full. Let's get serious. After a while, the three of them went elsewhere. Kim Ho turned back and reminded them, you've probably all memorized the strategy map, but let's review it once more. Conquering the Black Snake Chamber is generally similar to the Feathered Serpent Altar. While I hold off the Black Snake Chamber Master and the main force, your mission is to split into two directions and collect the designated targets. However, the biggest difference from the Altar of the Feathered Serpent is that the Master of the Black Snake Room is too strong to be killed, so we will finish this a different way. Did you guys bring all the items mentioned in the strategy manual? Byung-chul answered immediately, of course. Hyunwoo also smiled broadly. Naturally, we have them. 2 items along with their information were presented. B-rank emergency escape scroll, B-rank internal ear communicator. Kim Ho instructed, put on the communicators and keep a tight grip on the escape scrolls. From here, I'll be acting separately. Contact me immediately if anything happens. If we just stick to the plan, there won't be any problems, but regardless, you must be careful when taking action. Hyunwoo smiled encouragingly. Good luck, Kim. A moment later, the guard standing above snapped his eyes open. He looked at Kim Ho stepping up the stairs and questioned, "Who the hell is this?" I asked who you are. But other than Kim Ho's hand erupting into flames, there was no response. He drew his sword threateningly. You think silence is going to save you? Then I'll just shut that mouth for you. HMPH, what is that on your hand? Kim Ho clenched his fist, letting a flame envelop it. He threw a casual punch straight forward, instantly sending the masked man flying deep inside. His hand tightened as black smoke poured out from within, growing thicker by the second. Before he pulled his hand back, Kim Ho watched the fire and clicked his tongue. It burns quite well since it's made of wood. Even though he was the one who lit it, watching the flickering flames was truly mesmerizing. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind Kim Ho. What is this? What's going on? Where is the fire? Put it out quickly. He glanced back, thinking to himself, oh, I've made this much of a racket and they still haven't found me. Their reaction time is surprisingly slow. I suppose I should help them out a bit. Kim Ho took a deep breath and shouted clearly, enemy attack. Immediately, a group of assassins appeared from nowhere and surrounded him. Kim Ho thought, quite a lot of them. Are they planning to overwhelm me with numbers? Well, it makes sense. One of them barked, who are you? He shrugged with a nonchalant face. Like I said, this is an enemy raid. The masked man gripped the sword in his hand tightly, frowning as he said, he's crazy, get him. The group lunged at Kim Ho simultaneously upon hearing the order. He didn't flinch, merely smirking. Crazy? Yeah, I guess that's about right. Well then, let's begin. Thinking that, Kim Ho bent low to gain momentum. He leaped several meters off the ground, fire energy manifesting from his hand. Kim Ho spoke manically, let's see who's actually the crazier one here. He struck down ruthlessly, moving so fast they didn't have time to defend themselves. The surrounding ground shattered under the massive force, and every single one of the masked men fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Kim Ho smiled in the center of the circle and said, at this point, he should recognize me. Maybe I should break a bit more so he'll show his face sooner. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out beside Kim Ho. Looking at your technique, could it be you are a disciple of the Flame Tyrant? You've certainly made a mess of this place. Kim Ho immediately recognized the man's voice and thought to himself, you're here earlier than I expected. He looked straight into Kim Ho's eyes and warned, naturally, you will pay for this destruction with your life. This man, Kim Ho knew, was the patriarch of the Black Snake. His gaze became extremely alert. Flame Tyrant, did he misunderstand because of the Hell Fist? Whatever, this works out better. It'll make it easier to get his attention. Kim Ho smiled mockingly. I have no reason to answer an inferior member of a heterodox sect. The Black Snake's claws, radiating dark energy, lengthened visibly as he spoke coldly. How arrogant! If you truly are the disciple of the Flame Tyrant, then answer me with your strength. After speaking, the Black Snake swung his hand toward Kim Ho. He nimbly leaned aside to dodge and clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. Attacking without even a word, that's truly too much. At least let me finish speaking. He looked at Kim Ho and snorted coldly. You dodged that, not bad. Staring at the Black Snake's claws, he sighed inwardly. His technique is a combination of claw arts and poison, truly vicious. Just one scratch is enough to be fatal. Naturally, he won't stop there. The Black Snake roared, you're good at running away, just like a slippery eel. Saying that, he lunged to attack once more, and this time Kim Ho dodged again. I just need to avoid all of his strikes. The Black Snake lost his patience, grinding his teeth. Stay still. He shrugged provocatively, I've always been fast on my feet. By the way, you should really wash your hands, look at how black they are. His words made the Black Snake pause for a split second. You, what did you just say? Kim Ho used his agility to evade the move and clicked his tongue. Once you've washed those hands, I might consider having a match with you. As for right now, I don't even want to get close. The Black Snake's body trembled with rage. He hissed, you bastard, I will grant you a truly agonizing death. However, the Black Snake's claws were once again a beat too slow to touch Kim Ho's body. He smiled with mock pity. You seem a bit too slow to be granting anyone death. He continued to lunge and attack repeatedly, his mouth never stopping. How long do you intend to run? Kim Ho dodged while thinking to himself. Until I get the signal from Go Hyunwoo, I just need to keep the Black Snake Patriarch's full attention on me. Once I get the signal, I'll just retreat. But if I drag this out too long, the decoy plan might be exposed. It seems the Patriarch is starting to get suspicious. After thinking for a moment, Kim Ho made up his mind. I guess it's time I land a blow on him. A calm smile remained on his lips. Kim Ho spoke slowly. If you truly want to see it, then I'll show you. The power radiating from his hand caused the system to sound a warning. Hell Fist Overload. The Black Snake finally confirmed. It really is so, you truly are the disciple of the Flame Tyrant. Clenching his fist, Kim Ho shrugged. Think whatever you want. Seeing him take off and leap high into the air once more, he exclaimed in shock. Are you planning to destroy this place again? However, jumping up like that is a foolish move. When you're in the air, those fancy footwork moves of yours won't work. The Black Snake's claws were nearly touching Kim Ho's face. But at that exact moment, with his swift agility, he leaped behind his back. Kim Ho smiled with an arrogant look. Is that so? With that, he swung his hand forward. It was a force release technique. Hell Fist. Kim Ho frowned and calculated. That hit landed square, but this is still too weak to take down the Patriarch. The Snake Dance Priest was only a D-rank leader. As for why the leader of a mediocre underworld gang is ranked B, it's because the Black Snake clan was never just some mediocre underworld gang. His true identity is a survivor of the Great War between the Orthodox and demonic cults from years ago. While he was deep in thought, the Black Snake's low voice rang out, shifting Kim Ho's focus. Like I said, your moves are good, but I didn't expect you to have learned the Void Step. It seems I've underestimated the Flame Tyrant's disciple. Kim Ho frowned alertly. Is he planning to get serious? He's not just the Black Snake Patriarch, but the Black Snake Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The Black Snake's body transformed, becoming many times more muscular than before. He roared, if I don't tear you into pieces today. At the same time, inside the house, the masked men were running in chaos. Overlapping voices rang out incessantly. It's the main gate, what's happening? It's on fire, put it out, hurry. Go Hyunwoo frowned and whispered to Shin Byingchul, it seems we've slipped through without being detected. He nodded in agreement. If things keep going this smoothly, we might not even have to fight, right? The two ran forward together. Go Hyunwoo spoke his guess. That door looks like the entrance to the treasure vault. Shin Byingchul agreed. Yeah, you can tell by the guards, there's no mistaking it. After communicating with Go Hyunwoo, Shin Byingchul suddenly shouted, hey, didn't you hear? It's the main gate. There's an intruder at the main gate. Go Hyunwoo glanced at him from behind with a look of surprise. His acting was truly impressive. The burly guard stared straight at the two of them, sizing them up from head to toe, and after a moment of silence, smirked slightly. So it's you, the intruders? I must admit, sneaking in this far is quite a feat, but your luck ends here. Shin Byingchul gritted his teeth and frowned. Damn it, how did he notice? This disguise was supposed to be perfect. He drew the sword from his hip and said mockingly, how many people have set foot in here only to lose their lives? As a member of the clan, there's no way you wouldn't know that. And furthermore, he pointed his sword at Go Hyunwoo's face and barked. I don't recall ever seeing someone with a face as handsome as yours. Shin Byingchul was stunned, glancing at Go Hyunwoo and thinking, he was exposed just because. He's too handsome despite the mask. I wish I could be caught for a reason like that. He didn't feel guilty. Instead, he smiled with narrowed eyes. So it's my fault. I'm just grateful for the compliment on my looks. Go Hyunwoo lunged forward decisively, slicing through the burly guard's body. He said in a cold voice, I hope you understand I had to cut you down here. While Go Hyunwoo dealt with him, Shin Byingchul struggled with the door. Opening this is such a hassle. Who on earth designed such a tight lock? Go Hyunwoo looked on helplessly and called out softly, Sir, why did you run all the way over there? Removing his mask, Shin Byingchul clicked his tongue and sighed. Though it's not pleasant, I still have to do my job. I wasn't called here to use a sword. They asked me because I'm a technician after all. Go Hyunwoo smiled brightly upon hearing that. Of course I know, I heard you're an incredibly skilled expert, I have high expectations. Shin Byung-chul let out an involuntary chuckle. If you say so, then let me show you what real class looks like. Watch closely, this is the top-tier performance of Shin Byung-chul. With that, he lunged forward frantically to work on the massive door. A moment later, small pieces of wood fell from the door after Shin Byung-chul let out a sharp breath. Finally, the door was opened. Go Hyun-woo watched such a display and was so shocked he stammered, "It's done already," he smiled and nodded. "Yeah, you can go in now." The two of them entered together. Go Hyun-woo looked around and whispered, "This is the main path to the vault and there aren't any security devices." Shin Byung-chul snorted in contempt. "Good grief, you really can't trust amateurs. Places like this are the ideal spot to hide floor traps." Just as he finished speaking, Go Hyun-woo's foot stepped on a tile containing a hidden trap. He quickly realized something had just flashed from the side. The moment it was fired, Go Hyun-woo managed to lean away just in time. Looking at the sharp arrow embedded in the wall, still vibrating, he nodded in agreement. "You're right, I didn't expect the trap mechanism to be so well hidden. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger." Shin Byung-chul frowned and asked, "Now you understand, one careless moment and you're dead instantly." Go Hyun-woo replied quickly, "From now on I only trust you." Shin Byung-chul held several compact tools to his chest and shouted clearly, "Good, then stick close to me from here on out." Go Hyun-woo immediately replied, "Yes, sir." On the way, Shin Byung-chul constantly barked orders at him. "Step here. Press this. When I give the command, pull this, now pull." He nimbly leaped over the traps without a scratch. Once safely on the other side, Shin Byung-chul laughed and said, "Done, now you can cross." Go Hyun-woo followed quickly behind him, unable to help but praise. "I'd only heard rumors, but your ability to manipulate mechanisms is incredible, Shin Byung-chul." Seeing this, he was smug. "See, humans have to know how to use technology to get things done. Understand?" Shin Byung-chul stood before a solid stone wall and frowned. "But this is a dead end. I've covered the entrance to the storage with a fake wall to hide it." Go Hyun-woo held the sword in his hand and said firmly, "After I slice through the outer stone layer, I'll leave the rest to you." Immediately, he unleashed sharp slashes and dust and rocks fell around them. Shin Byung-chul stood aside, clapping in admiration. Go Hyun-woo spoke flatly, "All right, please step back for a moment." Shin Byung-chul looked at the result he had just created and asked softly, "Is this enough?" Shin Byung-chul nodded. "Good, that's enough. Now it's my turn. First, let me borrow that Daruma doll you got earlier for a moment." He used his small tools to try and dismantle the door's mechanism, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. "You mean this? If this is one of the keys to breaking the barrier, then it must be one of the critical components here. After dismantling all the other parts, if I finally insert it into this slot, the door leading to the treasure will open. The door leading to the treasure will open." Both of them entered together. Shin Byung-chul looked around and let out a sharp breath. "How much would just one of these things be worth?" Go Hyun-woo whispered. "Just a glance shows nothing but precious items." He nodded in agreement. "I think so too, but we can't trade our lives for them. By the way, do you see that black talisman on the chest over there? As the strategy guide says, it's a special anti-theft device from the Black Snake leader. Just one finger touching it and poison will spray out immediately. So absolutely do not touch it out of greed. No, snap out of it, Shin Byung-chul." Go Hyun-woo stood aside watching him act out both parts of a conversation, his face becoming helpless. "He's talking to himself," he noted, glancing in another direction. Go Hyun-woo continued, "Anyway, the strategy guide clearly states that there is only one item without a protective talisman." Huh? Suddenly his gaze landed on a glowing object in the room. Go Hyun-woo lifted the leader's small black chest, unable to hide his surprise. It was a small black chest exactly as described in the guide. "Found the chest, let's get out of here quickly." Shin Byung-chul happily agreed. "Right, staying here any longer won't do any good." Both of them ran outside quickly, and as they went, he said, "Hey, I dismantled all the trap mechanisms on the way in, so getting out and into the safe zone should be no problem. It really would be more fun if something unexpected showed up." Go Hyun-woo warned him, "Shin Byung-chul, don't say such unlucky things, you know words can become reality." He replied immediately, Right, my mouth really does slip too often." Suddenly, Go Hyun-woo came to a dead stop. He stammered, that is." Shin Byung-chul looked at him with a confused gaze. What's wrong all of a sudden?" But then he soon made a similar expression. "Wait a second, it's actually working. Could that person be the one mentioned in the guide?" The old man with white hair and beard looked at them and asked in a low voice, Your movements were very clean. Did you do it yourself? Go Hyunwoo stammered in reply, yes, that's right. I have something to ask. Are you a high elder of the heavenly demon cult? Senior Beak Hyuk the White Snake. Saying that, he frowned and thought, the White Snake, he was the deputy leader of the Black Snake sect. In the past, a high-ranking elder of the heavenly demon cult and one of the two holders of the titles Black Snake and White Snake, an existence that even the Black Snake leader couldn't fully control. He wanders aimlessly within the Black Snake sect's territory with no pattern, and it's only with extreme bad luck that one would run into him. Go Hyunwoo swallowed hard in shock. That means the current situation is the height of misfortune. We are facing the worst possible opponent. His strength is far beyond measure. If we engage in battle, our defeat is absolutely certain. As power surged into the sword in his hand, Go Hyunwoo warned in a low voice, Shin Byingchul, stay as far away from him as possible. Shin Byingchul frowned and asked, what about you? Go Hyunwoo thought to himself, the gap in our power is so vast that escaping is impossible. If that's the case, there's only one way left. He spoke firmly, I'll try to handle this on my own. Beak Hyuk looked at the two of them and remarked softly, it's truly impressive that you've achieved so much before even turning 20. Go Hyunwoo replied coldly, it's all thanks to my master and my close friends. He reached into his robe and drew a razor-sharp blade, saying, you certainly have a worthy master and precious allies. However, it's a pity, truly a tragedy, that I must be the one to send a promising junior like you to his grave. Blame your rotten luck for crossing paths with this old man today. Out of a final shred of pity, I'll let you make the first move. Go Hyunwoo tightened his grip on his sword and agreed without hesitation, then I'll take the first strike. I hope you're ready. He unleashed the flowing water sword technique, aiming directly at Beak Hyuk. He silently assessed. Not only does he command the wind, but he also controls the very flow of internal energy. This was no ordinary technique, but the sword in Beak Hyuk's hand bent with startling flexibility. Go Hyunwoo was instantly stunned. This was the soft sword style, a lethal snake strike technique. The poisonous snake strike was unleashed without a hint of mercy, and that terrifying power successfully sent Go Hyunwoo crashing backward. He gasped, a strike with such devastating power, yet executed with total disregard for the consequences. Seeing Go Hyunwoo coughing up blood in pain, Beak Hyuk's cold voice rang out, this is a technique meant only for taking your opponent down with you. Surely you didn't expect this old man to go easy on you, did you? Now, get ready for the next move. Just witnessing it from the sidelines was enough to make Shin Byingchul shudder. Just one clash was enough to shake my entire body like this. Go Hyunwoo had completely collapsed, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. Trembling, he tried to find a way. With such a massive gap in strength, a clumsy counterattack would be utterly pointless. If that's the case, my only choice is to use the strongest move I have. Go Hyunwoo struggled to stand up, his eyes shining with a look of resilience. Beak Hyuk found this increasingly interesting and laughed with delight. Excellent, but that's still not enough to withstand this old man's ultimate technique. With those words, Beak Hyuk lunged toward him once again. Go Hyunwoo made a firm resolution in his heart. That's why I must succeed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized these movements were identical to the endless carvings on the Daruma statue. A single path that perfectly aligned with the trajectory of the blade. That's the spot. That's the spot. A massive source of power surged forth, creating the Azure Flow blade technique. Go Hyunwoo grit his teeth and dashed forward, evading Beak Hyuk's attack. The old man nodded in satisfaction, truly remarkable. I didn't expect someone as young as you to execute such a perfect movement. You have every right to be proud of that. Go Hyunwoo panted heavily, maintaining his stance while thinking. That Azure Flow blade just now was nearly flawless, and yet it still wasn't enough. At that moment, a sharp glint appeared in Beak Hyuk's eyes. He spoke in a deep voice, if I continue to hold back, it would be an insult to you. Now, this old man should show a bit of his true strength. The power from within his body diffused once more. Go Hyunwoo realized it instantly. Just facing this aura makes me feel numb, as if a giant serpent is staring right at me. Despite the overwhelming power, Go Hyunwoo didn't flinch. He carefully formulated a plan for himself. The next move must be his strongest technique. With my current strength, there's absolutely no way I can block it. But I cannot fall here. I must fulfill the long-standing wish of my sect, the final will that my master passed down to me. The faith of my fellow disciples who have placed their hopes in me and are waiting for me. Thinking of this, Go Hyunwoo grit his teeth and roared, "Do you think I'll let myself collapse here? I'm not ready for this to end yet." Baek Hyuk-seo said coldly, "Then take the full force of it. This is the final blow." Go Hyunwoo fixed his determined gaze on him. Like a true warrior, he stood alone against that giant serpent. Watching his movements, Baek Hyuk-seo could tell that this technique followed a philosophy of using softness to overcome hardness, employing pure fluidity to neutralize lethal strikes. You don't think you can block that attack with just that, do you? If you're counting on a bit of pity from this old man, then you'll find your grave right here. Baek Hyuk-seo unleashed a lethal strike called White Serpent ascending to heaven, charging straight at him. However, Go Hyunwoo appeared strangely calm at that moment. He seized the right opportunity, building momentum and leaping up to evade Baek Hyuk-seo's blade. The old man's expression became extremely grim. This was a real battle between the two of them. A deep gouge was left in the ground following Go Hyunwoo's movement. Pushing his body to the absolute limit caused him to let out a painful cough. Baek Hyuk-seo glanced at Go Hyunwoo, thinking to himself, that kid used the longsword strapped to his back, and he still managed to withstand that technique. The moment the two blades clashed, it was as if an invisible force had split the space between them. That sword must certainly be an unparalleled masterpiece. So what exactly is that sword, and what is the identity of the boy who owns it? Baek Hyuk-seo thought to himself, but the match ends here. I have countless questions, but asking them now would only make this moment feel trivial. Finally, he turned back composedly and looked at Go Hyunwoo, saying coldly, "You may leave now. I believe I said that last move would be the final blow. This old man never speaks in vain." Go Hyunwoo suddenly recalled the words spoken before the finishing blow was dealt. "Then take it, this is the final blow." Only then did he realize, "So that's what you meant, sir." Baek Hyuk-seo said in a deep voice, "Take him and go, I won't pursue you." Shin Byung-chul hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you so much." He quickly helped Go Hyunwoo away. After taking just a few steps, he looked back at the old man with a wary gaze, whispering, Hey, don't tell me that old guy is letting us go just to stab us in the back later." Go Hyunwoo looked straight ahead without turning his head, but his voice was filled with resolve. "I will visit you again next time." Baek Hyuk-seo nodded in response. "I'll be waiting." It wasn't until they were clear of that place that Shin Byung-chul breathed a sigh of relief. At least that old man didn't lie to us. Thank goodness, it looks like no one is following. Let's rest and recover your strength a bit before moving on. He held out a potion to Go Hyunwoo and said, "Here, drink up." His eyes widened in confusion. "This is," Shin Byung-chul explained, "this is what's called a high potion, a high-grade recovery medicine. I'm making an exception and taking out a bottle I've kept hidden in my inventory." He gulped down the entire bottle of liquid. Go Hyunwoo wiped his mouth and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, I feel much better." Shin Byung-chul smiled slightly. "Of course you're bound to feel stronger after drinking that." Go Hyunwoo tilted his head and asked, "Giving me such a precious item, you must have taken quite a hit, right?" He turned his face away, clicking his tongue as if he had no choice. "The loss is indeed significant, but what can you do? The situation turned out this way." Go Hyunwoo looked excited. "You're actually quite generous at critical moments. I discover something new about you every day." Shin Byung-chul was crying on the inside but puffed out his chest to play along. "I'm the kind of man who knows when to step up when it matters. Remember that." Then he returned to a serious demeanor. Shin Byung-chul asked in a low voice, "By the way, do you really intend to visit him again?" Go Hyunwoo nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Hearing this, he sighed briefly. "By the time you return, he might not even remember you. This dungeon has already been put up for bidding by the Swordsmanship Club. Those guys will surely wipe out the Black Serpent House. Once it resets, every memory inside will be erased." Go Hyunwoo gripped the sword in his hand tightly and smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter whether he remembers me or not. What matters is that the match between us isn't over yet." His sparkling eyes stared intently at the sword. Go Hyunwoo fully realized Baek Hyuk-seo's intention. The reason he let them live using the final blow as an excuse was likely the competitive spirit of a martial artist, hopping one day to face the matured version of me. In other words, this match has only been postponed. The day will come when I will definitely return to settle the score, warrior against warrior. Back to the battle on this side. I told you, I never said I was a disciple of the Flame Tyrant. Just then, Shin Byung-chul's voice rang through his earpiece. It's done, get to the safe zone. Kim Ho's spirits immediately lifted. All right, I guess we should end it here. He looked at the black serpent and said coldly, I think I'll be going now. He naturally didn't want to let him go. You think I'll let you leave that easily? Kim Ho shrugged nonchalantly. You will. After all, you can't catch me anyway, can you? That provocation successfully made the black serpent hiss in rage. You. But he didn't care and turned to bolt away, saying, so anyway, take care of yourself. The black serpent pursued him while shouting, stop right there, you think I'll let you leave in peace. With those words, he exerted all his strength to execute the Heaven's Net technique. Kim Ho, who was running, suddenly screeched to a halt, his hand absorbing fire energy and activating enhancement. The rank of Inferno Fist increasing from C to A, combined with wind force. Just as the black serpent's Heaven's Net was about to reach Kim Ho, he neutralized it just in time, and even retaliated with a reinforced Inferno Fist. The heat radiated so strongly that Kim Ho had to pause in pain. He looked down at his smoking palm, thinking, I anticipated this, but I still got burned. I used enhancement on top of Inferno Fist, which already has a high backlash, so it's only natural to take this kind of damage. But even with this level of power, I'm afraid it's still not enough to kill the master of the Black Serpent House. I've knocked him back and bought some time, so I'd better get moving. Just as he turned to leave, the black serpent's voice rang out from the smoke. Stop right there. Kim Ho gave a forced smile and calculated. Look at that, he's recovered already. I have to get out of here before things get messy. A while later, after running quite a distance from that place, Kim Ho decided to stop. All right, getting this far should be safe enough. They'll definitely search the area after we leave the dungeon. He'll probably be furious when he can't find us. Casting his gaze toward a small house, Kim Ho wondered, that abandoned house over there is the safe zone. I wonder if Go Hyunwoo and Shin Byung-chul have arrived yet. He gently pushed the door open. Seeing the two familiar faces inside, Kim Ho uttered an oh and smiled. You two got here fast. Go Hyunwoo saw him and spoke up, Brother Kim, you're here. Kim Ho was a bit surprised and asked quickly, why do you two look so terrible? With your strength, there's no way you'd struggle against ordinary warriors. Did you two encounter the W Serpent? Go Hyunwoo gave an awkward smile and nodded, yes. Kim Ho clicked his tongue slightly. Tough luck, well, you both worked hard. He opened his hand and took out a B-rank emergency escape scroll. And as he tore it in half, he said, we've been in the dungeon longer than I thought. I was worried about the two of them waiting outside too. Now let's head back. The three of them stepped through the spatial portal to return. Shin Byung-chul waved excitedly and shouted, Gayung, we're back. Go Hyunwoo looked worried. We need to slip away before we get caught. A strange cloud of black smoke spread across the room, making him jump. Go Hyunwoo asked hurriedly, what exactly is this black screen? Shin Byung-chul burst out laughing. Geez, don't overreact, that's Gayung's skill, so don't worry. It's called Shadow Pouch, it's a skill that hides those around you within a space of darkness. So don't be tense, just relax. Go Hyunwoo felt a bit more at ease after hearing that. That's Shin Byung-chul for you, thanks for the explanation. Afterward, the group moved to a place as magnificent as a castle. Dang Gayung led the group and said, all right, just a bit further up here and we'll be on the ground floor. There are a lot of people up there, so let's just walk. After walking for a bit, she turned back and asked, how is Pung Breakson doing? Kim Ho replied, no major issues. Dang Gayung snapped her fingers and smiled with satisfaction. That's my junior for you, you're quite the professional, you know that? Who would believe it if they heard a freshman cleared a B-rank dungeon? Suddenly her eyes widened, the smile vanished from her lips and she stared straight ahead. Dang Gayung said in a low voice, wait, it seems something has entered the range of the summoned beast I sent to scout. Kim Ho frowned and asked, who is it? Don't tell me it's a teacher, she replied. No, it's Guak Seung Yi. Dang Gayung's voice instinctively lowered. We just went down to the basement for a little stroll. We didn't even touch the dungeon yet, got it? A figure appeared from the teleportation point above. Guak Seung Yi nodded slightly and said, hello, Dang Gayung. Seeing him, Dang Gayung cheered happily. Guak Seung Yi, hey, long time no see. In his hand, he held a small cage. Seung Yi cut her off coldly. Skip the pleasantries. I found something like this on another floor. I came to check and it seems I was right to look for you. A freshman coming up from the basement, accompanied by a sophomore and a junior. And that junior even happens to be the vice president of the Thievery Club. Seung Yi glanced at each person individually and proposed, Please follow me to the discipline committee office for a moment. Dang Guyung immediately accepted. Sure, why not? A bit later at the office of the discipline committee head, Song Chunhai crossed her arms and said coldly, "Please come in." Guak Seung Yi stepped forward and whispered into the ear of the man sitting in the center of the room. "I found them near the basement entrance and brought them here." Oh Sehun asked in a low voice, "Were you planning on going down?" Guak Seung Yi spoke up to answer, "No, they were coming up." He glanced at Guak Seung Yi suspiciously. "Is that so?" Guak Seung Yi gave a slight nod in confirmation. He turned his face back, standing with a perfectly straight back. Then Guak Seung Yi turned and headed toward the teleportation door. Oh Sehun silently evaluated the group before him. The fact that they were coming up meant they had already finished their business in the basement. Therefore, it was best to verify things clearly. With that in mind, he spoke in a conciliatory tone. "Everyone have a seat first. Would you like something to drink?" The student sitting opposite didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Just water is fine." Dang Guyung added, "I'd like honey water." Shin Byingchul stood behind, waving his hands in confusion. "We don't need anything." Suddenly, a hand came down and pulled out a chair. Kim Ho sat with his legs crossed, looking confident. "Perfect, I happen to have some honey water right here." Oh Sehun was silent for a moment before asking, "Is he a member of your club now? I get that feeling." Dang Guyung put her arm around Kim Ho's shoulder and grinned. "Something like that happened." But he shrugged off the claim. "No, I'm trying to stay independent for a while." Oh Sehun nodded in agreement. "Changing clubs is a real hassle, so think it over carefully." "So, tell me, why were you leading a freshman down to the basement like that?" Dang Guyung replied bluntly. "No reason, I just wanted to show him around." A cold glint flashed in Oh Sehun's eyes. He asked, "You didn't enter the dungeon, did you?" Kim Ho immediately replied, "No, we didn't even get close." Hearing that, Oh Sehun returned to his gentle demeanor. "I see, you know freshmen aren't allowed in the basement without permission, right? That's a rule violation." Kim Ho nodded obediently. "Yes, I know." He continued the questioning. "Then why did you go down?" Kim Ho shrugged and replied, "I couldn't curb my curiosity about what it looked like." Sehun let out a soft sigh and asked the group, "Curiosity is normal, but did you absolutely have to go down even if it meant breaking the rules?" He replied, "No, sir, I'm sorry." After a long pause for thought, Oh Sehun finally continued. "First of all, Seung Yi went down to check the basement." "Wait, I just got a call from Seung Yi. He says there are no records of any unauthorized dungeon clears tonight." Kim Ho and Dang Guyung silently glanced at each other and smiled, both thinking the same thing. The discipline committee isn't stupid. He knows we used an emergency escape scroll, but because we didn't clear the dungeon, they have no way of knowing which one it was. That means they can't hold us any longer based on mere suspicion. Oh Sehun let out a weary sigh. "Regardless, the freshmen went to the basement and you two took them there. I'm deducting 1 conduct point from each of you. Be more careful next time, you may go." Dang Guyung immediately agreed, thinking it was best if they never met again. Later in the hallway, Guak Seung Yi's cold voice rang out. Song Chunhai bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir," he asked sternly. "Tell me what you think of today's situation." Song Chunhai thought for a moment before answering carefully. "First of all, that lineup was far too flashy. It drew too much attention. If they really were just observing the area, Senior Dang Guyung alone would have been enough. There was no need for the vice president to intervene personally. Not to mention Shin Byingchul was there. Looking at that 3-man lineup, there's a very high probability their target was a dungeon. And if they were aiming for a high-level one, they must have found a way to bypass the dungeon's security system. Furthermore, Go Hyunwoo is currently ranked in the top 10 for the freshman raid rankings. Yet, earlier he looked as if he were suffering from internal injuries." Hearing this, Guak Seung Yi frowned slightly. For someone with his strength to suffer internal injuries, the only possibility is that he challenged a high-difficulty dungeon. Difficulty in the D to C range is unlikely. It might even have been B rank. "Did you check Kim Ho's hands?" Song Chunhai scratched her head and looked away. "I only glanced at them, so I didn't get to check thoroughly." Guak Seung Yi said coldly, "There was a burn on his right hand." Of course, it's very difficult to link the temporary storage incident with this one. But one thing is certain, that burn was fresh. In that case, even if someone stepped into the dungeon they visited today, that will be the moment we catch their trail. A short while later, outside the castle, Dang Guyung waved at everyone with a squinty-eyed grin and said, "That's it for today, everyone go get some rest." Shin Byung-chul was equally accommodating. Good work, everyone. After everyone else had left, Dang Gyeong glanced at him, coughed once and said, "Hey Kim Ho, you and I need to talk." Kim Ho immediately agreed. Sure. The two of them walked together along the quiet path. After quite a while, Dang Gyeong stammered, "Sorry, I bragged too much." And then we ended up getting caught in the act. Kim Ho clicked his tongue. "You're right, it was a bit disappointing," she explained hurriedly. "No, but honestly it's just because Gwak Seung-yi handled it too well." "Are you teasing me?" He laughed and waved it off, replying, "I don't care about a single conduct point, it's fine." Suddenly, Dang Gyeong's face twisted into a frown. "Show me your hand for a second." Kim Ho was confused but let her do as she pleased. Staring intently at the burn on his hand, Dang Gyeong made a deduction. Seung-yi definitely saw this. Kim Ho nodded. "I think so too," she asked in a softened voice. "Did you use Inferno Fist a lot in the Black Sand Chamber?" He replied awkwardly. "To be honest, I made a bit of a mess of things." Dang Gyeong stroked her chin, appearing deep in thought. "If this keeps up, we might be discovered. The key is to see if we can separate the record for the Black Sand Chamber." Kim Ho said sincerely, "I'd really appreciate it if you could use a bit of your influence on that." Dang Gyeong gave a cold snort. "Fine, let's do that. Our service was lacking anyway, and if you get caught, we'll be in trouble too." "But Kim Ho, there's something I want to ask. Why do you always do such reckless things?" This question made Kim Ho pause, a flash of confusion appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself, "It's only been a month since I arrived here, and in that time I've broken quite a few of the Academy's regulations. Big ones, small ones, and I haven't exactly shied away from clashing with all sorts of factions." Perhaps she was asking, "What are you trying to achieve by going this far?" Thinking this, Kim Ho replied, "I've graduated from the Dragon Slayer Academy over 200 times. Dang Gyeong frowned in dissatisfaction. "Stop joking around and be serious." He sighed with an air of indifference and asked, "During all that time, did you think only good things happened? Back in those green days, terrible things happened more often than people getting killed or injured." Hearing this, Dang Gyeong became awkwardly hesitant. "I'm sorry, I think I asked something I shouldn't have." Just as she was wondering what to do next, Kim Ho continued, "I made a firm decision back then. I will never let anyone take away what belongs to me, whether it's an object or a person." Dang Gyeong looked at him searchingly. "Is that what you want? That goal is actually very difficult." Kim Ho answered firmly, "That's why I have to get stronger until it becomes easy." After understanding the whole situation, Dang Gyeong couldn't help but think to herself, "It sounds far-fetched, but if that's the reason." Then she smiled slightly and said, "Fair enough, I like that style. It's late, go get some rest, I'll see you on Monday." Kim Ho asked blankly, "Why Monday?" Dang Gyeong playfully stuck out her tongue to tease him. "I'm not telling." Time flew by, and a few days later, Hyunwoo ran into Kim Ho in the school hallway. "Kim Ho, good morning." Seeing him, Kim Ho nodded. "You're looking much better." Hyunwoo smiled while talking about his condition. "I focused on recovering this past weekend, so I'm much stronger now." Kim Ho offered some praise. "You're lucky to only be in that state after encountering the white snake. I'm just wondering how on earth you escaped from him." He scratched his face awkwardly. "To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to say. I used my sect's sacred treasure. I felt that with my current strength I couldn't withstand the white snake's finishing blow," he said, but Kim Ho didn't let him finish. Kim Ho directly deduced, "So you borrowed the power of the sacred treasure?" Hyunwoo nodded in confirmation without crossing his arms. "That's right. At that moment it wasn't just my life at stake but Shin Byung-chul's too. I had no other choice, I had to rely on the sacred treasure to survive. Even though I'm inadequate, I truly don't have the face to see my master again." Seeing Hyunwoo's flustered look, Kim Ho thought to himself, "He blocked the white snake's attack with just one swing. That sacred treasure must be at least S rank, or even higher, yet he had to use such an item just to escape a crisis. For a martial artist like him, his pride must have been severely wounded." Thinking this, he gently offered some reassurance. "You've worked hard. Setting aside your pride certainly couldn't have been easy." With this encouragement, he clenched his fist. "From now on, I will strive even harder to soon be worthy and restore the reputation of the sect." Kim Ho smiled quite contentedly. "Yeah, I'm sure you can do it." Suddenly Hyunwoo remembered something. "By the way, Kim Ho, are you alone today?" Hyunwoo glanced over and nodded. "Yeah, Seo Yane went to class first. Let's head in too." As soon as they entered the classroom, Hyunwoo greeted her. "Hello, teacher, you're here early today, aren't you?" Kim Ho followed up beside him. Why did you arrive so early today? Suddenly, a jolt of electricity ran through Hyunwoo. A rich, buttery aroma filled the entire classroom. Don't tell me, Kim Ho, do you notice it? Across from them, Seo Yane just absent-mindedly waved her hand. Her pupils contracted, thinking, of course, with the smell wafting through the whole room like this, how could I not notice? Kim Ho muttered with a grim face, it's cookies. Hyunwoo's attitude wasn't much better. It really is cookies. Seo Yane didn't care much and took out a bear-shaped one. Here, want to try some? Remembering the previous time, he had innocently asked what it looked like. The two of them turned pale instantly. At that question, Hyunwoo hurriedly looked at Kim Ho with a hint of tension. I can't let Kim Ho suffer the same fate, I have to stop this. Because of that, he blurted out first, this fish looks so lifelike, it's as if it was just pulled from a lake. Seo Yane's face darkened gloomily. Oh dear, is it not a fish? I have to make it up to her somehow. Suddenly someone saved Hyunwoo by saying, it's a rabbit, right? Looks delicious. Your skills have improved. Even though she didn't smile, her facial muscles relaxed. Have some more. Hyunwoo clenched his fist to one side and told himself anyway it was truly a worthy sacrifice. A moment later, Kim Ho spoke up with a suggestion, hey, before others arrive, let's do this first. He turned around curiously. What do you mean? He smiled and took out the demon's black chest from the system. What else? Open it up. Hyunwoo's eyes sparkled. It's finally here, I've been looking forward to this so much. He cautioned him. Don't get your hopes up too quickly. The items dropped directly from the chest are fixed. These B-rank random boxes inside are the real rewards. Of course, compared to the reward for clearing the Black Sand Room, this is still pretty meager, but just grabbing some loot and running while still getting 2 B-rank boxes is a great deal. Having said this, Kim Ho held the 2 gift boxes and thought, especially the demon's metal ingot box, it's guaranteed to have high-level weapon crafting materials. And right now, there's something important I need to confirm with Seo Yane. It's only been once so far. But she performed a miracle by pulling a B-rank pillow from a D-rank random box. Assuming Seo Yane possessed a luck-related trait, he placed the box under the table and proposed, could you open this for me? Seo Yane nodded in response. Okay. Kim Ho watched intently as the light flashed from inside. Who knows, the metal ingot box might give something beyond expectations. Both of them waited in silence for the contents. Seo Yane opened it to find an A-type 10,000-year cold iron ingot. Kim Ho commented with satisfaction, just as expected, Seo's luck is insane, 2 hits in a row. Hyunwoo couldn't quite believe it. I think so too, how am I this lucky? At this point, Kim Ho spoke up without hesitation. Then let's open the other one too, she quickly agreed. Yeah. The next part was a B-rank energy root. He exclaimed, oh, it produced a pretty good medicinal herb. There are 4 roots, so let's each take one. Once done, Kim Ho rubbed his chin in thought. The metal ingot box hit the jackpot and the random box was a decent prize too. Could there be some other activation condition besides luck? Seo Yane spoke up with a question. Will that help you? He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yes, a lot. Hearing that, she smiled comfortably. Well, that's good then. Kim Ho continued to think about the reward from earlier. By the way, crafting the 10,000-year cold iron ingot will take quite a while. I have to make the most of my time. I must stop by the forge right after class. In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Kim Ho appeared at the forge immediately after. I'm here to request an item be crafted. The blacksmith answered while working, sorry, but this semester's order list is completely full. He still patiently proposed, wait, can I see the club president? The blacksmith replied without turning his head, no means no. We don't even accept direct descendants of famous families, so don't waste your time. Kim Ho happened to interject, I might not be a direct descendant of a prestigious family, but I have this. He turned around with a bit of curiosity. What? Where would a first year get something like that? Kim Ho took out a VIP production ticket and asked, will this change your mind? A moment later, he met with the president of the Forge Club. So what do you plan to make? A first year bringing a VIP ticket, huh? Kim Ho looked at the man in front of him, slightly distracted. This is the blueprint I drew. It'll be faster if you look at it yourself, teacher. He sat down on a stool and looked through it. You're no ordinary student, are you? Is this magic equipment? Kim Ho wasn't particularly surprised. You saw it right away. Immediately after, the club president commented on the strange shape. Parts can be attached, the structure is quite complex, looks interesting. Normally, I don't take magic equipment commissions, but I'll make an exception this time. And what about the materials? He immediately pulled out the 10,000-year cold iron ingot. Please use this as the primary material. For the secondary material, use this mithril bracelet. If combined well, you can utilize the advantages of both metals. He took the items, thinking to himself, a truly interesting first year. What he wants to make is extraordinary, and he even has a VIP ticket and 10,000-year cold iron. The president laughed with amusement. I've never handled this kind of combination before, but it shouldn't be too difficult. It'll take about a week. I'll contact you when it's done. Kim Ho smiled, certain in his heart, it won't be as easy as he thinks. He'll be contacting me not after a week, but in just a few days. A short while later at the arena entrance, Kim Ho sighed and muttered, good, looks like I won't be late. He remembered the teacher's announcement in class. You all know mentoring week starts this week, right? Students participating in the first mentoring session, please move to the arena. Kim Ho thought to himself, mentoring already, time really flies. Just then he heard someone talking. What, you registered for mentoring too? With a glance, he recognized the two girls in the distance. Han Somi and Song Chunhai were here too. Han Somi came over to greet him. You're a mage-type multiclass, right? Kim Ho replied coldly. Yeah, that's right, but why? Her eyes immediately lit up. Just as I thought, Chunhai registered as a multi-class type 2. If things go well, the two of you might end up in the same mentoring group. Chunhai turned away angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Somi watched her back with wide eyes. Huh, what nonsense. Chunhai only gave a brief, confusing reply. It's just rubbish. Kim Ho glanced over at Somi. Is she always like that? She let out a sigh and continued. Not usually, but lately she's been acting a bit strange sometimes. Anyway, my zone is over there, so I'm heading out first. Good luck. He winked at Somi. Yeah, you too. Immediately after, Kim Ho went inside the classroom block. Chunhai turned her head to question him. Why are you following me? He asserted innocently, I'm not following you. Her eyebrows furrowed. Then please, you go first. Kim Ho immediately quickened his pace and took the lead. She followed behind him, speechless. Suddenly Chunhai spoke up to probe. Don't tell me he turned and guessed quickly, you're going to 163H2. Before getting an answer, there was a harsh voice from ahead. You really are. The person in front was a familiar face. Guak Jichiol. It seemed that Guy had registered as a mage-type multi-class too. And beside him was Hong Yonhwa from the Ruby Tower as well. Song Chunhai, Guak Jichiol, and Hong Yonhwa, all familiar faces. So who will be our mentor? Someone's footsteps approached and spoke. Hello, everyone. 4 pairs of eyes looked down together. Kim Ho let out a breath. Ah, so this is what she meant when she said, see you on Monday. Guyung introduced herself with a smile. I am your mentor, vice captain of the Thievery Club, Dang Guyung. Light shone through each row of the school hallways. Guyung stood before the 4 of them and introduced herself. As you know, you've all joined my group to become multi-class mages, and since it's multi-class, naturally you can't rely on magic alone. I don't know specifically how much each of you is lacking in each area, so today we'll check where your abilities stand. Immediately, she snapped her fingers. A circular arena map appeared behind her, and we will do that through this week's duel. In other words, this week's match can be counted as the mentoring session itself. Now I will explain the rules. Listen closely. The first rule is strong opponent versus strong opponent. Here, of course, that refers to me. But since your first year's fighting a senior, that would be a bit harsh, so I'll set a few custom rules. First, this bracelet will limit all my skills to C1 rank when I wear it. You can think of it like a level-locked zone. If you manage to remove all 3 stickers on my body while I'm still restricted, the victory will be yours. The final rule, 2 people. Meaning, simply put, the 2 of you will have to coordinate with each other. That's the end of the explanation. If you have any questions or opinions, ask them right now. No one has any questions? Good. Enter in pairs whenever you're ready. The other 3 spoke up simultaneously. In pairs, an unplanned coincidence. All 3 of them had the same thought about Kim Ho. So if we have to fight in pairs, remembering Hong Yonhwa's agitated expression, then you just go in already. And then remembering the raid progress Chunhai had received. Kim Ho, no matter what happens, you must stay away from that guy. We absolutely must stay away from him. Thinking this, Chunhai took a chance and proposed, please pair up with me. Guak Jichiol was visibly delighted. That works. Yonhwa stood in the middle, looking around. Then what about me? Kim Ho stepped closer with a dark, gloomy face. On the same team again, huh, let's do our best. Looking at her as if she was about to burst into tears, he thought, that girl is still the same, really. I don't know how much longer she plans to keep doing that. While I wait, let me check the mission first. I'll check the mentoring event later. Now the more important thing is the dual reward, which changes depending on the completion time. Huh. Dragging it out will be disadvantageous, so it's best to finish it today. Is it our turn already? Seeing Chunhai and Jichi all battered, they announced they were calling the next pair in. Kim Ho thought with satisfaction, just as expected, those seniors are on a completely different level. Kim Ho's pair stepped onto the stage. Whenever you're ready, just come in. Looking at Gyeong in front of him, he silently scrutinized her. Even though there were several matches before, the arena is spotless with no traces left. Even if her rank is restricted, the power gap between her and Song Chunhai or Kim Hwi Cheol is still massive. Yeonhwa whispered in his ear, "Do you have a plan?" Kim Ho said without any worry, "First, you try fighting alone." She jumped, stammering, alone." Yeonhwa frowned at Kim Ho's confusing decision. "Looking at your face, you're probably expecting me to help like last time, but since this is mentoring, you have to learn something for yourself. Building teamwork comes later. Only after you clash personally and taste failure first." Gyeong saw she was ready and summoned a swarm of magic butterflies. So the strategy is fighting one by one in rotation, do whatever you want. Immediately, Yeonhwa was chased by the swarm of butterflies. She quickly activated Fire Missile. Kim Ho watched Yeonhwa's actions and thought, a Fire Missile probe before closing in? The plan isn't bad, but the skill gap is too large, so it won't be easy. Gyeong glided through the butterflies and rushed forward. She couldn't grasp the speed. Huh, since when? Gyeong gave a dangerous smirk. I understand what you're aiming for, but that's still not enough. As soon as she spoke, a punch was thrown, followed by a knee to the stomach, and finally catching a butterfly to unleash a palm strike. The technique completed, and a large explosion occurred. Gyeong looked triumphant, but I'm impressed you managed to react from that distance. I finally feel like moving. Kim Ho blocked the blow for Yeonhwa, and then smiled. Don't worry, I don't intend to make this a 2-on-1. Then he turned and whispered a reminder, don't just rely on applying pressure from a distance. Assassinate, she whispered in shock. After all those failed attacks, now you're telling me to jump into close combat. He released a burst of killing intent and growled, even if you lose, you should try it once. Yeonhwa was dripping with cold sweat. Yes. Immediately after, she returned to the match. Right, I can't win by stalling, then I'll play for real, activating overload at maximum output. This time she carefully used the lava whip. Seeing this, Gyeong retreated a few meters, then suddenly rushed into close combat. Ah, a bold move, not a bad tactic. But that only means something if your attack actually touches me. Instantly, the whip swept past her, making her flinch. Gyeong smiled with clear amusement. Reading my movements and then lunging straight for the sticker. You look promising, truly a rising talent. However, I don't plan on losing easily. Yeonhwa gritted her teeth, thinking, so fast, she's using explosions to increase her own speed. In the blink of an eye, Gyeong was right behind her. Where are you looking? Never lose focus during a fight. Purple fluid on the ground wrapped around Yeonhwa's legs. My legs. A glowing butterfly fluttered close, and then the explosion happened. From inside came Yeonhwa's scream. A moment later, Gyeong walked up to her and said, if you only focus on what's right in front of you, you'll never see the big picture. If you don't understand it, just take the hits and you'll learn from experience. This is your first lesson, so take as much from it as you can. Suddenly Kim Ho appeared to stop it. Stop right here. Yeonhwa jumped up, refusing to submit. I can still fight. Before she could finish, Kim Ho cut her off. She's a third year and a club president. Trying any harder won't change the outcome. You handled yourself quite well. Good job, now go rest. Her eyes welled up. Okay, she said, waiting for Yeonhwa to leave. Gyeong spoke softly, so now it's just us. Kim Ho replied casually, it seems so, by the way. Why did you take on the mentoring role? She laughed with amusement. Surprised, that's more like it. Oh, Sehun personally came to see me and begged me, seriously, he said. As long as I took charge of the mentoring, all my disciplinary points would be wiped clean. After hearing this, his face remained unchanged. I can't imagine him begging someone else, but that's a fair enough price. The disciplinary head is certainly bolder than I thought. So before we start, can I ask you a favor? Gyeong was intrigued. A favor, let's hear it. Kim Ho smiled and made a proposal. I want this week's match to start with the replay mode turned off. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. Planning to go all out? Good, I'm curious too. Normally mentoring sessions are recorded, but this time I'll allow an exception. You should be grateful. Immediately after, Gyeong entered combat mode. Alright, then let's see just how much this kid can do. Kim Ho flicked his hand. Please show me the way. His fist instantly turned a fiery red. The higher the overload rank, the power increases exponentially. And the Capped skill was a high-level fire element magic, Hell Fist. This amount of power has exceeded the level my body can comfortably handle, so I have to end this quickly. Kim Ho didn't hold back at all and charged straight in. Currently, all of Dang Gyeong's skills and traits are limited to C rank. Meanwhile, the silent steps he copied from her is at B rank. Gyeong struggled to dodge this strike. Immediately after, he held the item in his hand with a slight smile. With his overload enhanced to B rank and the fact that he was currently using it from Dang Gyeong's perspective, this situation must feel completely overwhelming. Kim Ho frowned, his eyes filled with confidence. Then let's move on to the next one. This dominance made Gyeong quite wary. Hey, wait a second, at least give me a moment to get ready. He quickly brushed past her with a reminder. In a real fight, there's no such thing as wait a second. Gyeong refused to yield and immediately launched a counterattack. Looks like I have no other choice. Kim Ho gathered a glowing sphere above his head and slammed it into the ground so the wind would blast Gyeong back. She was instantly blinded by the dust. Damn it. Kim Ho seized the opportunity for a knockout. The corner of Gyeong's mouth twitched several times. So that's two already, she blurted out a protest. Hey, seriously, at least give me some time to prepare. In response, Kim Ho only curled his lips. Do you think I don't know that giving you more time would only put me at a disadvantage? I'll say it again, I'm going to do my best to win. Gyeong gently flexed her body. Then the last one, I'll take this one too. Unexpectedly, Gyeong flipped through the air to dodge. She proved she was no pushover. She must have let her guard down because of those kids earlier. Thinking back, he left the black sand room with only a single wound on his hand. I should treat him according to his true strength. If I move out of its range, it's easily neutralized, and he must know that. His face darkened as he scrutinized every shift in the situation. Very quickly, Kim Ho fled to evade her. When the duration of overload ends, Dang Gyeong's speed and mine will be equal. If she keeps running away, my overload will run out too, which means the risk will be equal. However, with a C-rank mana circuit, maintaining a domain-type magic is extremely difficult. In other words, while maintaining the shadow field, she won't be able to use any other skills. Despite holding the initiative, Gyeong still found it a bit difficult. Damn it, I thought he was trying to stall for time, even if just a little, but he actually charged straight into a head-on confrontation. Kim Ho brushed past her and asked, "Where are you aiming?" Gyeong's footing instinctively faltered, and she tumbled to the ground because of it. Kim Ho walked over and reached out a hand to help her up. I'll take that last one too. The system screen appeared with a notification. Scores for Kim Ho and Dang Gyeong win-loss. After the match, Gyeong gathered with the other three. You kids, who gave you permission to rest? Is this the time for that? Chunhai muttered with a serious face. Look at the senior's outfit and where his stickers are. Jicheol frowned as he scrutinized them. There's a slight change compared to the start, right? Gyeong looked visibly annoyed. Hey, stop whispering among yourselves and focus over here. I originally planned to give individual feedback to each of you, but that doesn't seem important anymore. Even considering you're all mages, your close combat skills are far too weak. If you're multi-class types, you should at least have basic countermeasures for melee combat. So, today's mentoring session will focus entirely on close combat. You all have decent foundations, so you should be able to handle it. And I'm sure you're disappointed with the duel results, right? I'll give you 3 chances. If you can remove all my stickers during those attempts, you'll earn points. That's all for today's mentoring. Dismissed. The other 3 walked away dejectedly, while Kim Ho stayed behind to check the notifications. The mission reward is an increase in growth stats during the mentoring event. Thanks to this reward, obtaining skills and traits will be much easier. Seeing him standing blankly in a corner, Gyeong called out, "Why are you still here? Someone like you doesn't even need mentoring." Kim Ho crossed his arms and replied, "Don't say that. I want to learn as much as possible. Especially since you're the one teaching, I'll learn a lot." These words seemed completely absurd to Gyeong. Is there really anything left for you to learn from me? You're developing so fast even without help. Kim Ho wasn't arrogant and remained humble. No, I still need it. I want to learn a trait specifically, an evasion type trait. He thought to himself, To receive the submission reward, I have to get help from this mentor. No matter how I train, as long as this mentor is with me, I'll receive extra rewards. Gyeong stretched as she asked, an evasion-type trait? Then you really will need my help. Let me see, get ready. Suddenly Kim Ho noticed something. Before we start, it would be best if you took off that bracelet. She was somewhat surprised. This, you want the rank limit removed? His firm nod made his intention clear. That would increase the chances of him obtaining the trait. What kind of trait requires such extreme conditions anyway? Distortion, that strange term left Gyeong confused. Another weird one, what effect does it have? Kim Ho half closed his eyes and promised, I'll show you after I learn it. She unhurriedly removed the bracelet from her hand. Fine, just make sure you dodge properly, he joked half seriously, I'll manage. In an instant, the bracelet fell freely to the ground. All right, good. Then show me you're not just all talk. Dodge this. Kim Ho tilted his head just in time to dodge the attack. Is this one of the Dang family's hidden weapon throwing techniques? Using throwing needles to distract me and then blending into the shadows. She must have used Shadow Leap. Shadow Leap is a skill that allows one to hide in the shadows and disorient the opponent. It consumes a massive amount of mana. Those with low-rank circuits wouldn't even dare use it. This is on a completely different level compared to when she said she was just removing stickers. Just looking at the number of butterflies in Spirit Flight makes the difference clear. That last attack was truly dangerous. Being able to unleash a B-rank skill like Spirit Flight without any hesitation like that. If she can withstand that level of mana consumption, her circuit must be a rank or higher. But that's actually working in my favor now. To obtain distortion, I need to dodge attacks and accumulate stacks. If the rank difference is large enough, I can gain 3 or 4 stacks with each dodge. Once I reach the minimum requirement of 1,000 stacks, I'll finally have a chance to learn distortion. This is exactly why I forced myself to solo bosses in all those dungeons. By now, I must have about 4,000 points, so I'll be able to get it during this mentoring period. For the final strike, Gyeong slashed down coldly. Kim Ho was a bit surprised to see her sitting flat on the ground. Why did you stop so suddenly? Gyeong sighed and said, I'm done, I'm taking a break. He stared blankly as she let out a long yawn. Well, she did use all those expensive skills on thin air like that, she must be exhausted. And since evasion stacks don't have a time limit, it's fine. Right after that, Gyeong lay all the way down on the ground. Come over here and rest too, he agreed. Sure, let's take a break. Meanwhile, she offered some praise. You're pretty good at dodging. I was actually fighting seriously, yet you didn't let a single hit land. Kim Ho burst into laughter. This is a skill I forged after graduating over 200 times. She looked at him tentatively and said, you're really dedicated. Do you plan on keeping up that persona forever? Kim Ho didn't hesitate to answer. For now, yes. Gyeong gazed up at the sky, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. Kim Ho sat down beside her naturally. Why is that? This is all part of the mentoring. Mentioning this, Gyeong sat up abruptly in annoyance. Hiding things like that doesn't count as mentoring, okay? Can I post this whole segment as a replay? Kim Ho thought to himself. I tried to dodge the subject, but she really saw right through the existence of the distortion trait, especially the conditions to learn it. This is extremely rare information. The price for keeping this secret will definitely be high. He stopped evading, he asked directly, so what do you want? Gyeong gave a playful wink. For now, nothing, I'll just take one wish ticket. Kim Ho breathed a sigh of relief and teased her, that sounds suspicious. You won't ask for anything weird later, will you? Like forcing me to join your club, for example. Gyeong pouted until she practically steamed. Nothing weird at all. Is joining my club so strange to you? Fine, once you hear the request later, if you don't like it, you can refuse. Is that fair? He winked teasingly. Deal. Kim Ho looked at Dang Gyeong's human face and wondered, why does she want a wish ticket so badly? Keep that promise in mind, though it probably doesn't matter much. However, at the same time in another arena, circular in shape, Seo Yain was yawning repeatedly. Someone appeared from behind. So you were here, it's been a long time. My lady. The woman introduced herself as An Young-mi, team leader of the 2nd Future Strategy Group at Hyseung Group. She informed Yain that during the mentoring period, Yain would participate in PvP matches and tactical-oriented battles directly under her guidance. Yain looked utterly confused while Young-mi calmly explained the situation. The formidable opponent mentioned in the weekly PvP regulations was none other than Young-mi herself. Before explaining the match rules in detail, she wanted to personally assess how much Yane had grown. For the first lesson, Young-mi decided to use a barrier-generating bracelet. Upon activation, she created a reinforced magic shield and explained that she had intentionally strengthened it, believing that Yane had improved. She emphasized that if Yane approached the shield with the same level of ability as before, breaking it would be absolutely impossible. Having said that, she invited Yane to begin. 2 weeks ago, Young-mi had been completely stunned to receive a report that Yane had voluntarily applied for the mentoring program. In her eyes, Yane had always lacked motivation despite possessing extraordinary talent and potential. Seeing someone with such natural gifts standing still had deeply disappointed her. The fact that Yane took the initiative to apply left Young-mi with many questions. She wondered if the future strategy group's last resort project regarding her enrollment at Dragon Slayer Academy had finally worked. Just having Yane attend school regularly was enough to satisfy her. But the possibility that contact with friends had sparked real change couldn't be ignored either. Whatever the reason, Yane's application gave Young-mi a rare opportunity to train her properly. At that time, Young-mi was determined to pass on all the knowledge she had to her. Back in the present, Young-mi took a deep breath, composed herself, and officially began the training session. However, Young-mi remained silent, just staring at her intently. Young-mi immediately recognized that look. It was the expression Yane usually wore when she was dissatisfied. She briefly wondered if she had misjudged the situation and whether she should adjust the difficulty. Right then, Young-mi equipped her weapon. Observing closely, Young-mi realized Yane had changed a lot. Only a month ago, Young-mi's magic power was still coarse and lacked focus. Now, the magic bullet she created was refined to near perfection. However, Young-mi believed that accuracy alone was still not enough. Without supporting skills, the shield would still hold firm. While maintaining the barrier, Young-mi silently planned her lecture. She intended to hold back on praising Yane's progress at first and then introduce the concept of projection. Young-mi fired, the magic bullet instantly shattered Young-mi's shield. Young-mi let out a smile of sheer amazement, silently acknowledging Yane's incredible growth. In just 1 month, this level of progress had far exceeded all expectations. Before she could fully comprehend what had just happened, the bullet directly hit Young-mi, knocking her to the ground. After regaining her composure, Young-mi adjusted her glasses and walked toward Yane. She asked how Yane could master both magic bullets and projection in such a short time, not only learning them but raising them to C rank. Upon learning that someone named Kim Ho had guided her and encouraged Yane to join the mentoring, Young-mi's curiosity grew. Seeing Yane actively learning made her both proud and puzzled. She wanted to know what had brought about such a massive change. Yane briefly recalled the past, then returned to the present, and simply replied with a faint smile without further explanation. Young-mi was truly shaken. Seeing Yane's smile was an extremely rare occurrence. She expressed a desire to meet Kim Ho, and Yane gave a slight nod of agreement. The next day, during lunch in the cafeteria, Kim Ho asked Hyunwoo about his mentoring experience. Hyunwoo described it as absolutely wonderful, full of praise for the instructor as well as the quality of the fellow students in the group. When asked who else participated, Hyunwoo mentioned that Han was also in the same group. While drinking a glass of cold water, Kim Ho suddenly realized this explained why that area was flooded with Sword Club members. He had suspected it before, and now he was certain that Hyunwoo had been placed in the same group as Han So-mi. He encouraged Hyunwoo to try sparring with her. Hyunwoo smiled shyly, saying he had already asked Han So-mi once but was rejected. Kim Ho looked a bit confused, suggesting that if Hyunwoo tried again more politely, perhaps she would reconsider. He also mentioned that he happened to be in the same group as Song Chunhai and planned to find out what Han So-mi was interested in. Hearing this, Hyunwoo looked visibly relieved and thanked him. Internally, Kim Ho knew that Song Chunhai wouldn't reveal information easily, but he already had a plan to handle that. Not long after, Yane appeared with her mentor. Seeing this, Hyunwoo politely greeted her. Kim Ho noticed she had arrived later than usual and casually asked if the mentoring session had gone smoothly. Both he and Hyunwoo noticed the strange woman walking with her and couldn't help but be surprised. The woman introduced herself as An Young-mi, explaining that she had been assigned as Yane's mentor. Hyunwoo introduced himself politely, then Kim Ho stated his name as well. Young-mi recognized him immediately, saying she had heard quite a lot about him, and asked if he could spare some time for a private talk. Although confused, he still agreed. Hyunwoo tactfully excused himself, leaving the two of them. Young-mi thanked him and then suggested they continue their conversation indoors. Once inside, Young-mi officially reintroduced herself and handed over her business card. She explained that she was the team leader of the second Future Strategy Group at Hyseung Group, a major defense industry conglomerate, famous for competing for top positions at Dragon Slayer Academy, and producing high-end monotech equipment, including Mana suits. This also explained why Yane possessed such advanced equipment. Looking at the business card, Kim Ho silently guessed that if someone of Young-mi's status called Yane "my lady," then Yane's background must be incredibly noble, perhaps belonging to the upper management. Seo Yane chimed in nonchalantly, saying that Young-mi was basically her butler. Young-mi calmly confirmed it, adding that she also performed those duties though she felt herself unworthy of the title. Then, Young-mi stated her true purpose for meeting him. She wanted to consult him on the future development path for Yane. Kim Ho looked skeptical, saying that he was just a student and certainly wasn't the right person to provide such direction. Young-mi firmly disagreed, saying she knew he was the one who had taught Yane both magic bullets and projection in just 1 month, something even she and Yane's private tutors had never achieved. In her view, that made him an outstanding teacher. Kim Ho was extremely surprised, wondering if Yane really hadn't been taught seriously before. He even blurted out asking if she listened at home. Young-mi replied that Yane only spent time on things she found interesting. Internally, Kim Ho felt this explanation wasn't entirely honest. Nonetheless, he still agreed to help, saying that Yane was his friend and he would support her as much as he could. Young-mi thanked him sincerely. Afterward, she shared her assessment from the previous day, stating that Yane had successfully raised both magic bullets and projection to C rank. Hearing this, Kim Ho couldn't help but be amazed. After thinking briefly, he assessed that while her current damage output was sufficient, Yane still lacked mobility and defense, elements essential for prolonged battles. He proposed that Yane should learn a movement skill first. Young-mi agreed with the assessment and asked if he had a specific recommendation. Kim Ho gave the name Featherwalk and calmly explained its function. Similar to silent steps, this skill lightens the user's body, increasing movement speed while simultaneously creating weak turbulence around them, cleverly deflecting incoming attacks, thereby providing a certain defensive effect. The only drawback was the high price of the skill book, but he also made it clear that would certainly not be an issue for the Hyseung group. Young-mi immediately accepted the proposal and said she would have someone buy the skill book right away. Then, she opened her inventory and handed him an item to express her gratitude for helping Yane with her training so far. Kim Ho was stunned as he received a pair of boots called Cloudsteppers. Young-mi emphasized that it was just a gift of thanks and hoped he would accept it without feeling any pressure. Holding the boots in his hand, Kim Ho thought that Cloudsteppers were definitely an extremely valuable item, and only a conglomerate like Hyseung could casually give them away like this. Once he recovered his composure, he accepted the gift, saying he had many things he needed to do and wouldn't refuse. Young-mi smiled and asked him to continue looking out for Yane in the future. A few hours later, while walking through the corridors of Dragon Slayer Academy, Kim Ho thought calmly. For now, Yane's training could be left to Young-mi, and Hyunwoo seemed genuinely satisfied with the results of the mentoring program. All that was left was to arrange a spar with Han So-mi, but that wasn't urgent. Thinking this, he decided to head toward the forge, until an unusual sight caught his attention. Ahead, a figure walked sluggishly down the hallway. Looking at that exhausted posture, it seemed she had just finished a PvP match. As he got closer, he realized it was Song Chunhai. However, her condition was much worse than usual, to the point where he briefly wondered if she had just suffered a crushing defeat against Dang Gyeong. This was completely unlike her usual composed demeanor. When he called out, she immediately adjusted her posture and replied in her familiar formal voice. Seeing that, he couldn't help but laugh internally, thinking this must be how she maintained the face of the disciplinary committee. He commented that she looked like she had just finished mentoring and perhaps had worked very hard. She ignored him, asserting she was fine, but he pointed out the fatigue clearly visible on her face. That was the last straw. Her irritability flared up. After venting her anger, she finally reluctantly admitted she was indeed very tired. She blamed him for calling her back just to tease her and turned to leave. He hurried to explain that he wasn't teasing her, he just happened to run into her and had something to ask. She coldly replied that she wasn't obligated to answer and started to leave again. Right then, he calmly brought up the wish ticket from their previous bet. Upon hearing this, Memories immediately came rushing back, and with a clearly annoyed expression. She gave in and told him to go ahead and ask. He straightforwardly asked what hand Somi liked. The question left her completely stunned. For a moment, she misunderstood and thought he was interested in Somi. He immediately denied it, saying that wasn't the case at all. Once she realized the misunderstanding, her attitude softened. She said that if this could help Somi, she was willing to assist. However, she also noted that Somi was not an easy person to persuade. Instead, she offered to speak with Somi personally. He happily accepted and thanked her. Her reaction was somewhat awkward, as she was clearly embarrassed. Once everything was settled, he said he would head out first. But just as he turned his back, she called him back and proposed another bet. She suggested betting on that week's PvP matches, specifically on who could remove more stickers. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he had removed all his stickers long ago, but there was no reason to say it out loud. When he asked what the stakes were, she proposed another wish ticket just like last time. He briefly guessed she might want to ask about the burns he received in the basement, but then he brushed the thought aside. The wounds had completely healed, and he was confident he wouldn't lose. With nothing to lose, he agreed to the bet, putting a wish ticket on the line. The scene shifts to the forge. As soon as he arrived, he immediately felt something was wrong. He had been summoned there, which rarely meant anything good. The moment he walked in, the blacksmith explained that a problem had occurred during the processing. Hearing this, Kim Ho only silently confirmed it to himself, just as he had predicted. The blacksmith said that combining the two items wasn't the issue. The real trouble appeared afterward. The cold energy contained in that material was no ordinary cold. No matter how many times it was processed, it wouldn't react properly. Most of the forge's heat was simply lost instead of being absorbed. Hearing this, Kim Ho nodded calmly. This reaction made the blacksmith realize that he had likely anticipated this outcome. The blacksmith pointed out that Kim Ho seemed to have prepared an alternative plan, as he hadn't expected the process to go smoothly from the start. Kim Ho admitted that he did indeed have a method in mind, though he wasn't entirely certain it would succeed. He added that if the method worked, the blacksmith could make any compensation request he wanted. Inwardly, Kim Ho highly appreciated the blacksmith's sharp intuition. With a slight smile, he made his own request. After the staff was finished, there would surely be some material left over, and he wanted that remaining material to be used to craft a small item for him. Though the method remained unclear, the blacksmith agreed that if it succeeded, he would craft the extra item. Satisfied, Kim Ho said he would be back in touch once everything was ready. Observing the blacksmith, he thought that a person holding the position of department head wouldn't easily give up in the face of difficulty. If it could be handled for the right price, the blacksmith would surely want to see it through to the end, even the task of melting a 10,000-year cold iron alloy. However, to achieve that, he needed the assistance of an extremely powerful fire element mage. That was why he had prepared this method, targeting Hong Yewa, the head of the Ruby Magic Tower and the older sister of Hong Yeonhwa. Given their past relationship, she would at least receive him as a guest. Elsewhere, Hong Yeonhwa was exhausted. Ever since the mentoring began, she had been beaten to a pulp every day, and it was only Wednesday. Although she could clearly feel her skills improving rapidly, she still hadn't removed a single sticker. Returning to her room, she wondered how much longer her body could hold out if this continued, and decided that she should rest today. Just as she was about to speak with her sister, she froze at an unexpected sight. In the room, her sister was sitting calmly with Kim Ho, who greeted her naturally when he saw her walk in. Her sister said there was no need to return to Ruby anymore, as Yeonhwa must have handed it over voluntarily. Kim Ho politely thanked her. While her sister told him to continue taking good care of Yeonhwa, he smiled reassuringly and then asked to be excused. Hong Yeonhwa watched him go with an awkward expression. Once he was gone, she immediately questioned her sister about why he was there. Her sister replied nonchalantly, praising his polite demeanor and saying she had heard the two of them were training together. She pointed out that Hong Yeonhwa was weak in close combat and reminded her that she had been asked to train before but had never taken it seriously. Annoyed, Hong Yeonhwa countered that everyone was like that. Her sister replied that having a teammate of the same caliber must be a good thing, then mentioned the upcoming PvP match, saying Hong Yeonhwa would be the one to remove all the stickers. Hong Yeonhwa was horrified, protesting that it was completely unreasonable, especially if he was on the same team. Her sister immediately dismissed the complaint, firmly stating that she would do it all. Under pressure, Hong Yeonhwa reluctantly agreed. Before concluding, her sister added one more requirement. Song Chunhai and Guak Jicheol would also be on the same team. And while she didn't care about Kim Ho, her sister emphasized that Hong Yeonhwa absolutely must not lose to those two. Hong Yeonhwa replied in a confident tone, "Of course." The next day, the scene shifts to a circular arena. Hong Yeonhwa and Kim Ho stand opposite the brown-haired boy's older sister. While waiting, Kim Ho recalled their previous conversation. At that time, she had suggested that he assign the task of removing stickers to Yeonhwa during this week's PvP matches. Given Yeonhwa's current strength, failure was very likely, but letting her take on a difficult role herself carried a certain value. Returning to the present, Kim Ho thought about his own request, melting the 10,000-year cold iron alloy with the help of a fire element mage possessing a special trait, who was none other than Hong Yeonhwa. Observing Yeonhwa duel her sister, he deduced that even if things didn't work out, Hong Yewa had said she would handle it herself. In that sense, this felt more like a favor than a trade. Even so, since he had accepted the ruby he originally intended to return, he felt he should put in effort proportional to its value. Just then, he suggested to the older sister that they should adjust the training method slightly. When she asked how, he explained that she seemed to be focusing only on dodging and defense. Incorporating offense would be more suitable for the purpose of the mentoring process. Tired, she easily accepted the suggestion and tossed a sticker toward him, telling him to give it a try. He stuck the sticker on his arm and then turned to Hong Yeonhwa, signaling the start of the second round and inviting her to attack. Confused, Yeonhwa reacted instinctively, while he stood firm with confidence, explaining that he would only be dodging, and encouraging her to remove the sticker herself. Hong Yeonhwa hesitated, unsure if he would really only defend or if he would suddenly counterattack. Kim Ho calmly reassured her, reminding her through his voice and manner that he had never lied to her and encouraged her to approach without tension. Though still cautious, she asked once more to be certain he wouldn't change his fighting style halfway through. When the exchange ended, Dang Gyeong stepped aside, saying she would observe and the training would begin afterward. Kim Ho nodded, and as things settled, he thought to himself. He remembered receiving a sticker from Dang Gyeong before and assumed she wouldn't have given it randomly. It was very possible she wanted to evaluate his abilities and use that to decide the next direction for the mentoring. Hong Yeonhwa took the initiative to attack, using the burn skill. Kim Ho dodged narrowly, keeping his promise to only evade. Yeonhwa immediately continued to press him with her next attack. While continuously dodging the blows, he analyzed her movements. The burst effect of the burn seemed to also act as a smoke screen to distract the eyes. Compared to the first day, her movements were no longer simple or instinctive. They had become more purposeful, showing clear progress. The hard training she had undergone was not in vain. Even so, it was also easy to see that she still had plenty of room for improvement. From a distance, Dang Gyeong closely followed the duel, showing clear interest in the training results. Meanwhile, Kim Ho continued to dodge, thinking about the deeper objective of this exercise. Training focused entirely on evasion was not only beneficial for Hong Yeonhwa, but also for Dang Gyeong. After witnessing this, Dang Gyeong would likely design a new method combining both offense and defense. Managing both elements simultaneously would certainly be more difficult, but that challenge was inevitable. Finally, exhaustion caught up with Hong Yeonhwa. She collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. Looking up at him, her eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and disbelief. He had dodged countless attacks without being hit once. Inwardly, she admitted his strength was too overwhelming and briefly thought about leaving before being assigned an even harsher training task. As she stood up to leave, Kim Ho called her back and mentioned her rare trait. He called it by its correct name, Aquaflame, which startled her. She was amazed that he knew that, and he explained he had heard it from her sister. Aquaflame is an extremely rare trait for fire element mages, allowing flames to burn even in a deep-sea environment, providing an overwhelming advantage against water and ice attributes. After a pause, he added that he had also heard its development had stalled before reaching the next threshold. Her annoyed reaction indicated this was a sensitive topic. Inwardly, she understood the reality of powerful traits like Aquaflame, rare and dominant, but extremely difficult to develop under normal conditions. At this point, Kim Ho offered another possibility. What if there was a way to push Aquaflame past its current limits? That statement shook her. She questioned how such a thing could possibly happen. In response, he calmly explained the core principle. Skills and traits can only evolve when they overcome the barriers set by the system, and the nature of those barriers depends on the skill itself. With Aquaflame, which specializes in penetrating water and ice, the key lies in continuously burning something that carries extreme frigid air. She countered that she had tried countless times fighting ice golems, ice spirits, and similar creatures. He admitted that, while pointing out those targets melted almost instantly. Then he presented the key difference. What if the target possessed an incredibly powerful frigid air that didn't melt easily? The scene returns to the forge. The blacksmith looked back and forth between Kim Ho and Hong Yeonhwa, asking if this was the plan he had prepared from the start. Kim Ho confirmed it was. The blacksmith turned to Hong Yeonhwa, remarking that what she intended to do was reckless, and said he had once sought another fire element mage but had been unsuccessful. Turning back to Kim Ho, he expressed doubt that the result would be any different this time, especially since she was only a freshman. Even so, Kim Ho was persistent, asking for one more chance. After considering it for a moment, the blacksmith agreed to let them try. Hong Yeonhwa looked at Kim Ho in confusion, and then turned to the cold block of iron. When she felt it, her thoughts immediately matched his earlier explanation. The frigid air radiating from this material was chillingly intense, completely different from anything she had ever faced, and she realized this was the not easily melted target he had spoken of. She poured her entire firepower into the cold iron block, concentrating all her energy into a single point. Instead of letting the fire disperse, she maintained a steady column of flame, forcing it bit by bit through the terrifying frigid air. Watching the scene, the blacksmith couldn't help but cry out in amazement. This was the first time he had seen a fire element mage able to maintain a continuous output while facing such extreme cold energy. Nevertheless, he still believed that fully processing the material would take a great deal of time. Kim Ho responded calmly, asking for a few more days. After seeing the initial results for himself, the blacksmith admitted there was hope and agreed to wait. A few days later, the scene shifts to the circular arena. As he walked in, Kim Ho wondered if this would be the final day of the first mentoring phase. Hong Yeonhwa arrived quickly and greeted him, remarking that he seemed to be alone. He explained that the other two had gone in already. Observing her more closely, he pointed out that her rank seemed to have increased. She was amazed, not understanding how he could notice so easily. He just laughed it off, saying it was plain to see. Making her even more self-conscious, he reminded her not to get distracted but to focus on the duel match. Right then, the other team teleported back from the battlefield. Looking at their condition, Kim Ho remarked that the match must have been fierce. Hong Yeonhwa quickly assessed the situation and concluded that at this level, removing even a single sticker would be very difficult. Afterward, Kim Ho called Song Chunhai aside for a private conversation. While watching the two of them, Hong Yeonhwa was again distracted by unnecessary thoughts. She wondered what their relationship was, and then immediately scolded herself for caring about it. When Kim Ho called her name and she didn't respond, he stepped over to bring her back to reality, and asked how many stickers she had removed. Curious, she asked about the others and learned they hadn't removed any. Realizing that if she could remove just a single sticker she could pull ahead, she began to feel that things were no longer impossible. Kim Ho told her to just do it her way, and he would provide corresponding support. She hesitated, surprised that they would be coordinating together this time, but he reassured her with confidence. He reminded her that she had been doing great and just needed to trust what she had practiced. With his support, Hong Yeonhwa noticed something strange within herself. Normally, being near him made her feel heavy pressure, but today felt completely different. Not long after, the two of them teleported to the battlefield, facing Dang Gyeong. They were reminded that the previous pair had failed completely, not removing any stickers, and were warned not to let her down. Hong Yeonhwa took a deep breath, steadied her spirit, and activated her power, telling herself she could do it. She immediately pushed the fire column to its limit, causing it to overheat to the maximum. Witnessing this, Gyeong questioned if changing tactics and going all out from the start was too reckless. In response, Hong Yeonhwa activated Flame Orb and Lava Warp, Standing her ground, she signaled that this time wouldn't be like the last, and then charged forward to attack, putting all her kinetic energy into the collision. Gyeong calmly equipped her magic sword, observing while trying to grasp the intent behind this fighting style. When Hong Yon was struck with full force, it was blocked and countered cleanly. But as the skirmish continued, Gyeong gradually understood the plan. The fire wasn't intended to overwhelm directly but to spread throughout the area, causing interference and disrupting the shadows around her. Hong Yonhwa continued to press, attacking repeatedly, with each blow being parried by the sword. At one point, Gyeong realized the real target wasn't her body, but the weapon in her hand. On the next collision, the sword was knocked out of her hand. Hong Yonhwa immediately seized the opportunity. Now that the opponent had lost their weapon, she closed in and delivered the next kick. For a brief moment, Gyeong didn't move, causing Hong Yonhwa to hesitate in confusion. It was that very hesitation that cost her. The shadow butterflies suddenly bound her legs, causing her to lose her balance. Gyeong seized the moment to counterattack, and Hong Yonhwa only narrowly managed to dodge, almost taking a direct hit. Kim Ho reminded her not to lose focus just because things were going according to plan. She replied and quickly steadied herself. Observing closely, Gyeong realized that if the support continued like this, she would have to increase the difficulty. Gyeong stepped forward, warning against being careless in battle. Hong Yonhwa barely managed to dodge the blow and struck back with renewed vigor. From Gyeong's perspective, Hong Yonhwa's judgment had improved significantly, and her movements could now be used in actual combat. However, her attack patterns were still far too predictable. Kim Ho decided to intervene slightly, activating his magic to provide support. Even so, Gyeong warned that this balance wouldn't last forever. Then an opening appeared. Seeing Gyeong expose a weakness for a split second, Hong Yonhwa reacted immediately. She reached out and successfully snatched the sticker off her opponent's arm. The result left even her surprised. "I actually got her sticker." From Kim Ho's perspective, the most important thing wasn't just the success, but the fact that she acted the moment the opportunity arose without panicking. He reminded her that the match wasn't over yet and that she needed to stay alert. Gyeong acknowledged the achievement and challenged her to try and take the remaining stickers. Hong Yonhwa assessed the situation, unsure if she could handle the rest but remained determined to try. She lunged forward again, but was countered before she could make another clear attempt. The system declared the match a failure. Exhausted, Hong Yonhwa sat on the ground and accepted the result. Even so, Gyeong praised their effort. After teleporting back to the arena, Gyeong told both teams that someone had finally managed to remove a sticker, proving the training hadn't been in vain. The reactions around them varied. Some were clearly stunned by what Hong Yonhwa had accomplished. She realized herself that she had finally surpassed Song Chunhai, though she tried not to let it show. Others looked frustrated or found it hard to believe. Gyeong concluded by telling Hong Yonhwa not to get too cocky. Gyeong emphasized that Yonhwa still had a long way to go and announced that one-on-one duels would continue regularly. This announcement left both Hong Yonhwa and the blue-haired boy stunned, signaling that the mentoring process was far from over. Gyeong remained unfazed by their surprise, explaining that there were still 3 weeks of mentoring left and that continuing was only natural. Gyeong told them to get some good rest and said she'd see them tomorrow. With that, Gyeong ended the session. The brown-haired girls suggested heading back together and the blue-haired boy agreed, saying if they were training again tomorrow, they needed the rest. As the other team began to leave, Kim Ho turned to Hong Yonhwa about to suggest they head back too. Before he could finish, Hong Yonhwa suddenly grabbed his hand. She hesitated for a moment and then thanked him for helping her get the sticker, admitting that his constant pressure had created the necessary opening. He calmly replied that there was no need for thanks and that the result was due to her own efforts. Looking at him, Hong Yonhwa thought to herself that perhaps she had misunderstood him all this time, realizing he was kinder than she had once imagined. When he noticed her staring and asked why, she jumped, feeling embarrassed. She hurriedly waved her hand, thanked him again, and quickly left, saying she would see him tomorrow. Left behind, Kim Ho watched her go, puzzled by her sudden behavior and wondering if something urgent had happened. Just then, Gyeong appeared behind him, clearly annoyed. Gyeong complained that while she was stressed because of someone, he looked completely relaxed. Kim Ho was surprised to see her back, pointing out that she had already left. Gyeong explained that his strange wind skill had irritated her so much that she had to come back to settle things. He replied that it was the only skill he could currently use. Gyeong was skeptical about how that could be when he claimed to have graduated countless times. He explained that re-enrolling resets everything to level 1. Guyung remarked that his technique still lacked obvious openings and was difficult to deal with. He chuckled softly, saying it wasn't some cheap trick. Yawning loudly, Guyung moved past the exchange, saying she was exhausted from dealing with the 3 other students. As she turned to leave again, Guyung told him to go easier starting tomorrow and said she was going to get some rest. He called Guyung back, asking where she was going. When Guyung turned around, he reminded her that his week wasn't over yet and brought up the promise that Guyung would help him learn distortion. Guyung grumbled irritably about having to work without a break, but he persisted, saying they were almost there. With a resigned sigh, Guyung agreed. Internally, Guyung wondered why she had made that promise in the first place. He thanked Guyung, and they immediately began training in earnest. During the training, Guyung attacked relentlessly. As he dodged, he noticed Guyung seemed to be in a hurry. Guyung explained that since they were doing it, she wanted to finish quickly so she could rest. While continuing to evade the strikes, he noticed that unlike before, Guyung maintained her offensive without tiring. Realizing Guyung's skills had also improved, Guyung asked if he was still far from unlocking the trait. He replied that he was very close. As he dodged another blow, he instinctively opened the system window. At the same time, Guyung warned that she was about to attack more seriously and lunged forward. Mid-movement, Guyung suddenly froze, unable to continue. Confused, Guyung asked what had happened, certain that she had landed a hit. Kim Ho calmly explained that he had just learned the distortion trait. By distorting space, it allowed him to evade enemy attacks, though it suffered from a very long cooldown. The training session ended there, marking the moment he finally obtained the trait he had been pursuing for so long, something that far exceeded normal standards. Kim Ho calmly explained that while this ability was powerful, it had a strict limitation. After each use, he had to wait a full day for the cooldown. Despite hearing about that drawback, she still considered the skill overwhelmingly strong and didn't hide her desire to learn it for herself. Kim Ho reassured her that it was entirely possible. He went on to explain the method for rapidly improving evasion. One must constantly face opponents stronger than themselves. In other words, she needed to do exactly what she had done with him but apply it to the instructors. This explanation left her stunned, as those opponents were far beyond her current level. Kim Ho didn't push further, simply stating that the decision was entirely up to her. He thanked her for helping him unlock the trait and told her to go get some rest. As she prepared to leave, she called him back, bringing up the promise he had made earlier, a wish ticket in exchange for her help. She decided to use it immediately. When asked what she wanted to wish for, she confirmed that his schedule for next week was mostly empty, aside from mentoring. Taking that opportunity, Guyung expressed her intention to go somewhere with him. She refused to reveal the location, choosing to keep it a secret as a surprise, then left, saying she would explain the details later. Kim Ho accepted this without further questions. The scene shifted to the following week in a hallway outside a classroom. As he walked, he thought about how this week might be very busy if mentoring overlapped with other responsibilities. Just then, he noticed Seo Yane approaching, observing her graceful and controlled movements. He quickly realized she had learned Feather Step. He acknowledged her progress and asked about the rank, learning that it had reached Deer rank. As the conversation continued, Seo Yane turned back. Kim Ho noticed her efficiency and understood that she had anticipated this situation early on. Youngmi confirmed Seo Yane's rapid progress, explaining she had reached D rank by the weekend and was expected to hit C rank. She outlined a detailed training plan, improving mobility, enhancing the power of magic bullets, refining accuracy, and preparing for situations where mobility couldn't be used. Kim Ho praised the curriculum structure, realizing it was so perfectly designed that his involvement seemed no longer necessary. However, thinking more deeply, he discovered a key issue beneath that perfection. Kim Ho expressed concern that the pace of training might be too heavy. Young-mi admitted that this was also something she wanted to discuss. Since Seo Yane was present, Kim Ho suggested they address it together. He asked Seo Yane how she felt after a week of mentoring. Seo Yane expressed her dissatisfaction, claiming the training was too repetitive and boring. Young-mi explained that repetition was the foundation of all practice and reminded her that she had done similar exercises before. Seo Yane brushed off the comparison, saying this time felt completely different and much more tedious. When asked if there were any other issues, Seo Yane complained that she couldn't even take naps because she was constantly being woken up. Young-mi sternly replied that sleeping too much was unacceptable. Kim Ho laughed to himself, realizing Seo Yane's complaint wasn't entirely baseless, but also understood that if he publicly agreed, she would give up on the training immediately. Aware of that, he skillfully redirected the conversation and asked Seo Yane what she needed most right now. She replied that she needed rest and time to recover her spirits. After considering it, Kim Ho agreed and proposed giving her a temporary break. Young-mi looked worried, pointing out that resting would disrupt the carefully planned schedule. Kim Ho lowered his voice and explained there was no other choice, because if they pushed Seo Yane further, she might completely close herself off and refuse to cooperate. After a moment of silence, Young-mi accepted this decision. Turning to Seo Yane, Kim Ho asked what she planned to do if she rested, or if she was just going to lounge around all day doing nothing. After thinking for a moment, Seo Yane expressed a desire to go to the city center. Young-mi immediately offered to go with her, but Seo Yane bluntly refused, calling her boring. Young-mi looked incredibly surprised by this remark. Realizing Seo Yane's intent, Kim Ho pointed out that she probably didn't plan on going alone and asked who she wanted to go with. Seo Yane directly stated that she wanted Kim Ho to go with her. He was momentarily surprised. Internally, he reflected that he was the one who had convinced Seo Yane to accept mentoring in the first place, so he had to take some responsibility. He also weighed the practical benefits. The reduced training time would likely be compensated by the Haeseung group, and taking a day to stabilize Seo Yane's mental state was a worthy investment. After considering all sides, he agreed to go out with her over the weekend, on the condition that she listen to Young-mi seriously and maintain good performance during the week. Seo Yane accepted without objection. The scene shifted to a classroom. A while later, the teacher announced that the fourth-week dungeon grading was complete and individual results had been sent out. Students began checking their scores and comparing results with one another. The room was filled with light groans and a moderate sense of competition. Hyunwoo praised Kim Ho for achieving a perfect score, clearly showing his admiration. When asked about his own results, Hyunwoo modestly admitted his score wasn't that high. Kim Ho reassured him that his performance was perfectly fine. Glancing at Seo Yane, he noticed her map was unexpectedly neat. He had thought it would be very messy, but realized that map making was seemingly a different matter from her usual habits. Hyunwoo unexpectedly agreed, startling Kim Ho, who joked that he didn't know how his thoughts were being read. The teacher then called for the class's attention and began explaining the theme of this week's raid, centered around the concept of guardians. The explanation clarified that a dungeon boss's rank depended on what it was protecting, and to clear a dungeon, that protection had to be broken. To further illustrate this concept, defense rules would be applied. The goal was to protect a statue of a goddess for a set period, and the score would be higher if the damage to the statue was lower. Monsters killed during the defense would also count toward the score. Additionally, tutorials would be conducted according to a random rule chosen by the instructor. That announcement clearly left the students in shock. However, the protagonist reacted calmly as he had already visualized the reactions of the rest of the group. He quickly assessed his teammates. Hyunwoo looked highly motivated, Seo Yane was clearly annoyed, and Young-mi would likely have a very hard week managing her. The scene shifted to the arena. The brown-haired girl quietly asked the blue-haired boy if he understood the explanation about the raid. He confirmed, mentioning the random rule provided by the instructor. Hong Yeonhwa expressed frustration, recalling how they had been overwhelmed in previous PvP matches. The blue-haired boy admitted he didn't know what kind of mission they would face this time. Observing everyone's expressions, the protagonist noticed the general morale was low. Just then, Dang Gyeong stepped forward and told the group to be quiet, scolding them for making noise. With a calm smile, she announced she would explain the raid rules, skipping the basics the teacher had mentioned and going straight to the additional condition. She opened the map and explained there were two sub-rules. The first was melee, where skill effectiveness increased at close range and decreased as distance grew, meaning only melee damage would be counted. Kim Ho silently noted that this random rule wasn't as devastating as he had feared, but stayed alert, knowing there was still one more condition. Gyeong continued to introduce the second rule, command. She explained that monsters on lower floors often lacked intelligence due to their low level, but the command rule would compensate for that weakness. With visible confidence, she declared that she herself would be commanding the monsters throughout the raid.